The Watergate city of Priestella was drowning in chaos, yet the morning air carried a deceptive calm as Natsuki Subaru stood with his arms folded, staring out over the fractured horizon. The previous night's horrors still clung to him in fragments. Wrath's overwhelming emotional curse, the crushing force of greed's absolute invincibility, the haunting hunger of gluttony, and the screams of a city torn apart by the witch cult's merciless orchestration. Yet in this loop, Subaru opened his eyes to a slightly different world. The pain of death had receded. The ache in his chest remained like a ghost he couldn't shake off completely. But he was present, awake, and determined. His mind churned with memories of the last cycle. The witch cult had executed its invasion with ruthless precision. Citizens panicked in the streets, waterways ruptured, towers fell, and countless lives were thrown into peril. In Volume 17, the scale of disaster expanded even further. New sins emerged, old threats returned, and worst of all, the enemy introduced themselves with a new face. One even more twisted, more unpredictable, and more grotesque than the others. The witch cult's Archbishop of Lust, Capella Emerata Lugunica. Subaru learned very quickly that her cruelty did not resemble the others. While wrath drowned hearts, greed crushed reality, and gluttony devoured existence, lust delighted in corruption, distorting bodies, twisting identities, and mocking the very concept of beauty. Her voice carried over the city in a shrill, nauseating broadcast as she announced that she had claimed control of the water towers. It wasn't just a threat, it was leverage, a hostage situation involving the entirety of Priestella. Her first demand was delivered with a sickening giggle. "Bring her the witch's bones." Subaru couldn't breathe when he heard it. Emilia's face tightened with fear. Even Krush, who had regained her physical form, but not her memories, stiffened at the mention of such an artifact. No one knew where in Priestella such an object might be hidden, nor what Lust intended to do with it. Yet her threat was clear. Priestella's water regulation system, the lifeline of the city, had fallen into the cult's hands. She could drown the city on a whim. As Subaru gathered with his allies, Emilia, Beatrice, Garfield, Julius, Otto, Krush, Ferris, Anastasia, and the Iron Fang mercenaries, the tension in the room thickened. The previous battles had already drained them, but now they were asked to retaliate against multiple Sin Archbishops simultaneously. Subaru ran a hand through his hair and tried to steady his breath, even as a pit of dread formed in his stomach. He still hadn't recovered emotionally from Wrath's attack in the last cycle. The curse lingered, occasionally tightening his chest and sending faint ripples of panic through him. He hid it as best as he could. No one needed to see his weakness now, not when everything depended on their unity. Ferris examined him briefly and frowned. "Your mana flow is still messed up, Natsuki, and your pulse is off. Don't push yourself too far." Subaru forced a smile. "When do I ever push myself too far?" Everyone stared at him. He groaned. Okay, don't answer." Moments later, the floor beneath them shook as another explosion echoed across the city. Garfield's ears twitched. Emilia tightened her grip on Subaru's sleeve. They rushed outside just in time to see smoke rising from a distant tower. Lust had begun her game. Her screeching voice rang through the air again as her broadcast echoed across every canal and every rooftop. She mocked the city's fear, called its people insects, and claimed her unparalleled beauty was a blessing the world did not deserve. Garfield's teeth clenched in fury, but the others remained focused. They couldn't afford to be baited by her nonsense, no matter how vile her taunts became. Then, with malicious glee, she declared, "I am the witch cult's Archbishop of Lust, Capella Emerata Lugunica. Worship me, meatbags. Offer your obedience. Bow before me." Subaru rubbed his temples. "Nope, hard pass. Absolutely not." But the broadcast served its purpose. It sowed confusion, panic, and despair across the city. Citizens fled blindly, ignoring the warnings of the guards. Mothers clutched their children, merchants abandoned their storefronts, and the once bustling canals descended into frenzied chaos. Subaru felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders all over again. And then something new happened. While Lust's cackling still echoed, Subaru spotted a familiar glint of golden hair descending from the rooftops. Mimi, the energetic member of the Iron Fang trio, landed in front of Garfield with a victorious smile, only for that smile to fade as Garfield's expression darkened. The excitement drained from Mimi's face as seconds later, a delayed shockwave rippled through the air, blood splattering across the cobblestones. Garfield rushed to her immediately, catching her before she fell. Ferris knelt over Mimi with trembling hands, pressing magic into her wounds, but his expression remained grim. Mimi's life hung precariously by a thread. Subaru watched the scene unfold, heart pounding painfully, as Ferris explained that Mimi and her two younger brothers, Hataro and Taibi, shared the blessing of thirds, a miraculous ability that distributed injuries and fatigue among the trio. But the blessing had been forced to its limit. Hetero and Taibi were already weakening, their breaths shallow as they struggled to absorb more of Mimi's pain. Subaru clenched his fists. Losing Mimi would mean losing all three, and the Iron Fangs were already stretched thin defending the city hall. Ricardo's voice cracked as he asked Ferris for the truth. Ferris hesitated, then delivered the news with heavy sorrow. If Mimi dies, all three will. Garfield looked like someone had ripped out a piece of his soul. Subaru placed a hand on Garfield's shoulder, steady but shaking. We'll save her. We have to. But even as he spoke, Subaru felt something cold claw at his chest. His limited time, limited strength, and the dozens of threats surrounding them made saving Mimi feel impossible. But he could not let despair win. He swallowed his fear even as Wrath's curse flickered faintly again. They regrouped inside City Hall, where Anastasia's tactical mind shone. She laid out the situation on the table. Lust in one tower, wrath in another, sloth causing chaos and gluttony and greed moving unpredictably. Regulus posed a terrifying threat simply by existing. Subaru's breath quickened as memories of Regulus crushing him in the previous loop burned behind his eyes. Amelia noticed, moving closer. Subaru, are you okay? He forced himself not to flinch. Yeah, just remembering. Her hand brushed his, a silent reassurance. Beatrice leaned into his side. You're not allowed to break again, I suppose. Not planning to. He was absolutely planning to break internally, but he wasn't planning to show it. As the group discussed strategies, Subaru attempted to piece the puzzle together. Each archbishop had taken a tower, but Lust's broadcast indicated they weren't coordinating. Subaru thought back to the twisted personalities he had faced. None of them were the type to cooperate well. They were selfish, egotistical, and driven only by their distorted interpretations of the witch's will. The cult isn't working together, Subaru said quietly, gaining everyone's attention. They're all following their own desires, their own schemes. Lust isn't coordinating with them. She's acting alone. Julius raised an eyebrow. You're certain? I've seen how they behave, Subaru said, swallowing a lump in his throat. Trust me, they would kill each other if it meant getting 10 more seconds of attention from their twisted ideals. This revelation shifted the room. They weren't fighting one unified enemy. They were fighting a hydra of unhinged individuals. A nightmare, yes, but perhaps a slightly more survivable one than a perfect team of sins. Just as hope flickered faintly in the room, Ferris emerged from the adjacent chamber, exhausted, pale, sweating from magical exertion. His ears drooped, his voice trembling. I've closed Mimi's wound. Barely, he said, wiping his forehead. But it's not enough. We've only bought time, not saved her. Ricardo's voice broke. Garfield's jaw clenched. Subaru lowered his head. They were running out of time. And Lust had just begun her game. From here, Priestella's nightmare would only escalate. And Subaru's role in the coming storm would drag him into deeper horrors than he had ever faced before. The desperation hanging in the air after Ferris's announcement felt heavier than any physical weight. Garfield's claws pierced the floor as he fought to keep himself from trembling. Ricardo pressed his fist to his forehead, muttering silent pleas for his sibling's survival. Even Otto, who was normally the group's voice of panicked practicality, found himself speechless. Subaru felt his throat tighten as he watched the people around him suffer, each carrying burdens he couldn't fully take away. But if he folded now, everything would crumble. He forced himself to inhale slowly, letting the panic simmer instead of boil over. The scattered pieces of panic inside him were still echoes of Wrath's curse from the previous loop, but he refused to let the memory overwhelm him. Too many people were relying on him. Anastasia's voice cut through the suffocating silence, steady and controlled. We can't stay paralyzed. The city's fallen, and Lust's demands are only going to grow worse. If she really is after that witch's bone, then we need to figure out why. Crush rose from her seat slowly, her posture dignified despite the lingering fatigue from her earlier injuries. Though she had lost her memories to Gluttony's authority, her noble resolve remained unshaken. We must handle Lust first. Her control over the towers makes her the linchpin of this crisis. Remove her, and we regain the city's water system. Subaru nodded. She's the loudest and the most active right now. If we stop her, we can stop the drowning. But Lust isn't like the others, Felix murmured softly. Her authority isn't just destructive, it's invasive. Subaru's stomach twisted as he recalled how Capella described her own beauty, her contempt for all life, her compulsive desire to shape others into perfection, which to her meant deformity, monstrosity, and agony. She warped flesh and bone like clay, turning victims into malformed caricatures for her amusement. He swallowed. Then we can't give her time. If she lays hands on civilians, on anyone, she'll twist them into nightmares. Julius stepped forward with calm precision. I will confront the Archbishop in the Eastern Tower. Subaru, Krush, your talents lie elsewhere. We'll need infiltration. A small team capable of slipping in unnoticed, striking fast, retreating faster. Subaru blinked hard. Me? Infiltration? Otto hissed. You're the least stealthy person here. Subaru ignored him. Why the Eastern Tower? Julius's eyes narrowed with quiet seriousness. Because I am the only one who can track her illusions, her transformations, her lies. My spirit arts counter her deception better than any other fighter we have. Ferris nodded weakly. If anyone can face Lust, it's Julius. His precision, his discipline, they're exactly the weapons needed. Crush stepped closer. Then Subaru and I will take the Southern Tower. If Lust is hiding something, if she's holding someone hostage, it will be there. Subaru hesitated. He remembered Lust's earlier broadcast. The way she taunted the city, the way she demanded the witch's bone, the way she giggled about her hidden treasure. Then he remembered the piece of information that chilled him from the inside out. Lust had claimed to have Amelia. It wasn't true. Amelia stood beside him, confused but unharmed. But the possibility that Lust had taken someone and made them into Amelia raised 1,000 terrible scenarios. We're going, Subaru said, voice low but steady. Crush will check the tower, find whoever Lust is holding, and figure out how she's controlling the water system. Crush nodded in agreement. Garfield tried to stand, but Ferris immediately pushed him back down. Absolutely not. You're injured, and if you go in with your emotions like this, Wrath's lingering curse will tear you apart. Garfield growled but did not deny it. He would only get in the way. He knew it, even if every instinct in his body screamed to protect those he loved. Subaru leaned down and squeezed Garfield's shoulder. Hey, you already saved my life today. Now it's my turn to cover you. Garfield clicked his tongue and turned his head away, but Subaru could tell he was fighting tears. You better not screw up, boss. Subaru forced a grin. Screwing up is my specialty, but so is fixing my messes. Beatrice tugged Subaru's sleeve. You're leaving Betty behind many times lately, I suppose. Subaru knelt to her height. Biko, I need you to stay here so Ferris doesn't collapse. We're already running low on healers. Beatrice puffed her cheeks, clearly unhappy, but Ferris, who looked ready to fall over, was enough reason for her to stay. Fine, I suppose, but you must come back. He smiled gently. Always. Moments later, Subaru and Krush slipped out of the city hall and into the smoke-filled streets, taking shelter behind debris as Lust's screeching broadcast crackled through the air again. "You filthy worms, you ugly pests! You dare resist my divine beauty? Come grovel, come beg, or drown like the trash you are." Krush glanced at Subaru. "She is theatrical." Subaru groaned. "She's unbearable." They crossed the canals, using the fallen debris and narrow wooden planks. Soldiers were evacuating civilians, ushering them into safer zones as whirlpools formed in the lower channels. The water system looked on the verge of total failure. Subaru gritted his teeth as he navigated the crumbling path. Lust's control of the southern tower meant she was squeezing the city like a child crushing an insect between their fingers. When they reached the tower, they slipped inside cautiously. Krush moved with calm, deliberate steps, while Subaru tried to match her stealth and failed miserably several times. The tower was eerily quiet, too quiet, and every distant drip of water echoed like a scream. Subaru whispered, "Something feels wrong." "It's too still," Krush replied. They ascended the spiraling stairs until they reached a chamber lit by pale blue lanterns. And there, standing alone in the center, was Amelia. Or someone who looked exactly like Amelia. Subaru froze. His breath vanished. The girl turned toward him, her violet eyes trembling with fear, her silver hair matted with tears, her posture frail as if she had suffered for hours. "Subaru," she whispered. Krush placed a hand on her sword. "Be cautious." Subaru's hands shook. His mind raced. His heart hammered. "Amelia." The girl stepped closer. "I'm so glad you came." Tears fell down her cheeks. "Subaru, I was so scared." His knees weakened. She looked exactly like Amelia. Sounded exactly like Amelia. But Amelia was at City Hall. Subaru felt his stomach twist in sickening realization. This was Lust's work. This was Capella. He opened his mouth to warn Krush, but the fake Amelia moved faster than any human. Her arm twisted, warped, stretched like molten wax, and became a razor-sharp blade of flesh, stabbing toward Subaru's chest. Krush reacted instantly, intercepting the attack with her sword. The blade of flesh clashed against steel, sparks crackling as the fake Amelia shrieked with inhuman laughter. "Yeah, ha 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 ha! Did you really think I'd let you touch the real thing? You ugly, filthy worms! Let me show you true beauty!" Her body twisted like liquid. Her face melted, her limbs unfolded. She grew into a monstrous, serpentine form of scales, wings and claws, a grotesque parody of a dragon. Subaru stumbled backward, barely catching himself. "Oh, come on, this is her beauty!" Krush gritted her teeth. "Brace yourself!" Lust's monstrous laughter echoed through the tower as the battle began. And Subaru realized she wasn't just guarding a hostage. She was the hostage. She had forced herself into Amelia's image to tear Subaru's heart apart. And she would do worse before this night ended. Capella's shrill laughter bounced off the curved stone walls of the tower as her body stretched, twisted, and reformed like molten tar given life. Her gigantic wings scraped the chamber's ceiling as she coiled in on herself, eyes glittering with malice and amusement. The grotesque parody of a dragon, scaled yet shifting, beautiful yet horrifying, loomed over Subaru and Krush as if savoring the moment they broke. Krush gripped her sword tightly, planting her stance. Despite the strain on her face, she did not flinch before the monstrosity. Subaru, on the other hand, fought the urge to collapse under the weight of terror and disgust rising inside him. His breathing turned uneven as flashes of trauma from previous loops flickered through his mind. Wrath suffocating emotions, gluttony whispering Rem's name, Regulus breaking reality. His chest throbbed with phantom pain. Capella's voice slithered into the air, dripping with venomous delight. "Oh, is little Subaru frightened? How cute! What's the matter? Don't you recognize your beloved Emilia-sama in her finest form?" Subaru forced himself to straighten. His hands trembled uncontrollably. He glared at her. "Don't you dare use her face again." Capella's neck twisted unnaturally, her head rotating upside down with a sickening crack. She smiled sweetly while upside down. Why not? Isn't she supposed to be your precious little princess? Shouldn't you be happy to see her? Come now, Subaru, worship her beauty. Her arms split into dozens of writhing tendrils, forming distorted hands as if asking for affection. Subaru gagged. Krush stepped in front of him, her voice solemn yet steady. Capella Emirata Lugunica, Archbishop of Lust, your delusions will end here. Capella's serpentine body pulsed with amusement. Delusions? Oh, darling, I am the reality you insects refuse to accept. Beauty is mine to define. Perfection is mine to sculpt. You creatures should be thanking me for improving your ugly little faces. She lunged. Crush's blade met the blow with a ringing crack that shook the tower's core. Subaru stumbled back from the sheer force of Crush's strike. Her memories may have been stolen, but her swordsmanship had not dulled. The clash of metal and mutated flesh echoed through the stone chamber as Crush parried a dozen slashing tendrils. Subaru tried to focus, to think of a plan, but Capella's voice wouldn't stop drilling into him. Mocking, teasing, taunting, each word aimed for his insecurities. Oh, Subaru-kun, you're trembling Tilda. How adorable. You're such a pathetic, weak little toy. I should make you more beautiful. Would you like a tail? Extra eyes? Perhaps a new face carved onto your stomach? How about I turn you into a puddle of skin and nerves, so Amelia-sama can hold you in her arms forever? Subaru froze. Her words stabbed directly into his deepest fears. The fear of being helpless, of being corrupted, of becoming a burden. Crush sensed his paralysis and shouted, Subaru, stay with me! He flinched, regaining a sliver of focus. Capella laughed. Even your knight is worried. How tragic, how pitiful, how delicious. Crush thrust forward, driving her blade deep into Capella's shifting torso. But instead of piercing vital tissue, the wound opened into a churning hole that sealed up instantly, sprouting dozens of new limbs that lashed out. Subaru ducked, stumbling behind a pillar as the flesh whips cracked the air above his head. He felt bile rise in his throat. The smell of Capella's distorted biology hit him like rot and perfume mixed together, nauseating and sweet enough to make his knees buckle. Crush deflected blow after blow until one tendril clipped her arm, drawing blood. She hissed in pain but held her ground. You are formidable, Capella purred, but even you can't hack away at perfection forever. She lunged again. This time, Crush was slightly slower. Subaru saw a massive tendril swinging toward her ribs. He didn't think. He threw himself into her, knocking her aside. The tendril grazed his shoulder, and Subaru screamed as it seared with a painful, burning sensation. Not physical, but as though his flesh was being rewritten. He collapsed, clutching the wound, trembling uncontrollably as it tried to distort his muscle and skin. Crush quickly swung her blade and severed the tendril near Subaru, stopping the mutation. Subaru gasped for air, eyes wide. What? What is that? Crush pressed her hand to the wound, slowing the transformation with sheer will. Lust does not merely wound flesh, she reshapes it. Be careful. Capella squealed in delight. Look at you two lovebirds, one of you protecting the other. How sweet, how nauseating. Shall I rewrite your love story? Turn one of you into a dragon and the other into a corpse? Or maybe fuse your bodies together? Shut up, Subaru screamed, voice cracking in panic. His heart pounded painfully, old trauma clawing up from the depths of his mind. Capella blinked in surprise and then burst into hysterical laughter. Oh my, there it is. That terror, that despair, that horrible, ugly expression. Subaru-kun, you're even more beautiful when you're falling apart. Crush rose, planting herself firmly between Subaru and Capella again. Her voice was cold steel. You will not touch him, Capella hissed. Oh, why protect a worm, a crawling, trembling, worthless creature? Because he is not worthless, Crush said. He has earned more respect than you ever will. Capella screeched, the sound scraping like claws across stone. Respect? For him! How dare you insult my beauty with such filth? She unleashed a spray of acidic liquid from her jaws. Crush blocked it with her blade, but droplets splashed across the floor, instantly melting stone into sizzling pits. Subaru stumbled back, grabbing Crush's sleeve. Crush, we have to move. We can't beat her like this. Crush nodded sharply. Then we retreat to regroup. Capella screeched louder, stretching her body across the room, blocking the exit with her massive wings. Oh, no you don't. You're going nowhere. We're just getting started. Subaru pulled Crush toward a narrow maintenance ladder, but Capella lunged with impossible speed only, for Crush to swing her sword downward, slicing a support beam. The floor beneath Capella gave way. The monstrous Archbishop plunged through the collapsing stone, roaring as her body crashed into the lower level of the tower. Crush grabbed Subaru's wrist. Run! They scrambled upward, lungs burning, hearts pounding. Behind them, Capella's shrieks echoed as she forced her twisted body back through the rubble. You think you can run from me? I am beauty. I am perfection. I am everything you filth are not. Subaru glanced down once. Her shifting form crawled up the walls like a nightmarish spider. He sprinted harder. Up above, Julius was fighting the other half of the lust threat. Capella's illusions, distortions, and the fake versions she had scattered across the city. Meanwhile, City Hall was under siege from Sloth's rampaging forces. Ferris struggled to keep Mimi alive. Otto coordinated evacuations while trembling. Garfield fought against himself, torn between protecting his siblings and joining Subaru. Priestella was collapsing on every front, and Capella was accelerating the fall. Subaru and Crush burst through a side exit, collapsing behind a crumbling pillar as Capella's echoing screams rattled the tower. Subaru panted heavily, eyes wide with dread. She's insane. Crush wiped sweat from her brow. This is the Archbishop of Lust. Her madness is precise, focused, deliberate. Subaru stared at her. How do we even fight someone like that? Crush looked toward the tower with fierce eyes. We don't fight her alone. We must find her core weakness, and we must regroup. Subaru nodded weakly. But deep down, he knew the battle against Capella was just beginning. And Lust was not done with him. Not even close. While Subaru and Crush fled the tower, dust choking their throats and Capella's screams echoing behind them, like the shrieks of a wounded monster. Another battle raged elsewhere in the city, one just as crucial, just as harrowing. Julius Euculius, the Knight of the Sword, raced through the dim corridors of another tower, his breathing steady despite the cuts lining his arms and the bruises forming beneath his skin. The shadows flickered unnaturally along the walls, and distorted voices whispered from every corner, mocking him, tempting him, begging him to lower his guard. This was Capella's domain. Not of raw physical terror like she unleashed on Subaru and Crush, but a domain of deception, illusions, and identity-shattering trickery. Julius parried a strike from a figure that looked exactly like Anastasia, only for the illusion to dissolve into a mass of slimy flesh when pierced. He spun, drove his blade into the face of Ferris, who laughed before liquefying into a puddle of gore. He dodged the claws of a fake Garfield, whose snarling visage melted into a mocking smile before fading into smoke. Capella's laughter drifted down from above, taunting and melodic. What's wrong, beautiful knight? Can't you tell who's real anymore? How tragic, how delicious, how ugly your false confidence looks. Julius's brow furrowed, but he never lost control. He shut his eyes for a brief moment and let the spirits singing around him guide his limbs. The air itself whispered which forms were real and which were false. His sword moved with precision, cutting down the illusions that approached with inhuman rhythm. But with each one destroyed, 3 more materialized, each wearing a face he knew. His own face appeared next, and spoke with his own voice. Nobody needs you. Julius crushed it without hesitation. He had long conquered the ghost of insecurity. Meanwhile, back in the Southern District, Subaru and Crush crouched behind a cracked stone wall, catching their breath as Capella's monstrous roars continued to echo from inside the tower. Dust drifted down like ash. The smell of melted stone and acidic venom still lingered in the air. Subaru leaned heavily on his knees, trembling. That thing, that was Capella. How is she even real? Crush rested a calming hand on his shoulder. Lust's authority allows her to manipulate living tissue. She can reshape herself endlessly into whatever form she finds beautiful. In truth, she has no stable form at all. Subaru swallowed hard. She called herself perfection. Crush's eyes darkened. Because she believes the world is flawed, and only she may correct it. Subaru shivered. The idea of someone with Capella's power judging the world's beauty was horrifying. As the dust settled further, Crush turned her gaze toward the tower's broken side. We must search for the hostage she mentioned. If she is using that person to manipulate the system, or to bait you, we cannot leave them in her grasp. Subaru nodded, though a pit of dread settled in his stomach. Capella's illusions were unmatched. She twisted appearances, personalities, even behaviors. Anyone she touched risked becoming an abomination. The thought of stepping deeper into her territory frightened him more than he wanted to admit. Still, they pushed forward, slipping back into the lower floors of the tower through a collapsed section. The walls here were damp, the floor slick with a mixture of water and some viscous fluid Subaru didn't want to identify. Crush lifted a lantern, illuminating the narrow hallway ahead. Subaru whispered, if Capella forged someone to look like Amelia, then who is the real hostage? Before Crush could answer, a faint whimper reached them. Subaru's blood froze. It came from behind a partially collapsed door. The two exchanged a look, then pushed the debris aside. Inside the small chamber, huddled against the wall, was a girl, small, terrified, trembling violently. She had silver hair, violet eyes, a blue and white dress torn in several places. Her face, her voice when she gasped in fear. Everything resembled Amelia. But her body was mangled, distorted, scales ran along sections of her skin. Her cheeks were misaligned as if forcibly reshaped. Her limbs bent at unnatural angles. She looked like a half-finished sculpture someone abandoned in disgust. Ah! When she saw Subaru, she sobbed. Subaru, help! Me! Subaru stumbled backward, nearly falling. Crush's hand immediately moved to her sword. This is a victim, Subaru whispered hoarsely. Not Capella. The girl trembled violently. She made me like this. She said it would be beautiful. Subaru felt bile rise in his throat. He wanted to scream, but his voice caught. His fingers shook as he knelt beside the girl, overwhelmed with grief and anger. Crush knelt too, inspecting the girl carefully. She is alive, conscious, but her body has been altered beyond normal magic. The girl sobbed harder. Please, make it stop. Make me normal again. Subaru clenched his fists. This was Capella's beauty. This was her art. This was her sin. He forced himself to speak gently. We'll save you, I swear. We'll get Ferris or Beatrice or someone who can heal this. Just hold on. The girl reached weakly for him. Don't leave me. His breath hitched. We won't. But inside, he felt the weight of dread. What if they couldn't undo this? What if Beatrice couldn't fix it? What if this curse was permanent? He refused to think further. Crush rose, face hardening with a warrior's resolve. Subaru, now that we've found her, we must secure her and retreat. Capella may be regenerating. Subaru nodded weakly and helped steady the girl. But as they began to move, a boom shook the tower. Crush's head snapped upward. That came from above. Subaru felt his stomach drop. Julius? Meanwhile, high above them, Julius stood in a circle of flames and illusions. Capella's projected bodies taunted him from every direction, each shifting shape mocking his resilience. Poor knight. You look tired. Why not fall to your knees? Why not let me make you beautiful? Julius wiped the blood from his lip. I do not seek beauty from someone who cannot see her own ugliness, Capella screeched. You know nothing of beauty. Her illusions all screamed simultaneously. The tower shook violently as her rage escalated, disrupting the fragile infrastructure. Julius braced himself as debris fell around him. But then something unexpected happened. The illusions froze. Every false form of Capella turned toward the city hall. Even Julius sensed something shift. Capella whispered through a dozen mouths. "Oh, they're moving. How fun!" And her illusions dissolved. Julius's eyes widened. Capella wasn't retreating. She was changing targets. Subaru, Krush, the hostage, City Hall. Everyone, everything, was now part of her next move. Meanwhile, deep below, Subaru felt a cold dread settle in his chest. Krush, she's coming. Krush tightened her grip on her sword. Let her. We will not allow her to break us. But Subaru knew Capella wasn't coming to break them. She was coming to finish her performance. And the witch cult had more horrors to unleash before the night was through. Subaru felt the air shift before he heard anything. A heavy, suffocating pressure descended on the tower, as if the very stone held its breath in anticipation of something monstrous approaching. Krush sensed it as well. She turned sharply, her hand tightening around her sword hilt, eyes narrowing with a warrior's instinct. Even the mutilated girl between them whimpered quietly as the oppressive aura slithered through the cracks of the tower walls. Capella Emerata Lugunica was moving, not aimlessly, not randomly, but with intent. And her target was no longer just Subaru and Krush. It was the entire city hall. Krush, Subaru whispered, swallowing the rising dread clogging his throat. We have to get this girl out, now. Krush nodded. We move, quickly, but carefully. Subaru lifted the weakened girl onto his back. Her body felt disjointed and fragile, as if one wrong shift might snap a bone twisted in unnatural directions. She clung to him weakly, trembling against his shoulder. Her breathing hitched with each step. Subaru's throat tightened with guilt and anger. Anger at Capella for doing this. Anger at himself for not stopping it sooner. Anger at the world for even allowing such cruelty. The three of them hurried through the fractured lower corridor. With every step, dust shook loose from the ceiling as the tower groaned under Capella's weight and rage above. Her screeching voice carried downward through the cracks like a piercing echo. Oh, you pathetic little insects! You think you can steal my toy? You think you can run? How ugly, how filthy, how delightfully stupid! Subaru flinched as her laughter sliced through the air like knives. The girl on his back whimpered and buried her face into his shoulder. Krush grabbed his arm. Do not listen. Her words are weapons. I know, Subaru murmured shakily. Doesn't make them hurt less. As they approached the exit, a sudden tremor rippled through the ground. Debris cracked under their feet. A sharp shockwave burst through the tower's interior, collapsing several wooden beams directly behind them. Subaru stumbled but didn't fall, shielding the girl's mutated form with his body. Krush reached out, steadying him. Move! She's breaking through the lower floors! They burst through the side doorway, just in time to see a massive wing, dripping with flesh and scales, smash through the outer wall above them. The monstrous head that followed had Amelia's face stretched grotesquely across a dragon-like skull. Capella's eyes gleamed with gleeful rage. Found you, Tilda! Subaru's heart nearly stopped. Krush shoved him forward. Run! They sprinted through the flooding street, slipping between broken carts and fallen bricks. The water level had risen even higher in this district, swirling violently around their ankles. The rushing currents nearly swept Subaru off his feet several times, but he kept pushing forward. Behind them, Capella squeezed her massive body out of the shattered tower wall, chunks of stone falling like hail around her. Her tail lashed across the street, pulverizing debris. Her wings beat with unnatural intensity, sending gusts of wind strong enough to rip shingles off rooftops. Subaru risked a glance back and instantly regretted it. Capella's face split into two vertical halves, revealing rows of teeth inside her skull, layered in spirals like a blooming flower of nightmares. Come back to me, Subaru Tilda! We're not finished yet! Subaru nearly tripped on pure terror. Krush shouted over the roaring wind. Head toward the city hall. If we regroup with Julius and the others, we stand a chance. Subaru nodded weakly, forcing his legs to keep moving even as adrenaline burned through him like fire. But Capella wasn't chasing only them. She was moving toward the central district. City Hall. Amelia, Beatrice, Garfield, Ferris, Mimi, Ricardo, Anastasia. Everyone. Subaru looked back again, and this time he saw not Capella, but the flooding city behind her. Water spouted violently from the canals. Bridges collapsed into the churning waves. Houses tilted precariously as foundations washed away. Citizens screamed from upper balconies as the streets below disappeared beneath dark water. Priestella was drowning, and Lust's rampage was accelerating the destruction. As Subaru and Crush raced toward the upper walkways, they found Otto sprinting toward them from the opposite street, breathless and pale. "Subaru! Crush-sama!" he shouted, waving frantically. "City Hall is under attack. Something huge is headed straight for it." Subaru gasped. "Capella?" "Yes, and something else," Otto stuttered, leaning against a pillar as he struggled to breathe. "There's a gigantic shadow approaching from the North Tower. Sloth's forces are moving too, and Greed was spotted on a rooftop near the central bridge." Subaru felt his blood turn to ice. Multiple fronts were collapsing at once. This wasn't chaos. It was a coordinated tightening of an invisible noose. Capella from the east. Sloth from the north. Gluttony from below. Greed from above. Every archbishop was closing in. Priestella was becoming a killbox. Crush's face hardened. "We must reach the others immediately." But before they could move another step, a massive explosion erupted near City Hall. A plume of black smoke billowed into the sky. A shockwave rippled through the district, knocking Subaru, Otto, and Crush off their feet. Subaru shielded the mutated girl with his body again, gritting his teeth as debris rained down around them. Otto screamed, "They breached the front entrance!" Subaru's heart hammered. Amelia was there. Beatrice was there. Ferris, Mimi, Ricardo, Anastasia, everyone. Subaru's vision blurred with fear, but then sharpened into determination. He staggered to his feet, ignoring the pain shooting through his legs. "We go, now." Crush stood beside him, equally resolved. Otto nodded, trembling but steadfast. The three raced as fast as the rising water would allow. But Subaru's thoughts blurred with panic. What if Amelia was hurt? What if Beatrice couldn't defend herself? What if Ricardo lost Mimi? What if Ferris collapsed? What if Garfield rushed into danger alone? What if he was too late? His lungs burned, his heart pounded painfully, his mind screamed. Yet he ran. As they approached City Hall, they saw the aftermath of the explosion. Walls blown open, rubble scattered across the plaza, smoke choking the air. Inside, they could hear roaring, Garfield's fierce, desperate roar, and someone else's voice, shrieking, manic, ecstatic. "Ah, Sloth!" The new Archbishop of Sloth had breached the main chamber, wielding countless invisible hands that ripped apart everything in sight. His voice echoed through the hall. "So much work! So much to do! Why must I do everything? Why is nobody working harder? Ah!" Garfield fought him tooth and claw, each clash sending shockwaves through the building. Amelia stood behind a barrier of ice, protecting Beatrice and Ferris as they sheltered Mimi. Beatrice had her hands pressed to Mimi's forehead, trying to pour the tiniest pulses of mana into her fading life spark. Ferris's voice cracked. "Betty, don't push yourself!" Beatrice shouted back. "Betty will push as hard as she must." Subaru couldn't breathe. He ran inside. "Emilia!" Her head snapped around. When she saw him, her entire face broke, into relief, into fear, into love. "Subaru!" He nearly collapsed into her arms. But the threat was far from over. Because Capella arrived. She burst through the opposite wall of City Hall not as a dragon, not as a twisted beast, but as a towering woman with wings of molten gold and a body dripping with liquid steel. Her voice echoed like a nightmare. "Hello, little Subaru missed me." The City Hall trembled. And Subaru realized this wasn't a battle anymore. This was survival. City Hall shook as Capella's molten wings tore through what remained of the far wall, molten shards dripping from her body like burning oil. Her new form towered over everyone, tall, slender, elegant in shape yet horrifying in substance. Her limbs shimmered with metallic scales that rippled like liquid gold, her skin glossy like polished obsidian, and her eyes molten red with madness. She radiated heat so intense the nearby floor began to soften, steam rising from every step she took. Subaru instinctively stepped in front of Amelia and the others, even though his legs trembled uncontrollably. Every instinct screamed to run, but every bond he held forced him to stay. Amelia grabbed his sleeve immediately, her grip tight enough to bruise. She sensed the panic in him even before he breathed it. "Subaru, stay with me. Don't freeze." He nodded shakily. "I'm here." Capella's gaze slid lazily across the room, half-lidded with contempt and hunger. Her lips stretched into an impossibly wide grin. "Oh, how precious. Look at you all huddled together like scared little rats. Should I melt you? Slice you? Twist you upside down? The possibilities make me tingle tilde." Garfield, bruised and panting, still blocked Sloth's invisible hands with his claws. "Subaru, Amelia, get back! I'll tear this freak apart." Sloth, a gaunt, twitching figure, whose limbs shook with unending exhaustion, screeched and flailed his intangible hands in every direction. "Work, work, 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 work. Why must I do everything myself? Why must you make me suffer like this? Laziness is bliss, but I'm not allowed any bliss. Oh!" Ferris flinched as an invisible hand cracked the stone beside him. "This is bad. This is really bad. Garfield can't keep blocking forever." Beatrice's small hands trembled against Mimi's forehead. "Betty can't hold the spell much longer. Subaru, hurry!" Subaru turned toward their wounded hostage, the half-transformed Amelia look-alike, who whimpered weakly behind the barricade of broken furniture. She clutched her mutated limbs, body trembling under Capella's curses. And Capella noticed her. Her pupils narrowed. Her grin widened. "Oh, my perfect little masterpiece. Did you enjoy your time with Subaru?" She hissed sweetly, voice melting into a screech. "Did you cry for help? Did you show him your beauty?" The girl screamed, hiding behind Subaru's silhouette. Capella's molten body shivered with ecstasy. "Yes, yes, that fear, that shame. How exquisite, Tilda. I knew I sculpted you well." Subaru's stomach churned with disgust and rage. "She is not your masterpiece. She's a victim." Capella's neck elongated grotesquely, her head sliding closer to Subaru, until her molten breath washed over his cheek. "Victim? No, no, darling. She was born to be ugly, born to be flawed. I merely corrected her. I made her special." Crush stepped forward, sword gleaming. "Your definition of beauty is twisted beyond reason. Release her. Now." Capella's molten face twisted. "You dare judge me? You who walk in stolen flesh? You who stumble blind through life with no memories? You are a walking imperfection. Yet you speak of beauty?" Crush didn't flinch. "If being imperfect means rejecting your madness, then I embrace it fully." Capella screeched, her wings flaring outward, splashing molten droplets across the floor. Stones sizzled and melted beneath each drop. "Disgusting, ungrateful, filthy, I should remake you all." She raised her arms, and the metallic liquid coating her body surged outward in a wave of molten death. "Duck!" Subaru screamed, throwing himself over the hostage. Crush deflected the molten wave with a desperate slash, steam erupting where steel met burning metal. Amelia slammed her hands into the ground, summoning a massive dome of ice that sizzled upon contact with Capella's molten attack. Steam filled the hall, choking, burning, blinding. Garfield roared, struggling against Sloth's invisible assault. "Damn it, can't see!" Sloth screamed louder, his voice breaking into manic laughter and hysteria. "Everyone is working, 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 and I'm still tired. Stop working harder than me!" His invisible hands swarmed the room, smashing pillars and shattering windows. Amelia reinforced her ice barrier as best she could, but sweat dripped down her face as cracks began to splinter through the ice. Capella giggled. Oh, is the little spirit user getting tired, Tilda? How pathetic. How adorable. What if I cut your face off and glue it to your stomach? Wouldn't that be lovely? Subaru felt his blood freeze. He had seen Capella's creations before. Warped bodies, twisted families, people forced to turn into grotesque mockeries. He couldn't let her lay a finger on Amelia or Beatrice. He felt Wrath's phantom curse flicker inside him, but he forced it down. He couldn't collapse here. He would not collapse here. He pushed himself to his feet, ignoring his trembling. Krush! Amelia, Biko! Listen, Capella's weakness isn't her body. Amelia shouted into the steam. Subaru, what do you mean? She keeps regenerating, he said, voice cracking. It doesn't matter how much you cut her or burn her. Her body isn't her real form. The real Capella is inside. Krush narrowed her eyes. So we must strike her core. Ferris looked up sharply. But where is it? Her form is constantly shifting. Subaru swallowed hard. Biko said her authority reshapes flesh, but it must anchor to something constant, something stable. Her core body, her original form, must be protected inside the monstrous one. Krush nodded. Then we must find it. Garfield snarled, slamming aside one of Sloth's invisible hands. I'll tear every piece of her apart until we find her real damn face. But Subaru shook his head. No, we don't have the time. City Hall's collapsing. Mimi's dying. Sloth is tearing through the ice, and Capella is about to do something even worse. Before anyone could respond, Capella's laughter shifted into an ecstatic crescendo. Oh, Subaru Tilda, if you think my beauty ends here, then let me show you. My true perfection. Her molten wings snapped outward. Her body melted into a pool of metallic sludge, then reformed, larger, taller, more monstrous. A hybrid of dragon, woman, and metallic beast, each limb reshaping with shrieks of transforming bone and steel. Her beauty was a grotesque nightmare, a sculpture made of hate and molten ambition. She towered over them, her shadow swallowing the entire hall. Otto stumbled backward, screaming, Subaru, what is that? Ferris choked, eyes wide. This aura, it's toxic mana. Amelia stepped forward, aura blazing with ice-blue light. Stay behind me. But Capella didn't attack. She smiled, and her voice lowered into something dark, intimate, and cruel. Do you know why I came here, Subaru? He couldn't speak. Capella leaned down, molten eyes narrowing. To show you what Amelia should look like. Amelia stiffened. Beatrice froze. Even Sloth paused. Capella's body rippled, and she reshaped herself into a twisted, corrupted, monstrous version of Amelia. Silver hair dripping like molten silver. Violet eyes stretched too wide. Limbs too long. Face too perfect in its deformity. Subaru's heart stopped. No, Amelia whispered, voice breaking. Capella giggled. Isn't she beautiful? Subaru screamed. For a heartbeat, the world stopped. Amelia stood frozen, her chest tightening painfully, staring at the abomination wearing her face. Capella's monstrous parody swayed with twisted grace, silver hair flowing like melted mercury. Violet eyes stretched wide with mocking adoration. Limbs elongated to an inhuman elegance. Every curve of her form was designed to mock Amelia's beauty, to corrupt it, to stain it. The sight stabbed deep into Amelia's heart, twisting something delicate and vulnerable inside her. Subaru felt his breath vanish. His throat tightened painfully. His heartbeat spiked, and Wrath's curse flickered violently. Subaru, no! Beatrice cried, grabbing his shirt as his knees wobbled. Subaru's mind spiraled. The image of Amelia, his Amelia, distorted, violated, turned into a monstrous reflection. It dug into a cavern of fear he didn't know he still had. He had seen her dead in other worlds. He had watched her freeze alone. He had died before her countless times. But this perversion, broke something primal inside him. He shuddered. Stop, stop, stop! Capella laughed with delighted cruelty. What's the matter, Subaru-kun? Do you not like my improvement of your precious Emilia-sama? I thought you adored her. Isn't this beautiful? Isn't this what you want? Emilia stepped forward, tears burning in her eyes. Not of fear, but fury. How dare you? How dare you use my face like that? How dare you make fun of Subaru's feelings? How dare you hurt innocent people? Capella tilted her warped head, then smirked. "Oh, how cute. She's angry, Tilda. But anger is ugly, Emilia-sama. Let me sculpt you into something better." She lunged. Emilia reacted instantly, slamming her palms downward as a pillar of ice erupted from the ground. The freezing air hissed as it collided with Capella's molten form. Steam burst outward violently, filling the hall with a choking cloud. Subaru covered the hostage with his body, coughing heavily as the hot vapor stung his lungs. Emilia's ice magic clashed against Capella's molten transformation, creating a battlefield of extremes. Blistering heat and bitter cold tearing the room apart. Crush rushed forward, blade cutting through the steam. "Subaru, move back further!" He staggered toward Beatrice and Mimi's group, clutching the mutated hostage tightly. His heart throbbed painfully. Wrath's curse still trembled just under the surface, threatening to break loose. Emilia's distorted image, Capella's taunting laughter, the overwhelming danger. They all pushed him closer to collapse. But Emilia's voice pulled him back. "Subaru, I need you!" He snapped back into awareness, vision sharpening, breath stabilizing, slightly. She wasn't calling for help. She was calling him back to himself. And that made all the difference. Capella emerged from the steam, molten limbs reshaping again, this time forming serpentine whips that cracked through the air with burning force. Emilia dodged and retaliated with sharp ice spears. The two elements clashed in chaotic bursts, melting, freezing, exploding into shards. Crush joined Emilia, her blade slicing through Capella's molten whips, creating openings for Emilia to strike. But the fight was unbalanced. Capella regenerated endlessly. Capella's body was a lie. Capella wanted them to exhaust themselves. Meanwhile, Sloth grew even more frantic. Why? Why am I still working? Why can't anyone else do this? You're all just watching me suffer. Work harder. Work, work, work. Invisible hands slammed into Garfield again and again, each strike rattling the hall. Garfield roared in pain but refused to fall. "You want to work? Fine. I'll work your face into the floor." But the truth was clear. Garfield was barely standing. Ferris was stretched thin, keeping Mimi alive. Beatrice had almost no mana left. Otto was scrambling across the balcony, coordinating evacuations while trembling in terror. Ricardo was fending off Sloth's additional henchmen pouring through the side entrance. Anastasia hid behind a pillar, issuing orders between choking coughs from the steam. It was too much. It was falling apart, and Subaru felt it in his bones. Emilia deflected another molten strike. "Subaru, think, there has to be a pattern. How is she controlling her form?" Subaru squeezed his eyes shut, forcing his panic back. "Her transformations, they're all based on idealized images, her own ideals of beauty. Her delusion creates her body." Krush parried a molten limb. "Meaning?" "Meaning she can't change what she doesn't understand." Capella froze for a half second. Subaru's eyes widened. She can't imitate things she considers ugly, or things she doesn't comprehend as beautiful. Emilia tightened her stance. "So she has a weakness in what she recognizes." Capella snarled, molten jaws snapping in irritation. "What a rude thing to say! Everything I use is beautiful. Everything I touch becomes perfect." Subaru shouted back, "Then why didn't you imitate your own form when we first saw you? Why did you use Emilia's face? Why use hosts? Why use victims? Because your true body, your original shape, is disgusting even to you." Capella's molten wings spasmed violently. Steam blasted outward. Her breathing turned ragged and furious. "You insignificant wretch!" Subaru's entire body trembled. He had just enraged a Sin Archbishop. Amelia and Crush braced for impact. But something else happened. Capella's monstrous form flickered. Just for a second. Her silhouette warped, glitching between forms, the Amelia parody, distorting like broken glass. "Crush!" Subaru shouted. "That's her core. When her illusion breaks, her true form wavers. Strike then!" Crush nodded sharply. "Amelia, cover me!" Amelia unleashed a barrage of ice crystals that exploded around Capella, forcing her to shield her face with molten wings. Crush lunged through the steam, her blade shining with focused intent. Capella shrieked and reshaped her torso into a massive plated maw. But Crush's strike was not meant to kill. It was meant to expose. Her blade pierced through the plated layers and struck something underneath. Capella shrieked in agony. From the wound, something vile oozed, not molten metal, not flesh, but a black, tar-like substance that steamed violently as it hit the ground. Beatrice's eyes widened. "That's her original form. Her real body is inside." Capella staggered backward, howling. "Disgusting! Disgusting! Disgusting! You dare touch my beauty? You dare make me ugly!" Subaru breathed hard. "Crush, again!" "Amelia, freeze her core when it appears." They had a plan. A real, tangible chance. But before they could act, Sloth shrieked louder than ever, his face twisting into a mask of rage. "No more work! No more effort! Stop stealing my thrill!" His invisible hands hurled Garfield across the hall, smashing him into a pillar. Then in a horrifying twist, Sloth's authority surged outward, grabbing Capella. Capella screamed, "Let go of me, you filthy, ugh!" But Sloth didn't care. He wasn't helping her. He was punishing her. You're doing too much. You're working harder than me. Stop it. Stop it right now." He threw Capella across the hall like a rag doll. The collision shattered her molten blend of forms and nearly exposed her core again. Subaru's eyes widened. This was it, a chance created by the chaos. He grabbed Amelia's hand. "Now!" Amelia summoned a massive spear of ice, its surface singing with pure mana and shimmering with pale blue light. Crush darted forward. Garfield, broken but defiant, lunged with his remaining strength. The mutated hostage watched from behind Subaru, trembling, eyes pleading silently. Capella looked up, horrified, her molten beauty collapsing into unstable shapes. "No, no, stop!" But it was too late. Crush struck, first piercing the unstable layers and forcing Capella's body to split open. Amelia's ice spear struck next, narrowly grazing the core, freezing part of it solid. Capella howled in agony as her monstrous form trembled uncontrollably. Subaru gasped. They had found her weakness. But they still hadn't won. Capella dissolved into the air with a scream, slipping through the collapsing floor like liquid shadow. "This isn't over, Subaru. I'll show you true beauty. I'll shape the whole city." She fled. Crush collapsed to one knee. Amelia fell beside Subaru, catching herself on his arm. Garfield slumped against the debris, panting heavily. Ferris sobbed with relief as Mimi's pulse steadied. But Subaru knew this wasn't victory. This was only survival, and Lust would return fiercer than ever. Understood. Continuing Rezero Volume 17. Extended Summary Part 8 in the same emotional, immersive, paragraph-only storytelling style, picking up exactly where Part 7 ended. This part will again be approximately 1,500 words. Rezero Volume 17. Extended Summary, Part 8, approximately 1,500 words. Continuous long-form narration continues. The sound of Capella's retreating screams echoed through the shattered halls of City Hall, long after her molten body slipped into the depths below. The air still rippled with heat, with the scent of scorched stone and bitter steam lingering in every breath. Subaru leaned against a broken pillar, chest heaving, trying desperately to calm the frantic pounding of his heart. Amelia crouched beside him, her eyes still burning with the remnants of fury and fear. Crush wiped her blade against her torn sleeve, her posture rigid even as exhaustion seeped into her movements. Garfield lay on his back, panting heavily, a mixture of blood and sweat streaking down his cheeks, but still alive. The brief silence felt unnatural on a battlefield that had been roaring with chaos seconds before. But it didn't last. Sloth shrieked somewhere deeper inside the hall, hurling invisible hands in wild fits of rage. Ricardo and several Iron Fang warriors struggled to hold the line against him. Otto dodged behind a broken desk as an invisible force split the wooden frame in half-inches from his head. Ferris clutched Mimi's fragile form, whispering desperate encouragements despite trembling hands. Subaru pushed himself upright. "We can't stop here. Capella's hurt, but she's not finished. If she recovers," Crush nodded, sheathing her sword, "we pursue her immediately. Every second she's alive puts the city at risk." Amelia stood and wiped her eyes, steadying her breath. "Subaru and I will follow her. Crush, stay with Ferris and the others in case Sloth breaks through." Crush frowned. "Are you certain? You're both exhausted." Subaru forced a grin that barely held together. "If we wait until we're well rested, Capella will rewrite half the city's population into her masterpieces. We don't have time." Beatrice toddled over, cheeks puffed with anger even through her exhaustion. "Subaru isn't well rested at all, I suppose. His emotional flow is unstable. His pulse is erratic. Betty will protest this entire plan." Subaru knelt and gently touched her head. "Biko, I'm not fine. I know that, but we'll be worse off if we don't stop Capella now." Beatrice's eyes brimmed with tears. "I don't want to lose you again. Not again." He pulled her into a brief, fierce hug. "You won't." He hoped that wasn't a lie. Amelia touched Subaru's shoulder, steady warmth grounding him. "Let's go," before she regains control. As they approached the exit, the mutated hostage, still trembling from fear, reached out with her twisted, fragile hands. Don't leave me, please." Subaru felt a pang of guilt. Her silver hair, even in its corrupted state, reminded him painfully of Amelia. He crouched and gently placed a hand on her trembling head. "We'll come back for you," he whispered. "I swear. Just stay with Crush and the others. They'll protect you." Her shattered voice cracked. "Please, kill her. Don't let her do this to anyone else." There was no fear of death in those eyes, only fear of Capella. Subaru nodded, throat tight. "We won't let her hurt anyone else." With that vow echoing inside him, he and Amelia raced outside, only to find the city transformed into a hellscape. Flames burned along rooftops. Water surged through broken canals. Bridges collapsed under the rising currents. And worst of all, Capella's shrieking laughter echoed from the sky. Subaru's stomach dropped. "She's flying." Amelia narrowed her eyes. "Then she's planning something big." Before they could move, Julius sprinted across a crumbling walkway leading from another tower, blood-soaked but breathing hard. His cape was torn, his armor cracked. His eyes flashed with urgency. "Amelia! Subaru! You must hurry! Capella is moving toward the western tower." Subaru blinked. "The western tower? Why?" Julius inhaled shakily. "Because that tower houses the central water regulation crystal. If she corrupts it, Priestella's entire water system will collapse immediately." Amelia's hands shot to her mouth. "She'll drown the city!" "Or worse," Julius said darkly. "She may poison the water with her flesh manipulation." Imagine the entire population turning into her creations at once. Subaru felt his blood run cold. Amelia stepped forward, her expression sharpening. "Lead us, quickly." Julius nodded but raised a hand. "Before we go, Subaru." Subaru blinked. "What?" Julius's solemn eyes met his. "Be careful. Capella is no longer fighting with strategy or pride. She is fighting out of spite, out of wounded vanity. That makes her twice as dangerous." Subaru exhaled. "We noticed." Together the three raced through Priestella's ruined streets. Water surged at their feet, sometimes pulling at their boots. The sky glowed red from distant fires. Screams echoed distantly from collapsing districts. The chaos of lust, sloth, greed, and gluttony overlapping had turned Priestella into a labyrinth of death. Subaru and Amelia eventually reached the Western Tower, a massive structure built into the city's central waterway. Its foundations shook violently as Capella clung to its exterior, her monstrous form spiraling around the tower like a snake made of molten steel. Amelia stepped forward, magic forming at her palms. "She's trying to break in!" Capella's laughter sent a chill through the air. "Oh, look, Tilda, my ugly little bugs followed me. Come to ruin my new masterpiece? How adorable." Subaru yelled upward. "Capella, stop! If you break that tower, you'll kill everyone." Capella cocked her monstrous head. "Why shouldn't I kill them? They're all imperfect. They're all ugly. It's my divine mission to remake everything." Her molten tail slammed into the tower again, cracking the crystal control chamber. Amelia raised a massive ice pillar from the water, smashing Capella and knocking her off balance. The monster shrieked and writhed, reforming wings to stabilize herself. Julius leapt forward, slashing into a tendril. "Now, Amelia!" Amelia unleashed a spiral of ice shards that exploded against Capella's torso. Subaru crouched behind a crumbled portion of the tower, searching for her weakness. "Where's her core? Come on, show me something!" Julius shouted between clashes. "Look for exposed tar-like matter. It reacts violently when struck." Subaru scanned her, constantly shifting for more. Molten gold, hardened scales, liquid limbs, molten wings weight. A flash, a black pulse from beneath her left rib. Her core. Subaru felt adrenaline shoot through him. "Julius, Amelia, her core, I see it." Capella's molten head snapped downward. "You see nothing, you worthless little rat." She launched at Subaru. He froze momentarily. Amelia screamed, "Subaru, move!" He dove aside as Capella's molten claws tore through the stone behind him, melting it instantly. Julius intercepted her with a slash. Amelia coated Subaru with a thin sheet of frost that hardened around his arms and chest, protecting him from the heat. Subaru gasped for air. "I'm okay. I'm okay. Just keep her busy." Cracks spread across the tower's foundation. The water beneath surged upward, threatening to flood the chamber ahead of schedule. Capella shrieked, voice breaking. "I'll destroy everything you love, Subaru. I'll make the whole city look like me." Subaru trembled, but not in fear this time. In rage. "You won't touch them!" Amelia and Julius moved simultaneously. Amelia froze Capella's right wing. Julius slashed her left. Capella shrieked as her molten form destabilized. The core pulsed again. Exposed. Subaru saw it. Everything slowed. Amelia shouted, "Subaru, now!" He hurled a chunk of ice-coated debris with all his strength. It struck the exposed core, and Capella let out the most horrifying scream yet, her entire form convulsing violently. Steam exploded outward. Light fractured, and Capella began to fall, but not dead, melting, shrinking, reforming, into something far more dangerous. She was transforming into her final form. Subaru's breath trembled. "She's not done. She's changing again." The water tower cracked. Amelia gasped. Julius tightened his grip, and Priestella trembled. The next stage of the battle would be the deadliest yet. The moment Subaru's makeshift projectile struck Capella's exposed core, her molten silhouette convulsed violently, twisting in on itself like wax melting under an inferno. A shriek high enough to shred nerves tore through the collapsing tower and echoed across the flooded district. Amelia flinched, covering her ears. Julius staggered back a step, blade held upright as a shield against the pressure of the sound. Subaru stumbled, nearly falling to his knees as the vibration rattled through his bones. Steam burst from Capella's body in a violent plume, obscuring her form entirely. For a moment, the world blurred white. Then something moved inside the steam. A shape, a silhouette, growing, shifting, unfolding. Julius's voice trembled. "Everyone, brace yourselves." Subaru's throat tightened. "Oh no!" As the steam began to settle, the new form revealed itself, and even Subaru, who had seen horrors that scarred him deep into his soul, felt his breath freeze. Capella had become a city-sized nightmare. Her body rose like a colossal centipede made of molten gold and rotting silver, segments stacked with hundreds of limbs that resembled elongated fingers. Faces, twisted, screaming faces, pressed against the surface of her metallic flesh like victims trapped beneath ice. Her wings had multiplied, sprouting from each segment like broken fans. Her neck stretched upward in serpentine coils, ending in a face twisted somewhere between Amelia's and her own, but larger, distorted, dripping with molten venom. Her voice echoed from every face embedded in her body. Ugly, 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 ugly. How dare you hurt my beauty? Subaru clutched his head as Wrath's curse flickered violently under the pressure of the emotional distortion radiating from her. Amelia gasped, eyes wide with horror. Subaru, stay with me. Look at me, not her. He forced his shaking gaze toward her face, grounding himself in the warmth of her violet eyes, in the fear she held for him, not in the despair Capella radiated. Julius stepped forward, blade trembling with enough force to shatter. This transformation isn't stable. She's forcing her authority beyond its limits. Subaru swallowed. Meaning what? She's breaking herself, Julius whispered, and she'll break the city with her. Capella's massive body wrapped around the western tower, squeezing it like a constricting beast. Stones shattered beneath her weight. Water surged upward in violent torrents as the central regulation crystal cracked deeper. Subaru felt panic surge. If that tower goes, Emilia, the whole city. She nodded, expression turning deadly serious. We fight her here, no matter what. Capella's massive head turned sharply toward them, her jaw unhinged like a monstrous flower, molten venom dripping from layered fangs. You will pay! I will carve your bodies into perfection. I will turn you into my masterpieces. Her roar shook the entire district. Waves crashed outward. Buildings trembled. The sky itself seemed to quiver in fear. Subaru felt a wave of psychological pressure crash into him. Capella's authority trying to warp his sense of self, trying to reshape his thoughts, trying to break him emotionally. He staggered back, clutching his skull, as flashes of distorted imagery poured into his mind. A twisted version of Amelia smiling with two wide eyes. Beatrice crying molten tears. Garfield fused to a wall, Rem's sleeping form distorted into a monstrous cocoon. Himself, faceless, skin twisted into Capella's warped idea of beauty. Stop! Stop! Get out of my head! Amelia caught him before he collapsed. Subaru! Subaru, listen to me! Stay awake! Breathe! Her voice cut through the noise, her shaking hands anchoring him back to reality. He clung to her arm, gasping, fighting every instinct to curl into a ball and scream. Capella cackled. Yes, yes, break for me, Subaru Tilde. Your despair makes my beauty shine. Julius roared. Emilia, cover Subaru. I'll hold her back. He leapt toward Capella's nearest limb, blade coated in spiritual light. As he slashed, the limb spasmed and burst into molten shards. Capella shrieked with fury, swinging another limb down like a whip. Julius dodged by inches, the heat grazing his cheek. Subaru forced himself upright, leaning against Amelia. We can't. Stay defensive. She'll crush the tower. Amelia nodded. Then we take the fight up. Before Subaru could question how, she grabbed his waist, lifted him with surprising strength, and summoned a pillar of ice beneath their feet. The ice spiraled upward, carrying them toward Capella's monstrous torso. The heat grew unbearable. Subaru felt sweat evaporate instantly, skin burning even through the frost Amelia maintained around them. But she didn't falter. Her silver hair whipped violently in the updraft, eyes sharp and unyielding. Capella's attention snapped toward them. You again, ugly ice witch! Stop clinging to my Subaru! Amelia grit her teeth. He's not yours. Capella lunged with two massive jaws. Amelia swung her arms, conjuring twin blades of ice that intercepted the strike, The clash sent molten shards and frozen shards scattering like deadly rain across the city. Subaru shielded his face. Emilia, don't let her hit you head on. Her poison. I know, Emilia shouted. Hold on. She leapt from the pillar of ice, carrying Subaru with her as another segment of Capella's body slammed downward, crushing the ice pillar into fragments. They landed on a narrower balcony of the tower. Capella's enormous head swung toward them again. Subaru pointed at the exposed wound from earlier. Her core should still be near the upper left side of her torso, where Crush hit her. Emilia narrowed her eyes. I see it. Julius joined them with a powerful leap, landing beside Subaru. His breath was ragged, his body bleeding, but his eyes were focused. Emilia, coordinate with me. She nodded. Julius charged with spiritual winds swirling around him. Subaru, find her pattern. Right. Subaru forced his trembling mind to focus. Capella's limbs moved with complex rhythm. Her attacks weren't random. She favored symmetrical strikes. She believed symmetry to be beautiful. She always preceded a core guard with a feint from her wings. And when she screamed insults, her core pulsed with the same black tar-like substance. There, Subaru shouted. When she recoils her left wing, she shifts her core upward. Julius, now! Julius's eyes sharpened. Understood. He dashed forward with blinding speed, spiritual lights twisting into blades around him. Capella shrieked. Stop, 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 you filthy creatures! Don't look at me! Don't touch me! Emilia summoned a massive crystalline spear and hurled it at the spot Subaru indicated. The spear struck the molten armor protecting her torso and exploded into a storm of ice shards. Steam erupted. The molten armor cracked. Julius reached the core. His blade plunged into the black pulsing mass. Capella screamed, a sound that fractured windows across the city. Her entire body convulsed. Limbs shattered. Segments split. The tower beneath her groaned dangerously. Subaru grabbed Emilia. She's collapsing! Get down! The three leapt from the balcony as Capella's massive form fell backward into the canal. But the battle wasn't over. Floating out of the molten ruin came a smaller figure, Capella's true body, still shaped like a twisted version of Emilia, but now melting and unstable, dripping black fluid with every step. She grinned. You can't kill beauty without becoming ugly yourselves. Subaru felt a chill, because behind Capella the water crystal was cracking. Emilia gasped. If that crystal breaks, Priestella will sink completely. Julius steadied his blade. Subaru clenched his fists. The final confrontation with Capella had just reached its peak. Capella's true form, smaller, frailer, dripping with black, viscous fluid, stood wobbling atop the crumbling base of the tower. Her silhouette flickered between Emilia's beauty and her own hideous original shape, as though her authority struggled to hold the illusion of perfection together. She looked like a puppet made of wax and resentment, with hair melting into her shoulders and fingers dissolving into liquid gold. Yet despite her deteriorating body, her expression contorted into a rictus of triumphant malice. You think this is enough? To kill me? She whispered, her distorted voice spreading through the air in a nauseating harmony. You think your pitiful attempts at rebellion can undo my beauty? My purpose? My right to remake this filthy world? Emilia positioned herself firmly between Capella and Subaru, her breathing heavy, her hair whipped by the violent steam rising from the molten pool behind Capella. She raised her hand, forming delicate spirals of frost around her fingertips. Everyone has the right to be who they are. You don't get to decide what beauty is. Capella's head twitched. Of course I do. Beauty is mine to shape. I alone can create perfection. I alone can save this world from its ugliness. She took a faltering step forward, the black tar dripping from her limbs sizzling against the stone. Julius stepped beside Emilia, lifting his blade again despite the tremble in his arms. Capella Emerita Lugunica, your reign of madness ends here. Surrender your life and release this city. Capella smiled, slowly, terribly, baring rows of teeth that did not belong in a human mouth. No! Her body broke apart in a bloom of black petals, then reformed behind them with a scream. Subaru felt her breath on his neck an instant before Amelia yanked him back. The molten claws that slashed the air where his head had been sizzled with venom, so potent it hissed through the stone. "You can't take your eyes off her," Julius warned, swinging his sword to force Capella backward. Capella staggered but did not fall. Her torso expanded unnaturally, dozens of misshapen faces stretching from her ribs as if trying to escape her skin. Each face cried, screamed, begged, echoes of the victims she had distorted. Subaru stumbled backward, horror constricting his throat. "She's absorbing them? Using them to stabilize herself?" "No," Amelia whispered, horror breaking her voice. Those, those are the people. She transformed." Beatrice's earlier words echoed painfully in Subaru's memory. "Her transformations are not illusions. They overwrite flesh, I suppose." Subaru felt something snap inside his chest. "She turned them into tools, decorations, prisoners," Capella screeched. "Perfection requires sacrifice. Their ugliness fed my beauty. Their flaws became my strength." She lunged. Julius intercepted her with a clash that shook the tower. Amelia hurled ice spears that burst across Capella's melting skin, freezing patches of her cracking torso. But Capella retaliated with psychic pressure so intense Subaru felt his mind splinter. Wrath's residual curse flared violently. Every scream, every distorted face, every echo of Capella's hateful voice hammered into his skull. He dropped to his knees, clutching his head. "Stop, stop, get out, get out, get out of my head." Amelia immediately fell beside him, wrapping her arms around him, her voice trembling. "Subaru, Subaru, focus, focus on me. Please look at me. Don't listen to her. Don't let her in." But the psychic assault intensified. Capella towered over him, dripping molten venom as her face split into 3 vertical layers. "Yes, break from me, Subaru Tilde. Feel guilt, feel shame. Let me remake you into something beautiful." "Oh!" Subaru felt himself slipping back into the darkness he thought he had escaped. Back into the helpless fear Wrath had carved into him. Back into the despair of watching Amelia die in countless loops. Back into the nightmare of losing Rem, losing Beatrice, losing himself. He gasped, trembling violently. His heartbeat spiked, his vision blurred. Amelia pressed her forehead to his, her voice cracking with desperation. "Subaru, you're not alone. You're here with me, with all of us. You're strong. You're brave. Please, come back to me." Her tears hit his cheek hotter than Capella's fire, more real than her mockery. A small hand grabbed Subaru's wrist. Julius, still fighting, shouted, "Subaru, your mind is your own. Do not surrender it." Amelia held him tighter. "Come back," Subaru choked, then gasped, and the darkness receded. He forced his eyes open. "I'm still here," he whispered. Amelia broke into shaking relief. "Good, good," Capella shrieked in outrage. "Why won't you break for me? Why won't you obey?" Julius staggered forward, blood dripping from his arm. "She's weakening. Her transformations are losing stability." Amelia stood, frost swirling around her feet. "Subaru, we finish this together." Capella lunged again, but Amelia froze her right side, locking her limbs in place. Julius slashed at the exposed core, sending flares of black fluid splashing across the broken stones. The embedded faces shrieked, distorting in agony as Capella's control over them faltered. Subaru forced himself upright despite his trembling legs. Wrath's emotional poison still buzzed in his chest, but his fear had become something else. Rage, determination, a refusal to let this monster exist another second. He took a shaky step forward. "Capella," he shouted, "you don't get to call yourself beautiful. You don't get to decide anyone's worth. You're not a goddess. You're not a savior." Capella froze, trembling violently. Subaru's voice hardened. "You're just a coward hiding behind borrowed beauty." Her entire form convulsed. "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" The tower groaned. The water beneath surged. The crystal behind her cracked further. Amelia summoned a spear of pure ice, sharp, bright, lethal. Julius lifted his sword, its edge glowing with spirit light. Capella lunged, screaming, and Subaru shouted, "Now!" Amelia hurled the spear. Julius slashed the air with a burst of spiritual energy, and Subaru threw a chunk of debris directly into the distorted Kuri at the same moment her illusions collapsed. Everything struck at once. Capella's body erupted in a violent explosion of steam, molten metal, black tar, and screams. Her monstrous form collapsed into shards of melted gold and shattered bones. Her face twisted beyond recognition, gaped at Subaru with one final hateful whisper. "My beauty will never die." Her body turned to ash. The tower shuddered violently. The crystal cracked down the middle, ready to break. And Subaru realized this victory was only the beginning of a much larger catastrophe. The water system of Priestella was seconds from collapse. For a long, dreadful heartbeat, silence ruled the top of the western tower. Capella's ashes drifted into the rising steam, dissolving into the churning water below. The monstrous fusion of gold and flesh she had created now lay in melted heaps along the crumbling ledge, flickering with the last remnants of her authority. Amelia, Subaru, and Julia stood frozen in place, sweat and blood mixing with mist on their skin, each one trembling for a different reason. Then a deep, echoing crack split the air. Subaru's head snapped toward the source. The central water crystal, the heart of Priestella's water network, now fractured through its core. A spider web of crystalline cracks spread outward like veins, glowing faintly with unstable mana. Drops of water leaked from the fractures, falling upward, then downward, caught in chaotic, gravitational confusion. Julius inhaled sharply. "It's going to collapse." Amelia stepped forward. "If that crystal breaks, the entire water system will go out of control. Every gate, every canal, everything will burst." Subaru felt his chest tighten. "Is there anything we can do?" Julius shook his head grimly. "Even at full strength, not even I could stabilize such a formation. It's connected to the entire infrastructure of the city." The tower shook beneath their feet. Stone fell in chunks from the upper walls. A violent surge of water burst upward from the foundation, spraying them with icy mist. Amelia reached out instinctively, channeling magic into the fractures, but recoiled a moment later as ice cracked immediately and shattered. "It's too unstable. Even a small amount of mana could finish breaking it." Subaru's breath stilled. They didn't defeat Capella in time. Her assault on the tower had done irreversible damage. The water level in Priestella was rising rapidly. Bridges were collapsing, districts were drowning, people screamed for help in the streets below. And their one hope of preventing the destruction, the crystal regulating the city's water gates, was seconds from shattering. A violent tremor nearly threw Subaru off the ledge. Amelia caught him, but her own footing was weak. Julius slammed his sword into the stone to keep his balance. "Subaru! Amelia! Get down!" Julius shouted as another crack lashed across the crystal. They dove behind a half-collapsed wall, just as the upper portion of the crystal exploded in a burst of blinding white and blue light. Shards of mana-infused crystals shot outward like bullets, embedding themselves deep into the tower walls, shattering stone, and slicing through the top of the structure. Amelia shielded Subaru with a dome of ice. The shards struck it with sharp cracks before ricocheting away. Julius used a wind barrier to shield himself, his face twisting with exertion. When the light faded, the crystal remained, but barely. Half of it had dissolved. The remaining half trembled, flickering like a dying star. Amelia staggered backward, pressing a trembling hand to her chest. "It's failing, completely." Subaru's heart sank. Then, the city, Julius's silence confirmed it. A sudden surge of water erupted upward from the base of the tower, carrying debris, rubble, and fragments of Capella's molten remains. The water pressure increased with each passing second, threatening to burst the tower from below. "Subaru!" Amelia shoved him aside as the floor where he had stood seconds earlier collapsed into the swirling flood. He grabbed the edge of the broken stone, his legs swinging dangerously over the churning water. Julius reached him instantly, pulling him up by the arm. This tower won't stand much longer. If we fall in this, we'll be crushed or drowned. Subaru gasped for breath. What do we do? There's no time. Amelia's expression sharpened with sudden resolve. There is one thing we can do. Julius turned sharply. Amelia, no. You can't possibly be thinking. She nodded. I'll freeze the entire base of the tower. Subaru's eyes widened. Amelia, that's... It won't fix the crystal, she continued softly, but it might delay the collapse long enough to evacuate people. If we can stop the water from bursting through the foundation, the city will survive a little longer. Julius shook his head. That level of magic, your mana. I have to, she said, voice trembling. If we don't, everything else we fought for will drown. Subaru grabbed her wrist. Amelia, you'll die. She looked at him, heart in her eyes. No, I won't, because you'll be here to pull me back if I fall. The tower shifted violently again, more stone falling from above. Another explosion of water rushed upward, this time splashing across Amelia's legs. She lifted her hands toward the foundation, and Subaru felt something wrong immediately. Her magic was responding too fast, too violently, too strongly. Her emotions were unstable. Fear for the city, fear for Subaru, rage at Capella, and her mana surged out of control for a moment. Amelia, stop! Subaru shouted, grabbing her shoulders. She gasped, flinching as the icy whirl of mana crackled around her fingers. Subaru, he pressed his forehead to hers. You're scared. I know, I am too. But you can't do it like this. You'll push too much mana and break yourself. Her hands trembled. Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes. Subaru, I don't want to lose them. I don't want to lose anyone else. His throat tightened. He placed his hand gently on her cheek. You won't. We'll do it together. Slow, controlled. You're not alone. Julius stepped back, giving them room. Amelia swallowed her panic, closed her eyes, and exhaled slowly. Subaru held her steady. Her mana calmed. Her breathing steadied. Her fear softened into determination. Then, she reached toward the base of the tower and whispered, Freezing domain. A quiet hum filled the air. Then a roar. The entire foundation of the tower exploded outward in a blinding surge of ice. Dozens of thick crystalline pillars shot downward, freezing the raging water into solid blue stone. The canals below solidified instantly, creating a massive frozen network across multiple districts. People in the streets below gasped in awe and confusion as the floodwaters stopped rising. The entire western tower shuddered, but held. Amelia collapsed to her knees. Amelia! Subaru caught her instantly. She wasn't unconscious, but her breath came in shallow rasps, her face pale. I'm okay. Just tired. Julius knelt beside them. What you accomplished just now saved thousands. But their relief lasted only seconds. A new sound, heavy, rhythmic, thunderous, echoed through the air. Not water, not stone. Footsteps. Subaru looked up. Standing atop the edge of a nearby rooftop, silhouetted against the evening sky, was a figure he recognized instantly. White suit, calm posture, cold eyes. Regulus Corneus, the Archbishop of Greed. He looked down at them with a mild expression, as though he had simply arrived for an evening stroll. Oh dear, he said. I see you've made quite a mess down there. Subaru's blood froze. Regulus continued, his voice light and eerily polite. I came to retrieve what's mine. Julius's hand inched toward his sword. Amelia squeezed Subaru's hand. Subaru's breath hitched. Regulus smiled. Now then, Subaru Natsuki. Shall we begin? Regulus Corneus stood on the nearby rooftop like a man posing for a portrait, spotless white suit untouched by the chaos, shoes gleaming as though he'd walked through a ballroom rather than a collapsing city. His posture was relaxed, hands tucked behind his back as he peered down at Subaru with polite, unblinking interest. The sight of him so calm in the middle of destruction made Subaru's stomach twist with a familiar, suffocating dread. Even before Regulus lifted a finger, Subaru felt the memory of countless deaths claw up from the depths of his mind. His body crushed into paste, his life snuffed out like a candle, the sound of snapping bones echoing long after consciousness faded. His breath hitched. Amelia's grip instantly tightened. Subaru, stay with me. Don't let your fear pull you under. He nodded, but his heart pounded violently. Julius stepped forward, blade ready, despite the tremble in his arm from the earlier fight. Regulus corneas, he said, forcing steadiness into his voice. Your timing is unwelcome. Regulus tilted his head slightly. Is it? I find punctuality to be a virtue, and I did say I would come for Subaru Natsuki eventually. He rudely ran away in our last encounter. Subaru's entire body stiffened. The battle against Capella had been terrifying, but this was different. Regulus was not like the other Sin Archbishops. He wasn't unpredictable like Sloth, emotional like Wrath, or grotesquely expressive like Gluttony. Regulus was cold, logical, calculated, and overwhelmingly, absurdly powerful. His authority didn't behave like magic. It didn't bend or distort reality. It ignored reality. Regulus pointed casually at the frozen base of the tower. You've made an awful ice sculpture there. Do you have any idea how impractical it is to change an entire city's water state? Such carelessness is unreasonable. Amelia glared at him, stepping protectively in front of Subaru. I did what I had to do to save people. Regulus blinked once, unimpressed. Did they ask you to? No? Then you acted without consent. That's infringing upon the freedom and rights of others. Do not force your ideals on people. Julius's grip tightened on his sword. You preach morals while drowning a city in your whims. Regulus's expression became faintly annoyed. Whims? I have every right to demand what I want. My needs are not whims, they are obligations that others must reasonably adhere to. And one such obligation? His gaze slid back to Subaru. Yonaimi is Subaru Natsuki. He belongs to me. Amelia's eyes widened with pure disgust. Subaru doesn't belong to anyone. Subaru swallowed hard, his breath trembled, but he forced himself to stand straighter, leaning on Amelia for support. I am not yours. Regulus exhaled through his nose as though Subaru had said something mildly irritating, but not unexpected. This again. You're mistaken. Ownership is not about desire, it is about claim. And I claimed you. That makes you mine. Julius stepped between them. You will not take him. Regulus looked genuinely confused. Take him? I'm not taking him. I am retrieving what is already mine. There's a difference. His foot lifted slightly, and the building beneath him cracked. Subaru's blood turned to ice. Amelia whispered, Subaru, we have to move. Regulus stepped off the rooftop and glided toward them, feet never touching the unstable stone. The moment his soul brushed the frozen tower's surface, the entire structure groaned as if protesting his existence. Spiderweb cracks raced across the ice Amelia had created, spreading faster than she could reinforce them. Stop! Amelia shouted, throwing her hands forward, summoning ice to stabilize the cracking surface. But Regulus simply waved a hand dismissively. The ice Amelia summoned shattered instantly into dust. Her breath caught. He rejected my magic? Julius gritted his teeth. His authority nullifies all external influence. Nothing can affect him unless he chooses it. Regulus approached at a steady pace, unconcerned by their horror. Exactly. So it is unreasonable for you to resist. If you cannot affect me, and I can affect you, then logically you should accept your inferiority and comply. The ice beneath Subaru's feet trembled as the tower foundation groaned. Regulus's presence alone destabilized the magic, keeping the water at bay. Subaru forced himself to breathe. Regulus, what do you want? Why me? Regulus paused, then smiled not with warmth, but with the pity one gives an ignorant child. Because I was told to bring you. Subaru's heart stopped. By who? He whispered. Regulus shrugged lightly. That is irrelevant. My wives require your presence, and a good husband always fulfills the needs of his wives. That is my duty. Subaru felt bile rise in his throat. Your wives? Regulus nodded politely. Yes, I have 290 wives. They are my pride and proof of virtue. Julius looked horrified. Amelia looked disgusted. Subaru looked like he might throw up. Regulus continued calmly. One of my wives expressed the need for Subaru Natsuki. Therefore, Subaru Natsuki belongs to me, not as a person, but as a resource. Something in Subaru snapped. His trembling stopped. His fear, sharp and suffocating, condensed into a single point of cold rage. I'm not a resource, he said softly, and you're not a husband. You're a monster. Regulus blinked, somewhat offended. I am an exemplary husband. I give all my wives equal affection and equal rules. I allow them to enjoy a perfect life untouched by hardship. I forbid them from working. I forbid them from leaving. I forbid them from acting on their own. They are safe because they are mine. Subaru felt sick. Amelia stepped forward, ice swirling at her fingertips. You imprison them. You force them into lives they didn't choose. Regulus's expression hardened. Choice breeds chaos. Chaos breeds pain. My wives are saved from that pain. You are welcome to join them, Subaru. Julius moved into a defensive stance. Enough. Regulus opened his hands slowly, almost regretfully. This discussion is finished. Come quietly. His authority pulsed. The air warped. The ice under Subaru's feet cracked. A piece of stone disintegrated instantly near Julius. Regulus had begun his attack. Move! Julius shouted, grabbing Subaru and Amelia and leaping backward as the frozen platform collapsed where they had stood. Regulus walked forward, untouched by falling ice, untouched by gravity, untouched by reality. This is pointless. You cannot run. Subaru gasped. Julius, we can't fight him head on. I know, Julius replied, breath strained, but we can stall him. Amelia, freeze the water beneath the tower. Subaru, don't leave my side. Subaru nodded shakily. Amelia raised her hands again, forming pillars of ice to catch collapsing debris. Regulus's authority shattered the first few, but the rapid freezing held just long enough for Julius to reposition. Regulus sighed. You are exhausting me. This is not how a reasonable man should behave. Come here, Subaru. Do not embarrass yourself. Subaru whispered, We can't beat him. Not like this. But Amelia grabbed his hand firmly. Her voice trembled, not with fear, but resolve. We don't have to beat him. We just have to survive. Regulus glanced to the horizon. Oh dear, it seems my wives are waiting. He raised one foot. Julius froze. Amelia gasped. Subaru's breath stopped. Regulus was about to use his infinite mass. If that foot touched the ground, everything within the radius would be pulverized. Run! Subaru screamed. Regulus's foot descended. The tower cracked, and everything collapsed. The sound that tore through Priestella was not like stone breaking, nor like water exploding. It was like the world itself howling in protest. The instant Regulus's foot touched the frozen tower, the pressure of his authority detonated outward in a silent sphere of annihilation. The ice Amelia had shaped, the stone foundation, the metal reinforcements, even the air itself seemed to distort, pulled inward toward the point of impact before shattering violently outward. Subaru felt the force hit him like a wall of crushing gravity. His breath tore from his lungs, his ribs strained, his vision blurred white. It felt like being slammed beneath an ocean of iron. His body threatened to crumple under the weight of a star condensed into one man's whims. Subaru! Amelia's scream pierced the deafening silence. Julius moved with impossible speed, grabbing Subaru and yanking him backward as the impact zone expanded in a perfect sphere, erasing everything it touched. The ice beneath them dissolved into dust. The stone balcony behind them compressed into a flat, smooth plane. The cracked spiderwebbing across the tower became fissures as the entire structure lurched sideways. Regulus exhaled lazily, brushing imaginary dust off his coat. This is what happens when people refuse to obey. Trouble, inconvenience, unreasonable resistance. Subaru coughed violently as Julius pulled him behind a crumbling column. He, he nearly flattened the entire tower. Julius's face was pale, his breathing ragged. Subaru, listen to me. He cannot use that power constantly. It requires buildup. But once he sets the mass, it is unstoppable. Amelia knelt beside Subaru, gripping his face between her hands. Her violet eyes shone with terror and determination. Subaru, look at me. Are you hurt? Can you breathe? He gasped but nodded. I'm okay. Just shaken. She hugged him fiercely for one trembling heartbeat. Don't leave my side. The tower groaned violently beneath them. A large section of the foundation slipped, sending shock waves through the frozen canals. Water surged against the ice barrier Amelia had created moments earlier, forming fractures. If those broke, the tower would plunge directly into the flood. Regulus approached with unhurried steps, each footfall cracking the ice, each exhale dismissing the destruction around him with irritating nonchalance. Hey, you three are prolonging the inevitable, he said calmly. Subaru Natsuki belongs with me. The sooner you accept this fact, the less property damage we'll cause. Property damage? Subaru yelled, voice cracking with incredulity. You're destroying a city. Regulus frowned. A city is just stone. People are merely resources. Sentimentality is unreasonable. Julius stepped forward, blade trembling but steady. Regulus Corneus, you will not take Subaru. Regulus sighed. You are exhausting. Fine. If you insist on resisting, then die quietly. He raised his arm. Subaru's heart lurched into his throat. But before Regulus could release another impossible blast, a streak of green leapt through the air, slamming into the ground between them. Stone exploded. Ice shattered. Garfield stood there, panting, bloody, one arm limp, eyes blazing with fury. Subaru's breath caught. Garfield? Garfield cracked his neck and spat blood. Ain't leaving my boss to die, ya heartless freak. Regulus blinked. Ah, the feral one. You're still alive? Garfield grinned dangerously. Alive enough to break your nose. Regulus tilted his head. You can't break what you can't touch, but feel free to entertain me. Garfield roared and charged, claws crackling with force as he hurled himself at Regulus. Amelia gasped and reached out, but it was too late. Regulus didn't even move. Garfield's full-force punch slammed directly into Regulus's face, then instantly rebounded as if hitting an invisible wall, throwing Garfield backward like a rag doll. He smashed into the tower wall hard enough to crack the stone, collapsing in a heap. Subaru screamed, Garfield! But Garfield pushed himself up, coughing blood, laughing through clenched teeth. That all you got? Regulus dusted his coat. I didn't even defend myself. You simply cannot strike what is inviolate. This is really becoming tedious. He raised his hand again, and the air twisted. Julius reacted instantly, slashing a wind barrier between Regulus and Garfield. The authority pulse struck the barrier, crushing it and sending Julius sliding backward, but the attack was momentarily deflected. Regulus cocked his head. You delayed it. Impressive, but useless. He lifted his foot again. Julius's breath hitched. Amelia trembled. Subaru's knees nearly buckled. But the foot never fell. A beam of blinding white light struck the tower between Regulus and the others, splitting the ground apart. Stone exploded upward, forcing Regulus to step back. A voice echoed through the smoke. Sorry to interrupt, but it looked like you were about to kill everyone before I arrived. Subaru blinked through the dust. Standing on the far end of the fractured tower cloak, tattered, eyes sharp, presence impossible to ignore, was Wilhelm van Astria. The Sword Devil. Regulus turned slowly, annoyance flickering across his otherwise calm expression. Ah, the elderly one. You're still clinging to life. Wilhelm stepped fully into view, blade at his side, the wind tugging faintly at his silver hair. His gaze did not waver. I have unfinished business in this world, he said, and I will not allow my grandson's comrades to be taken. Subaru felt his breath tighten with relief. Wilhelm? The old swordsman nodded once. Subaru, Regulus exhaled. Wonderful. More interruptions. Truly unreasonable. Wilhelm's blade lifted slightly, just enough to catch the failing sunlight. Regulus Corneus, he said, voice a calm storm. Your arrogance ends here. Regulus rolled his shoulders. You cannot cut me. Wilhelm smiled faintly. Perhaps, but I can cut around you. Julius's eyes widened. He means... Wilhelm leapt. Regulus struck. The impact created a shock wave that split the rooftop in two. Subaru shielded Amelia with his body. Garfield clawed his way to Subaru's side. Julius braced himself against the railing. When the dust cleared, Wilhelm stood, unbroken, between Regulus and the others, having redirected the force into the collapsing outer support of the tower. Regulus stared at him, almost intrigued. You avoided my touch. I avoided your existence, Wilhelm corrected. A trick I learned fighting someone far stronger than you. Regulus twitched, just slightly. You speak of the Witch of Envy? Foolish. Wilhelm's blade gleamed. No, I speak of her shadow. Subaru's heart panged painfully at the memory of his battles with Betelgeuse's fingers. Wilhelm continued. Subaru, Amelia, Julius, Garfield, gather yourselves. I can hold him off, but not for long. Regulus's expression soured. This is unreasonable. His foot lifted again. The tower cracked. Water surged beneath. Amelia grabbed Subaru's hand. Julius lifted his sword. Garfield staggered to his feet. Wilhelm steadied his stance. Regulus smiled coldly. Let's end this. Wind howled across the fractured rooftop, carrying with it the cold sting of frost and the hot sting of steam from the ice-strained canals below. Wilhelm and Regulus faced each other at the center of the collapsing tower, one an immovable force of calm cruelty, the other a raging storm of history, vengeance, and iron resolve. Subaru, Amelia, Julius, and Garfield clung to the tower's remaining structure as it groaned beneath their weight, threatening to give way at any moment. Regulus tilted his head slightly, as if inspecting a mildly interesting painting. Wilhelm van Austria, I recall hearing of you. Some legend about a wandering swordsman and his wife. How quaint. Wilhelm's expression did not change. Do not speak of her. Regulus blinked. Ah, sensitive topic? How unreasonable. If people don't want others to mention something, they shouldn't attach emotion to it. Attachment is foolish. Wilhelm said nothing, but Subaru saw the tiny flex in his wrist. A storm was brewing at the edge of that silence. Regulus spread his hands casually. Well then, let us get this over with. You are not my objective. Subaru is. His gaze slid toward Subaru. Subaru's breath hitched. Amelia immediately stepped in front of him. Regulus continued, You are all obstacles, and I dislike obstacles. He stepped forward, and the world broke. Not with an explosion, not with spellcraft, but with the simple act of his foot touching the ground. A perfect sphere of destruction expanded around him, erasing stone, ice, and air with silent precision. Wilhelm darted forward, striking the exact edge of the sphere with breathtaking skill, redirecting it a fraction away from Subaru and Amelia. The redirected force slammed into the tower's outer wall. The entire structure lurched sideways, cracks spiderwebbed across the foundation. The tower's going to fall, Subaru shouted. Julius grabbed him before he slipped. Keep moving. Don't stay still. Wilhelm's voice echoed sharply, slicing through the roar of collapsing stone. Regulus, your arrogance blinds you. Even power like yours can be redirected. Regulus frowned. You keep saying that as if it matters. You aren't hurting me. Wilhelm smiled faintly. I don't need to hurt you. I only need you to aim somewhere else. Regulus's eye twitched. Garfield grinned weakly. Old man's got claws. Subaru didn't smile. He saw it clearly. Regulus was adapting. And that was far more terrifying. Regulus suddenly vanished. No, he didn't vanish. He moved with such speed that his position shifted between blinks. He appeared at Subaru's side. Amelia's eyes widened. Subaru! But before Regulus's hand could touch Subaru, Julius intercepted him. A clash of spiritual wind and impossible stillness. But Regulus was unyielding. He merely looked at Julius, and Julius's blade shattered. Subaru's heart froze. Julius! Julius was thrown across the tower, narrowly catching the ledge. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Regulus sighed. He should know better. Weak people shouldn't try to protect others. Amelia trembled with rage. Don't say that! Don't you ever say that! She unleashed a blast of ice so sharp it screamed through the air. The shards struck Regulus and stopped, suspended inches from his face. Regulus tilted his head. Why do you try? I am immutable. You cannot affect me. He flicked a finger. The ice reversed direction, back toward Emilia. Subaru's breath died in his throat. Emilia! But Wilhelm appeared like a phantom, slicing the air and diverting the kill shot. The redirected ice shattered harmlessly into snow. Regulus clicked his tongue, annoyed. You're beginning to irritate me. Wilhelm said nothing, only stepped forward again. And then, the tower leaned. Hard. The water frozen below began to crack under the strain. One of Emilia's massive ice pillars shattered completely, sending chunks into the roaring flood. The tower tilted further, the slope becoming perilously steep. Subaru stumbled, slipping on the ice-coated stone. Emilia grabbed him, pulling him close. Julius crawled toward them, coughing blood, one arm limp. Garfield clung to a broken column, claws buried deep to keep from sliding off. Regulus, unaffected by gravity, walked calmly as the world tilted around him. If you fall and die here, that would be terribly inconvenient. I need Subaru alive. You others may die, however. Subaru forced himself to stand, shaking violently. Why do you want me? Regulus blinked slowly. It is not my want, it is need. Someone important to me wants you. Therefore, you belong to me. Emilia snarled. Subaru belongs to no one. Regulus shrugged lightly. How unreasonable. He raised his arm, but Wilhelm struck first. The old swordsman used the tilt of the tower to launch himself at Regulus with inhuman speed, slicing arcs of wind around him. His blade never touched Regulus. No blade could, but each strike redirected the trajectory of Regulus's destruction. Regulus stepped forward with growing disdain. This again? Do you think you can outlast me? My strength is infinite. My patience, however, is not. Wilhelm's blade flashed again. I have fought for decades. I can endure far longer than you expect. Regulus's eyes narrowed. Just a fraction. You are too confident. He placed a hand on their stone. Subaru recognized too late what was coming. Everyone, brace! He screamed. The entire tower roof flattened outward as Regulus discharged a radial pulse of infinite mass. The air imploded, stone compressed, ice fractured. A perfect ring of annihilation expanded from the point of contact. Wilhelm caught the edge of the sphere, diverting it upward. The pulse shot into the sky, tearing clouds apart. The tower shook violently. The ledge beneath Subaru cracked, sending him sliding downward. Subaru! Emilia screamed. He grabbed desperately at the crumbling surface and missed. His body slipped over the edge. Emilia dove for him, fingers stretching. Subaru! He fell before something slammed into him from the side. Garfield! The beastman skidded across the collapsing deck with Subaru in his arms, claws sparking as he dug into the stone, his muscles screaming in protest. Subaru gasped. Garfield! Garfield spat blood but grinned. Ain't letting ya die yet, boss! Emilia sobbed with relief. But there was no time. The tower was collapsing beneath them. Regulus looked down with mild disappointment. This is becoming tedious. Subaru, come here. Now. Subaru's heart locked in terror. His legs wouldn't obey. Regulus stepped forward, and Wilhelm, bleeding, shaking, half collapsed, placed himself between Subaru and the Archbishop one more time. His voice was a cracked whisper of steel. "You will not touch him." Regulus stared at him, expression flat. "So be it." He raised his hand and the tower beneath them finally gave way. The entire structure began to collapse into the frozen canal. Subaru grabbed Amelia's hand. Amelia grabbed Julius's. Garfield roared. Wilhelm steadied himself. Regulus floated, untouched by gravity. The world fell. The western tower gave one final groaning shriek before its entire upper structure surrendered to gravity. Stone, ice, and shattered crystal plummeted together in a spiraling avalanche. Subaru felt weightlessness seize him as the ground disappeared beneath his feet, Amelia's scream echoing in his ears. The world spun, cold air, wet mist, cracking stone, collapsing sky, all blending into a single dizzying blur. Amelia's hand clenched his so tightly it hurt. Julius latched onto Amelia with his uninjured arm. Garfield wrapped his free hand around Subaru's coat. All of them fell together through the billowing dust in blinding shards. Above them, Regulus hovered calmly, watching the collapse with detached annoyance, as though observing someone knock over a tower of stacked books. "Always so dramatic," he muttered. "Why not just surrender? It is unreasonable to force me to this extent." But Wilhelm did not fall. He leapt. Using a falling slab of stone as a foothold, he propelled himself upward, intercepting Regulus before the Archbishop could descend upon Subaru. Regulus blinked in mild surprise. "You again?" "Persistent." Wilhelm's blade flashed like a streak of moonlight. "My persistence is all I have left." He swung. Regulus shifted his head by inches, letting the blade pass harmlessly through air. "You cannot cut me." "No," Wilhelm growled, "but I can move you." He struck the air behind Regulus. The redirected force sent an explosion of pressure in the opposite direction, pushing Regulus off his perfect balance and forcing him slightly upward away from Subaru and the others. Regulus frowned, irritated. "You are becoming quite bothersome." But Wilhelm's face was ghost white. He was bleeding heavily from earlier strikes, and the rebound of his own redirected force tore through his muscles. Yet he did not stop. Below them, Subaru and the group hit the first collapsing platform. Julius twisted midair, using wind mana to redirect their fall, but the platform shattered under their combined weight. They bounced off another slab. Subaru's shoulders screamed in pain. Garfield hit the ice below with a crack, rolling to absorb the impact. Amelia landed with Subaru in her arms, sliding across the frozen canal. Cold bit into Subaru's lungs as he gasped. "We're alive!" "Barely." The frozen canal trembled beneath them as the massive tower structure crashed onto the ice, sending fissures spiderwebbing across the entire district. Cracks split the frozen layers. The water below surged, threatening to burst upward. Amelia clutched Subaru, her voice trembling. "We have to move now!" Julius limped up beside them. "Regulus will come to finish what he started. We must regroup." But Garfield staggered to his feet, pointing upward. "Don't gotta wait. He's coming." Regulus descended slowly from the sky as if gravity obeyed his whims. His suit was still immaculate. His expression was bored. Wilhelm clung to a slab of stone behind him, panting harshly, his blade lowered but not dropped. Regulus sighed. "I truly despise being forced to exert effort. Subaru Natsuki, come to me, now." Subaru's legs wouldn't move. His breath caught in his throat. But Amelia stepped between them again, arms spread as if she could shield him from the impossible. "No," she whispered. "Not now. Not ever." Regulus blinked. "You are becoming vexing. Step aside." Amelia shook her head, fear trembling at the edges of her voice. "I won't." Regulus lifted his hand. Julius threw himself forward, but he was too slow. Regulus's authority struck. Except it didn't strike Amelia. Wilhelm intercepted the blast. He moved faster than Subaru's eyes could follow, appearing between Amelia and Regulus with a single-purpose strike. The edge of the authority sphere hit Wilhelm's blade, redirecting the lethal force upward into the sky again. The sky cracked open with the force of the redirected strike. clouds splitting apart. Subaru screamed, "Wilhelm!" The old swordsman staggered, his arm trembling violently from the recoil. Regulus looked annoyed. "You are a persistent insect. I dislike insects." Wilhelm exhaled shakily. "Call me what you will. I will not allow you to harm them." Regulus flicked his wrist. Another pulse of authority gathered. Subaru's breath hitched. "Stop, stop!" But Wilhelm moved first again. He slashed at the ground beside Regulus's projected point of impact, creating another angled redirection zone that warped the authority sphere's trajectory to the side. The redirection worked, but barely. Wilhelm dropped to one knee, blood dripping freely now. Julius shouted desperately, "Wilhelm, stop! Your body can't withstand this." Wilhelm did not respond. His eyes sharp, unwavering, resolute, remained fixed on Regulus. Regulus tilted his head. "Are you quite finished?" Wilhelm rose again. Regulus sighed. "Very well." He placed his hand on the frozen canal. Subaru's eyes widened. "Move!" Subaru screamed. But the effect was instantaneous. The entire frozen canal surrounding them began to break. Starting around Regulus, perfect cracks radiated outward in concentric circles. The ice shattered into dust, and the water beneath surged upward in a violent eruption. Julius grabbed Subaru. Amelia clung to him. Garfield roared as he tried to anchor himself. Wilhelm stood between Regulus and the rising water. Regulus's authority was erasing the ice beneath him. Wilhelm leapt forward again. Their clash, not of blades, not of fists, but of presence, will, and raw defiance, sent shockwaves across the canal. For a moment, time hung suspended. Then Regulus struck a point Wilhelm couldn't counter. A silent pulse, a ripple of nothing. Wilhelm's body jerked violently. Subaru screamed, "No, Wilhelm!" Amelia gasped, covering her mouth. Garfield froze in horror. Julius's eyes widened in devastation. Wilhelm's sword slipped from his fingers, clattering to the ice. But he didn't fall. Not yet. With the last of his strength, Wilhelm turned his head and smiled faintly at Subaru. "Live, Subaru." Regulus flicked his hand again. Wilhelm was sent flying, his body crashing into the ruined wall of a building at the canal's edge. Unmoving. Subaru's heart shattered. "Wilhelm!" Regulus dusted his sleeve, annoyed. "Finally. Now, Subaru, let us resume." Subaru froze as Regulus looked at him with the calm certainty of ownership. But Amelia stepped forward again, tears streaming, fury rising. "You will not touch him." Regulus raised an eyebrow. How unreasonable. The water beneath them surged. The battlefield had shifted. The ice was breaking. Their footing was disappearing. Wilhelm was down. Julius was injured. Garfield was barely standing. Amelia's mana was nearly depleted. Subaru was psychologically frayed. And Regulus was untouched. The fight was far from over. The foundation beneath their feet shattered, and the entire group plunged into the underground layer of Priestella. Cold water swallowed Subaru before he could even scream. His breath punched out of his chest as icy currents wrapped around him, dragging him downward into darkness. The world became a chaotic whirl of bubbles, debris, and the muffled echo of collapsing stone. Subaru struggled, arms flailing, lungs burning, panic clawing at his mind as memories of drowning from past loops resurfaced with brutal clarity. The crushing cold, the light fading, the helplessness. A hand caught his, warm, familiar, trembling. Amelia. Even underwater, he felt the surge of relief as she pulled him upward with desperate strength. Their bodies broke the surface with a violent splash, Subaru gasping for air as Amelia clung tightly to him. They drifted chaotically through the underground flood channel, a long, cavernous space hidden beneath Priestella, normally used to redirect excess water, but now completely overwhelmed by collapsed infrastructure. "Subaru, Subaru, are you okay?" Amelia cried, her voice shaking both from cold and terror. He coughed hard, trying to steady his breath. I'm here. You saved me." The currents carried them forward while debris rained from above, splintered beams, chunks of ice, pieces of the destroyed tower. Somewhere behind them, a massive chunk of rubble splashed into the water, sending shockwaves that nearly flipped them. Garfield surfaced moments later, snarling, dragging Julius by the collar. Julius coughed violently, barely conscious, but alive. His spirit arch struggled to stabilize in the damp, chaotic mana environment of the underground cavern. Subaru shouted, "Garfield! Julius! Over here!" They swam through the swirling current, grabbing hold of a protruding metal railing embedded in the stone wall. Subaru held onto Amelia with one arm, the railing with the other, every muscle shaking with cold and exhaustion. But they weren't safe. Not even close. A gentle splash echoed behind them, then another. Too delicate to be debris. Too deliberate. Subaru felt his skin crawl. No, he couldn't have. Julius coughed, voice weak. He's unaffected by environmental hazards. Water cannot hinder him. He walks atop it as though it were stone. Garfield's eyes widened in horror. He's coming! A soft voice drifted toward them across the water. Ah, there you are. Honestly, you made me work so much harder than necessary, falling underground like this. Such a nuisance. Regulus. He stood on the surface of the water as though it were solid ground. Not even a ripple spread from his feet. The reflectiveness of the underground pool distorted his figure slightly, making him seem even more unreal. Subaru's heart seized with terror. Amelia hugged him closer, placing herself between him and the man who wanted to take him. Regulus sighed. I didn't want to come down here, you know. It's damp, it's dirty, but you insist on running, and I insist on retrieving you. So here we are. His footstep made the water tremble. Not splash, tremble. An unnatural vibration, a warning from reality itself. Julius forced himself upright, swaying but resolute. Amelia, Subaru, Garfield, get farther down the channel. I'll delay him. No, Subaru rasped, gripping Julius's sleeve. You can't fight him alone. Wilhelm couldn't. Julius's eyes softened. Wilhelm bought us time. Now it's my turn. Amelia shook her head violently. No, Julius, you'll die. Julius smiled faintly. I already walked beside death once. If this is where my path leads, so be it. Regulus blinked at him. You knights really are dramatic, aren't you? He raised one hand casually. Julius braced himself. But Garfield leapt in front of him, teeth bared. Like hell you are. I ain't letting you kill him. Regulus lowered his hand again, unimpressed. This is tedious. Why are you all so unreasonable? Subaru is the only one I require. The rest of you can drown for all I care. The water beneath them began to rumble. Subaru knew what was coming. Everyone move, Subaru screamed, pulling Amelia and Julius backward. A sphere of destruction rippled outward from Regulus's feet, erasing water, stone, and debris in perfect silent harmony. The world around them warped, briefly turning into an immaculate void before crumbling back into chaos. The current surged violently. Subaru, Amelia, Julius, and Garfield were thrown deeper into the cavern, tumbling underwater again. Subaru held Amelia as tightly as he could, lungs burning, cold piercing his bones. They surfaced only because Garfield grabbed them both and pushed upward with a roar. They found a ledge, a small maintenance walkway along the cavern wall, and scrambled onto it, gasping, shivering, bodies bruised and battered. Regulus continued walking slowly toward them across the water. Subaru pressed himself against the wall, chest heaving. Amelia wrapped her arms around him, trying to shield him despite her trembling. Julius steadied himself with the railing, sword cracked but still held firmly. Garfield crouched low, body shaking from cold but eyes blazing with defiant fire. Subaru whispered, He's not tired. He hasn't slowed down at all. Julius nodded grimly. He never tires. He never weakens. His authority isolates him from the world. But that should mean, Subaru said slowly, piecing together fragments of what he'd seen earlier. The world can't touch him, but he also can't touch the world unless he makes exceptions. Julius looked sharply at him. Explain. Subaru trembled, mind racing through everything he'd observed, the perfect sphere of destruction. The way water parted beneath Regulus's feet. The fact that he never dirtied his clothes. The way debris around him always seemed to shift unnaturally. He's isolated, Subaru whispered. Not just strong, separate. He's like a bubble cut out of reality. Everything outside of him becomes irrelevant. Everything inside becomes absolute. That's why he doesn't get wet. Why he doesn't fall. Why nothing can touch him. Julius's eyes widened. Subaru. That might be it. Garfield blinked. Be what? Spit it out. Amelia cupped Subaru's cheek. Subaru, what does that mean for us? Regulus kept walking, his voice carrying casually. I'm glad you're talking. It's polite to have conversation before finality. Subaru swallowed hard. If Regulus isolates himself from the world, then the only way to hurt him is to force him to acknowledge something he can't ignore. Amelia gasped softly. Julius tightened his grip on his sword. Regulus stopped walking. He turned his head, expression finally shifting into something beyond boredom. Curiosity. Oh, he murmured. That is interesting. Subaru's heart dropped. He had Regulus's attention now. Full, undivided attention. Regulus stepped closer, voice smooth and dangerous. Go on, Subaru, tell me more. But Subaru couldn't breathe, couldn't speak, because the water behind Regulus began to churn. Something massive moved beneath the surface. Something rising. Something awakened by the collapse of the water towers. Amelia felt it too. She grabbed Subaru. Something's coming. The water erupted upward, and a gigantic creature, scaled and ancient, burst from the depths. The artificial water dragon. Priestella's last fail-safe. And now it was awake. Regulus turned slowly, annoyed. Oh, great, he muttered. Another unreasonable obstacle. Subaru trembled. Because the battlefield was about to become far, far worse. The roar that burst from the artificial water dragon was unlike anything Subaru had ever heard. It tore through the cavern like a physical force, shaking the walls, churning the water into violent whirlpools. Its massive body a fusion of crystal plates, shimmering scales, and ancient magic broke through the underground river with enough force to send waves crashing against the stone walkways. The creature's eyes, glowing like deep ocean lanterns, scanned the cavern in primal confusion, reacting to the catastrophic mana imbalance Capella and Regulus had created. Subaru instinctively shielded Amelia with his body, though she held him just as tightly. Garfield crouched low, growling deep in his chest. Julius staggered, bracing himself with the railing, eyes wide as the enormous creature towered above them. Regulus, meanwhile, regarded the monstrous guardian with mild irritation, as though a stray bird had flown into his living room. How unreasonable, he muttered. I don't have time to deal with wild animals. The water dragon surged forward, massive jaws opening, as a torrent of magically charged water blasted toward Regulus like a tsunami. It hit him and split apart. Not around him, at him. But the water could not touch him. The magical stream broke into two distinct currents, splitting cleanly at the exact point where Regulus stood, flowing harmlessly around him as though he were a hole in reality itself. Subaru's stomach dropped. Julius whispered, even this creature's ancient magic cannot touch him. Amelia's grip on Subaru tightened painfully. He's impossible. Regulus sighed heavily. Enough. He lifted his hand and erased the dragon's breath attack with a single pulse. The enormous beast recoiled, as though hit by an invisible hammer. Sections of its crystalline scales shattered, falling into the water with a splash that echoed like breaking glass. The dragon howled. Subaru clapped his hands over his ears. Garfield snarled in disbelief. What kind of monster? Amelia trembled. It's not the dragon. It's him. Regulus stepped forward on the water, annoyed. This creature is wasting my time. Subaru Natsuki, where were we? Ah, yes, you were explaining something about my authority. Do continue. Subaru couldn't speak. His throat locked. The dragon surged again, collapsing pillars of stone as it twisted its massive body. It struck at Regulus with a crystalline claw the size of a carriage. Regulus didn't move. The claw stopped midair, suspended inches from his face. Time itself seemed to freeze around it. The dragon let out a confused, guttural roar, unable to understand why its strength had evaporated. Regulus tilted his head in mild curiosity, then flicked his wrist. A ripple of silent force erupted. The water dragon's massive body was blasted across the cavern, smashing into a stone pillar with enough force to reduce the ancient structure to rubble. The shockwave shook the entire underground network, sending arcs of water splashing violently around Subaru, Amelia, Julius, and Garfield. Amelia gasped, tears forming at the corners of her eyes. "It's not even a fight. He's overwhelming everything." Regulus dusted off his sleeve. "These interruptions are truly unacceptable." Subaru shook violently. We need to run." Garfield grabbed him. "There ain't nowhere to run down there, boss." Julius winced as he tried to stand straighter. "He will not stop, not until Subaru is dragged away or killed." Subaru's breath faltered. "Killed?" Amelia hugged him fiercely. "I won't let that happen." The water dragon roared again, rising despite its shattered scales. The creature's resilience defied belief. Even in its damaged state, it lunged in a blind fury at Regulus, attempting to protect the waterway it had been created to guard. Regulus rolled his eyes. "Persistent animal." He raised his hand. Subaru felt his heart stop. If Regulus unleashed another perfect annihilation sphere this close to the canal, the entire underground layer would rupture. The water above Priestella would collapse downward, drowning thousands instantly. "No, no, no, no," Subaru gasped. Julius shouted, "Regulus, stop!" Regulus ignored him. He stepped forward, and Subaru made a decision that terrified even himself. He stepped into the walkway, alone in full view of the Archbishop. "Regulus!" he screamed. His voice cracked through the cavern like a spark igniting a powder trail. Regulus paused, turned, focused entirely on Subaru. Amelia's breath hitched. "Subaru, no!" Garfield lunged to grab him, but Julius held him back. "Wait, he's stalling. He's buying us seconds." Regulus tilted his head. "Yes? Did you finally come to your senses?" Subaru's legs shook violently. "If you want me, then look at me. Not the dragon, not the others. Me!" Amelia sobbed. "Subaru, please!" He didn't stop. He couldn't stop. If Regulus killed the water dragon, the cavern would collapse. If the cavern collapsed, the city would drown. Regulus smiled faintly. "Good, very good. That is the reasonable action I expected from you. Now come." "No," Subaru said. Regulus blinked. Subaru's voice trembled, but strengthened with each word. "You said your authority isolates you, that you're separated from the world, that nothing touches you unless you acknowledge it." Regulus narrowed his eyes. "I did." Subaru swallowed hard, sweat mixing with the water on his face. "Then what happens? If you're forced to acknowledge something you don't understand?" Julius's eyes widened. Amelia gasped. Garfield's jaw dropped. Regulus's composure faltered. "Just slightly?" "What?" Subaru forced his shaking mind to stay focused. "Your authority rejects everything you don't consider part of yourself, right? You ignore physics, ignore magic, ignore harm. But that means your power only applies to what you understand, what you define." Regulus stared at him. Subaru tightened his fists. "So if we force something unpredictable, something chaotic, something outside your ability to conceptualize, you'll have to acknowledge it. And then," he didn't finish the sentence, but Julius did, "then you'll no longer be invincible." Regulus's expression cracked, a hairline fracture of annoyance splitting through arrogance. "A child's theory," he scoffed, "an absurd hypothesis. You think you can manipulate logic? No, I define logic. I define my world." Subaru stepped closer, heart pounding so hard it hurt. Then prove it. Let the water dragon hit you. Or are you afraid? Regulus's eye twitched. Subaru pushed harder. Are you afraid your authority isn't perfect? Amelia gasped, terrified. Subaru, don't. But it was too late. Regulus froze. Truly froze. Like an animal confronted with fire. He whispered, voice chillingly quiet. Afraid? The water dragon roared behind him, gathering its strength for another attack. Regulus straightened slowly, coldly. I am not afraid. I am right. I am always right. And I do not fear anything, especially not the unreasonable lashings of a mindless beast. The water dragon lunged. Regulus turned, prepared to erase it again, but something changed. The dragon's attack was not a simple blast this time. It was mixed. Floodwater, mana, molten stone, debris, ice fragments from Amelia's magic, electrical discharge from broken conduits, and a surge of unstable magic from the fractured water crystal. Subaru's eyes widened. It was chaos, an undefinable mixture, something no single principle could encapsulate, something Regulus could not categorize. Regulus's authority wavered, just for a moment, just long enough. The impact didn't hit him, not fully, but it touched him. A small patch of his sleeve burned. Regulus stared at it. The world seemed to stop. His voice quivered with something no one had ever heard from him. Disbelief. This is unreasonable. Subaru whispered, trembling. We heard him? Julius exhaled, astonished. You did it. Subaru. Amelia covered her mouth, tears forming. Subaru, but Regulus. Regulus trembled, then screamed, a sound of pure, wounded pride. You made me dirty. You damaged me. You unreasonable, filthy, insolent, vermin. The cavern shook violently as his authority flared, no longer calm and controlled, but unstable, wild, deadly. Subaru's terror surged. Run! He screamed. Regulus's distortion expanded in jagged waves. The water dragon roared. Julius grabbed Subaru. Amelia froze the water beneath them. Garfield leapt forward, teeth bared, and the cavern erupted into chaos. Regulus's scream didn't sound human. It didn't even sound like the arrogant man who had boasted about reason and logic mere moments ago. It was a sound torn from something primal, something wounded in the deepest part of its ego. The cavern vibrated with the sheer force of his rage. The walls cracked, the frozen canal splintered, water surged upward in spiraling jets as the unstable mana of the underground network reacted violently to the Archbishop's emotional outburst. Amelia grabbed Subaru's arm. We have to go, now! Julius, still coughing blood, nodded sharply. Garfield, carry Subaru if you need to. We must not stay in the same space as his authority. Garfield didn't need to be told twice. Come on, boss! He grabbed Subaru by the back of his coat and yanked him into a sprint across the slanted maintenance walkway, the icy surface slick beneath their feet. Amelia ran beside them, forming frost under each step so the water wouldn't drag them under. Julius followed, using wind mana to keep himself upright despite his injuries. Behind them, the artificial water dragon roared one final time, and Regulus turned his head toward it. The dragon lunged, crystal talons glowing with ancient magic. Regulus didn't raise a hand. He didn't step aside. He simply narrowed his eyes. And then the entire front half of the water dragon disappeared. Not shattered, not cut, not destroyed in any way that made physical sense. It simply ceased to exist, erased from the world in a perfectly smooth, spherical void. Subaru screamed, No! Garfield's jaw dropped. What the? He didn't even touch it. Julius's face turned ashen. This is the true nature of his authority. Amelia gasped. He erased an ancient guardian beast, like nothing. Regulus exhaled sharply as though clearing his throat. Unreasonable creature. You dirtied me. You should consider it an honor that I ended you. The rest of the water dragon collapsed into the water with a colossal splash, steam erupting in violent bursts. Its death throes shook the cavern so violently that entire tunnels began breaking apart. Water and stone rained from the ceiling. The underground waterways groaned, and a series of explosions echoed deeper inside the caverns. Priestella was breaking apart. Regulus turned towards Subaru again. But gone was the calm, collected expression. Gone was the smug, logical superiority. His eyes burned with fury. "You," he hissed, voice dripping with venomous hate. "You dared to stain me. You, a worthless, pathetic insect, dared to harm what is mine." Subaru froze mid-step, hard hammering. Regulus took a single step forward, and the water beneath him evaporated. Literally evaporated. Every droplet turned into steam as his foot approached, his authority rejecting the existence of moisture itself. Julius grabbed Subaru's shoulder and forced him to keep running. "Subaru, look at me. You hurt him. That means he can feel. That means he can be defeated. We just have to survive long enough to understand how." Subaru gasped. "You're saying this like it's easy." Amelia, running beside him, said breathlessly, "We'll do it together. Please, don't lose hope now." Garfield yelled from ahead, "Less talk, more running. This bastard's coming in hot." They sprinted deeper into the cavern. The path narrowed, splitting into two tunnels. One partially collapsed, the other leading into a wider chamber filled with swirling water currents. Subaru hesitated for a split second. Garfield roared, "Right, the right path!" They turned, and Regulus appeared in the intersection behind them without walking, without stepping. He was simply there as though the world had shifted to place him closer. His hair was still immaculate, his clothes untouched, but his expression a cold storm of outrage. "You can run anywhere," he said softly, "but the world belongs to me. I define the boundaries of reason. You cannot escape someone who refuses to be separated from you." His authority rippled outward, distorting the stone walls as if gravity itself bent to avoid touching him. Subaru's breath caught. "He's faster." "No," Julius said, stumbling but forcing himself onward. "He's angry. That makes him sloppy. He's using more power than necessary. That is our opening." Regulus overheard and laughed, a chilling, empty sound. "Opening? Against me? I'll erase you before you even perceive the chance." He lifted his hand toward Garfield. Subaru screamed, "Garfield, move!" But Garfield didn't move. He roared. With everything he had, Garfield slammed his claws into the cavern wall, ripping out a massive stone pillar and swinging it at Regulus like a club. Regulus didn't dodge. His authority flared, and the pillar dissolved into nothing. Nothing. Not even dust remained. Garfield's arms recoiled from the force of the sudden loss of resistance, sending him stumbling backwards. Regulus's eyes locked onto Subaru with murderous precision. "You will not run from me again." The air pressured inward. Subaru felt the crushing force of Regulus's distorted gravity zone approaching. He stumbled. Amelia threw her arms around him, shielding him with her body and a thin sheet of ice that strained under the pressure. Julius raised his sword again, spirit mana struggling to hold against the crushing force. "Subaru!" Julius shouted. "His authority. It isolates him, but it cannot control the world around him completely. If we push too much chaos into his zone at once, he must compensate." Subaru blinked hard. "Chaos? Like the mixture from the dragon?" "Yes," Julius cried. "We must force interactions he cannot categorize, things that clash with his definitions of safe or clean. That confusion gave us a second of vulnerability before." Amelia gasped. "But there's nothing to throw at him, just water." Subaru's eyes widened. Water, steam, ice, debris, mana from Amelia, spirit wind from Julius, Garfield's brute force. Altogether a chaotic mixture, an unpredictable surge, something Regulus would have to acknowledge. He shouted, "Everyone hit him at once." Regulus blinked. "What?" Amelia thrust out her hands, unleashing a spiraling blizzard of frost. Julius invoked the spirits, summoning a burst of slicing wind. Garfield hurled himself forward with a roar. Subaru flung debris, ice, anything he could grab from the ground. All of it chaotic, unfocused, unrefined, hurtled toward Regulus like a storm of contradictions. Regulus extended his authority. The zone warped. The chaos hit it, exploded. Regulus's domain flickered violently. He flinched. Just a moment. Julius gasped. Again! Again! But before they could combine another attack, the cavern shook violently from deeper within. Something massive collapsed. A wave of water erupted, rushing toward them at impossible speed. Amelia's eyes widened. A flood! The upper levels! Subaru realized the water from the broken canals was pouring into the underground layer, meaning they were about to drown. Regulus clicked his tongue. How inconvenient. This terrain is no longer suitable. Subaru, come. He prepared to warp space again. Subaru made the only move he could. He jumped into the flood. Subaru! Amelia screamed, diving after him. Garfield roared and leapt. Julius, too, despite his wounds. Regulus lunged, but the uncontrolled flood hit them all, dragging Subaru and his group deeper into the underground torrent, while Regulus remained suspended above the water, unable to follow them instantly. His voice echoed in the cavern, distorted by rage. Subaru, not so okay! And the flood swallowed Subaru whole. The flood consumed Subaru before he had time to regret the decision. The water was a freezing, violent current that tore at his limbs and ripped breath from his lungs. He tumbled head over heels through the churning darkness, unable to tell up from down. Something slammed into his shoulder stone maybe, and he bit down a scream as pain flashed white behind his eyes. His lungs burned, his chest tightened, and a rising panic begged him to inhale, even though doing so meant death. But then warmth. Arms wrapped around him beneath the surface. Amelia. Her magic pulsed like a beacon, freezing the currents just as their descent. Subaru grabbed onto her waist instinctively, clinging to her as she kicked desperately upward. They broke the surface in a pocket of air trapped between collapsed stone and swirling water. Both of them gasped painfully. Emilia's silver hair plastered to her face, Subaru's bangs dripping and heavy. Subaru, are you okay? She asked between ragged breaths. He nodded weakly. Yeah, thanks to you. A loud splash echoed nearby. Garfield burst from the torrent, coughing violently. He dragged something behind him with raw strength, muscles straining against the water. It was Julius. Subaru's heart dropped. The knight's body hung limply as Garfield propped him against a jutting stone. Blood trickled from Julius's mouth, and his breathing was shallow. His broken arm dangled uselessly, and deep bruises covered his ribs, where Regulus's distorted pressure had struck him earlier. Julius! Subaru scrambled over, slipping on the wet stone. Stay with us! Hey! Julius managed a weak smile. Forgive my unsightly state. Subaru, Amelia placed her glowing hands over his wounds, her voice trembling. I'll heal you as much as I can. But the moment her magic touched his skin, Julius gasped sharply, gripping her wrist. No! Amelia, save your mana! We will need it! She looked devastated, shaking her head. But you're hurt! You're hurt so badly! His wounds ain't the priority right now, Garfield growled, claws biting into the stone to brace himself against the current. The bastard above ain't gonna give up. We gotta move before he finds a way down here. As if summoned by his name, a faint tremor rippled through the water. A cold familiarity crept into the cavern, the unmistakable pressure of Regulus's authority distorting the air. Subaru's blood turned to ice. He's coming, Amelia whispered. Garfield snarled. We gotta go, now! They pulled Julius between them, dragging him deeper into the underground channel. The cavern narrowed until they reached a section where the ceiling dipped so low they had to crouch. Water rushed beneath their feet, but the current was weaker here, channeled through a tight stone throat carved by centuries of controlled flows. Subaru's lungs still burned. His legs felt like lead, but he didn't dare slow down. Behind them, a soft echo of footsteps. Footsteps on water grew closer. Regulus wasn't running. He didn't need to. He would catch them eventually. Subaru's mind raced. We need somewhere he can't follow. A place where his authority stops working. Julius gasped, forcing out words between breaths. His authority isolates him from the world, but that isolation means he must define the boundaries. Consciously, Subaru nodded breathlessly, meaning if we force him into a space too complex, too chaotic, he must acknowledge it. Julius finished, coughing again. And the more he acknowledges, the more his separate world fractures. Amelia's eyes widened. So that's why the water dragon's mixed attack hurt him. Yes, Julius rasped. He had to acknowledge each component individually, and his separation couldn't filter all of them at once. Garfield grunted. So we gotta hit him with a whole lot of weird crap all at once? Essentially, yes. Julius sagged against the wall. Subaru exhaled. Okay, that's something. We can build on that. His voice cut off as the tunnel opened into a massive chamber. A deep reservoir stretched before them, a huge underground lake formed from centuries of diverted water. Ancient, half-submerged machinery lined the edges, rusted metal wheels and forgotten water regulators from Priestella's earliest engineering era. The chamber was dimly lit by glowing moss and crystals embedded in the stone. The water was calmer here, swirling gently around the remnants of mechanisms long dead. Amelia breathed out, awed and overwhelmed. This place, I never knew something like this existed. It's one of Priestella's oldest subterranean regulators, Julius whispered. A prototype before the modern towers. This place wasn't meant to be accessed anymore. Garfield sniffed, ears twitching. Dead end, no other way out. Subaru felt his heart drop. Then we're trapped. A soft ripple spread across the water. Footsteps, not heavy, not rushed. Calm, perfectly spaced. Regulus entered the chamber from the tunnel behind them, walking on the water as if it were polished stone, not even causing a ripple with each step. The bioluminescent moss reflected in his pristine white suit, making him look almost ethereal, a ghost of reason twisted into cruelty. There you are, he said, voice smooth as oil. Honestly, Subaru, you're being quite difficult today. Running, hiding, throwing debris, making me dirty. He glanced at the faint scorch mark on his sleeve with simmering fury. Unacceptable. Subaru stepped in front of Amelia and Julius, shaking visibly but refusing to back down. Regulus smiled thinly. Ah, that expression. I suppose I should offer you a reward for making this interesting. He gestured casually to the cavern. Allow me to explain something. Since you ruined my attire, I find myself in a talkative mood. Subaru didn't answer. Regulus tilted his head. You're aware I have 290 wives, yes? Amelia clenched her fists. Those women are prisoners. They are cherished, Regulus corrected sharply. Protected, preserved. Time cannot touch them. Age cannot harm them. They are mine forever. Julius's eyes widened in horror. Time. Cannot? Regulus nodded proudly. Yes. My authority halts the flow of time for everything within my domain, including living beings. My wives do not age. They do not change. They remain perfect, unblemished, immutable. Subaru's stomach twisted. You froze them? In time? They're alive, but stuck? Of course, Regulus said. A wife should never deteriorate. That's unreasonable. They are kept safe within a suspended moment, untouched by decay, disobedience, or desire. Amelia trembled. That's not love. That's imprisonment. Regulus frowned. Love is possession. To love is to claim. To claim is to protect. To protect is to preserve. You, Amelia, do not understand what a lawful marriage should be. Subaru's breath hitched. Everything clicked at once. The wives were not merely hostages. They were anchors. Anchors that Regulus's authority latched onto, drawing power from their frozen states, maintaining multiple overlapping worlds of suspended time around him. Julius whispered, realization dawning in his eyes. His authority requires multiple domains to sustain itself, and those domains are tied to the wives. Subaru felt chills crawl up his spine. If those domains were broken, Regulus's calm expression sharpened dangerously. That is enough, he said softly. Subaru swallowed hard. He understood now. Regulus's weakness. His wives were not just victims. They were the source of his invincibility. And if Subaru could reach them, Regulus stepped forward. The water shifted unnaturally, flattening beneath his feet. Subaru Natsuki, he said, eyes burning with fanatic certainty. You have caused me enough inconvenience for one day. Now come quietly, or I will erase every last one of your companions. Subaru trembled. Garfield crouched low, ready to die fighting. Julius could barely stand. Emilia stepped closer to Subaru, determination overriding fear. Subaru exhaled. Emilia. She looked at him. We have to break his anchors. Her eyes widened. Regulus lifted his hand, and the chamber began to rupture. Regulus's raised hand shone with a chilling brilliance, white and cold like the absence of all things. Subaru felt the air tighten, felt the world itself recoil from the expanding domain of destruction forming around the Archbishop. The water below stilled completely, losing all natural motion as if fearing the next moment. Emilia's hand found Subaru's instinctively, squeezing so hard it hurt. Garfield hissed through his teeth, claws biting into the stone. Julius braced himself against the ancient machinery, breath shallow, wounds bleeding anew. And then the world split. A sphere of annihilation burst from Regulus, its edge erasing everything in its path with perfect precision. The stone floor didn't crack or crumble, it simply ceased to be. The water didn't splash or boil, it vanished. Air didn't rush away, it disappeared soundlessly, creating a vacuum that collapsed instantly. Emilia shoved Subaru violently to the ground, erecting a desperate ice barrier that shuddered as pieces vanished from its edges. Garfield dug in, fighting the suction. Julius thrust his sword into the ground and clung to the hilt with trembling hands. The sphere passed inches from Subaru's cheek and carved a perfect, smooth indentation through the ancient wall behind him. Subaru gasped for breath, sweat dripping from every pore. We have to move! Regulus lowered his hand. You continue to resist. It's so frustrating. Just obey, and things would be simpler. Obey this! Garfield roared, hurling a massive chunk of stone at him. The stone dissolved midair. Regulus didn't even glance at it. Unreasonable. Julius grabbed Subaru's arm. We cannot fight him here. The chamber confines our options. Emilia nodded quickly. We need to escape into the tunnels. If we get far enough, he can't use large-scale authority without collapsing everything. Garfield smirked. Then let's collapse the place on our terms. No! Subaru shouted. If we collapse everything now, everyone in Priestella dies. That froze them. Even Garfield's snarl faltered. Regulus walked toward them across the water, hands tucked behind his back again, as if his earlier rage had been reset by sheer arrogance. Subaru, come here. You know resisting me is futile. Yeah, Subaru yelled, forcing strength into his shaking voice. Well, resisting is kinda my specialty, so bite me. Regulus's eyelid twitched. Julius whispered urgently. Subaru, provoking him is dangerous. I know, Subaru muttered back, but it's the only way to keep him looking at me instead of Emilia or you. Regulus took another step, and the ancient machinery around them hummed in response. Subaru blinked. What was that? Julius's eyes widened. These devices, they're still faintly active. They resonate with motion in the water system. Regulus's authority disrupted them. Emilia tilted her head. What does that mean? Julius swallowed hard. It means the resonant frequencies can echo, And if we find the frequency that corresponds to his wife's suspended domains, Subaru felt hope flicker. We can find where they're being held. Regulus stopped walking. The chamber temperature seemed to drop. His voice turned dangerously quiet. What did you just say? Julius stepped forward, despite barely being able to stand. Eurythe draws from multiple suspended time domains, your wives. If we can identify the mana signature connecting you to them, you will identify nothing, Regulus hissed, composure cracking once more. Garfield lunged to block his path. Come and make us stop! Regulus raised a hand, but Amelia acted first. In an instant, she created a massive wall of ice, not as a barrier but as a mirror reflecting the light from Regulus's authority pulse. The reflected light illuminated dozens of mana threads, like invisible spider silk strands extending from Regulus's body in every direction. Subaru gasped. Those threads! That's the connection! Julius strained forward, focusing his senses. I can see it. Multiple domains. Overlapping. A network of frozen time spheres. Scattered across Priestella. Regulus let out a monstrous scream, voice cracking. Stop looking at that! Garfield tackled Subaru aside. Just a beam of annihilation obliterated the stone where he had stood. Amelia reinforced the ice mirror, panting, hands shaking violently. Hurry, before he destroys it! Subaru looked around desperately, brain racing. The reflections on the fractured ice showed multiple repeating mana signatures, but one was closer. Stronger. Subaru pointed upward. There! That one's nearby, above us! That must be the wives' chamber closest to Regulus. Julius nodded, wincing. If we destroy even one suspended time domain, his authority will weaken. Regulus convulsed with rage. Do not touch them! They are mine! They are perfect! Amelia shouted, Subaru, go! Subaru froze. Me? Why me? Because he wants you, she cried. Julius is injured. Garfield needs to hold Regulus off. I'll protect them. You're the only one who can reach the chamber. Subaru trembled. The caverns shook as Regulus tore through the ice barrier, his footsteps destroying entire patches of stone. Garfield roared and transformed into his beast-like form, hurling himself at Regulus with reckless abandon. Julius raised his cracked sword, pushing past his limits. Amelia formed multiple ice ramps and platforms to slow Regulus's advance. Go, Subaru! They shouted together. Subaru's legs moved on instinct. He sprinted toward the chamber wall, climbing the exposed stone as Regulus screamed behind him. The ice mirror shattered. Mana threads flickered. The reservoir convulsed as the pressure from above increased. Subaru scaled the stone, fingers slipping, lungs burning, until he reached a small alcove, hidden behind collapsed stone. A door, metallic, etched with ancient script, radiating faint magic, the suspended domain, the wives' prison. Subaru pressed his palm against it. It pulsed. Regulus shrieked behind him. Don't you dare touch that! Subaru threw the door open. Inside, time froze. Literally. Women, dozens of them, stood motionless in the chamber, eyes drifting peacefully as if in mid-blink. Unmoving, unbreathing, ageless, suspended in a perfect moment. Their faces serene yet chilling, their hair dappled like still water. Subaru's breath caught in his throat. Amelia's voice trembled behind him. Subaru, what is this? Regulus appeared at the mouth of the chamber, eyes wide with hysterical terror. Get away from them! Subaru swallowed. Your wives. They're not living with you. They're trapped. Regulus convulsed as though stabbed. They are safe, perfect, preserved. Subaru shook his head. They're frozen in time. That's not love. That's slavery. Regulus's voice cracked with a desperation not born of affection but of dependency. If you harm them, I will erase you. I will erase this entire world if I must. Subaru stepped into the chamber, and Regulus's domain feared. It pulsed wildly, destabilizing. Julius gasped. Subaru, his authority is weakening. Being close to the wives disrupts him. Regulus's scream echoed like glass shattering. Subaru! Subaru turned toward the nearest suspended woman and raised his hand. He didn't need to hurt them. Just break the stasis. Just acknowledge them. Just touch one of them, and Regulus would be forced to do the same. No! No! Don't you touch her! Oh! Regulus shrieked. His authority spiraled out of control. The entire chamber shook. The water level surged, the wives flickered, and Subaru reached forward, his fingers brushed the suspended woman's arm. Time cracked. The moment Subaru's fingertips touched the suspended woman's skin, the world cracked. Not figuratively, literally. A sharp, splintering sound tore through the chamber, like a glass sphere shattering in slow motion. Subaru felt a violent shock travel up his arm, ripping through his nerves and spine as the frozen moment that held the woman captive collapsed. A wave of light burst outward, slow and thick as honey, rippling through the room. The suspended women flickered like static-laced memories trapped between frames. Their hair drifted, their eyelashes fluttered, their breaths that had been denied for years trembled back into motion. And outside the chamber, Regulus screamed. It was not the cry of a wounded man. It was the howl of a maddened god whose world was being torn apart. No, 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 no. Do you have any idea what you've done? Subaru staggered backward, clutching his chest as the woman whose arm he had touched gasped awake and collapsed into his arms, weak and disoriented. Amelia rushed to Subaru's side. Subaru, are you? But her voice cut off when she saw the awakening woman, her pale face, her eyes wide in confusion, her free fall back into time, so abrupt it seemed to hurt. Regulus fell to his knees outside the chamber's threshold, clawing at his chest as if something were being carved out of him. His authority flickered wildly, the perfect, seamless field around him, warped like a sheet of glass under heat, bending and distorting. The air pressure changed violently, pulling at the walls and nearly knocking Subaru to his knees. Julius, still leaning heavily on the wall, stared in awe and horror. His domain structure is collapsing. His authority is unraveling from the inside. Garfield, panting, bloody, bones cracking as he forced himself upright, snarled, Ha! That's what you get, you bastard! But Regulus wasn't done. He wasn't even close. His scream broke into hysterical panting. You touched her. You touched what's mine. You dirtied them. You broke it. My perfect peace. My perfect world. My reason. His hand slammed into the ground, not with force, but with instability. The stone beneath his palm erased itself, leaving a slick void. The wives in the chamber flinched as the magic strings holding them dissolved entirely. The suspended moment in which they'd lived for years shattered around them like ice. They collapsed limply, unconscious or disoriented, minds overwhelmed by the sudden return of sensation and time. Regulus's breathing turned ragged. His pupils dilated. His immaculate white suit flickered, certain sections distorting like static, as if the authority maintaining its perfection could no longer decide what to do. I'll kill you, he whispered. Subaru's blood froze. Regulus's voice grew louder with each syllable. I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll erase you from existence, I'll erase everything you ever loved, I'll erase the entire city if I must. And then he exploded. Not physically, but with his authority. A burst of distortion surged outward from his body, waves of warped reality, bending the chamber around him. Pillars shrank, stones elongated, water froze midair. The air itself folded inward. Regulus's authority had lost stability and now fluctuated randomly, like a broken machine tearing itself apart with its own power. Subaru grabbed Amelia and the newly awakened woman, pulling them behind a half-collapsed support column. We need cover, something to break the wave. Julius staggered toward them. The more domains we break, the weaker he becomes. But also, the more unstable his authority grows. That ain't comforting, Garfield yelled. Regulus's twisted voice echoed through the chamber, layered like many overlapping versions of himself. You ruined everything. You ruined my peace, my order, my perfect life. He vanished. Subaru's heart jumped. Where? Where'd he go? Julius barely had time to shout, Above! Regulus appeared on the ceiling. Yes, the ceiling! Standing upside down as if gravity were irrelevant. His eyes were wide, bloodshot, hair disheveled, expression contorted with pure homicidal rage. Subaru Natsuki, he dropped. An annihilation wave followed him, carving a crater in the floor where Subaru had stood seconds earlier. Amelia screamed, frost exploding from her hands as she formed a barrier. Regulus shattered it with a single swipe. Garfield charged, beast form claws flashing. Regulus hit him with a tiny pulse of authority. A pinpoint of crushing gravity struck Garfield's ribs, knocking him into the stone wall with a crack that echoed horribly. Blood sprayed. Garfield fell, coughing violently but alive. Subaru screamed, Garfield! Amelia froze Regulus's feet, trying to halt his motion for even a moment. Regulus didn't notice. His authority rejected the ice instantly. Cracks spread beneath him as he turned towards Subaru again. You will pay! You will pay! You will pay! Subaru tried to get up and slipped. Amelia caught him, pulling him close. Subaru, stay behind me! Regulus roared. Amelia, I have no interest in you. Move or die. Amelia's hands trembled, but she stood her ground. I won't let you take him. Regulus's expression becomes something unhinged. You dare defy me. You dare value him above me. You impure woman. He lunged. A slashing wave of annihilation rippled outward. Julius threw himself between Amelia and death, his sword shattering into dust. The force slammed him across the chamber. He hit the ground hard, skidding to a stop as blood pooled beneath him. Subaru cried out, Julius! Julius! Julius's chest rose shallowly, but he didn't respond. Amelia screamed in grief and fury. Ice erupted from her body in a violent surge, forming spirals and spikes and frozen shields. Frost crawled across the chamber walls, temporarily slowing Regulus's movements as he swatted away shards like insects. But then the wives in the chamber began to awaken fully. One opened her eyes. Another gasped. A third clutched her chest, shaking violently. A fourth collapsed in tears. Regulus froze. His rage evaporated in an instant. His eyes widened with horror. No! 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 This is wrong! They weren't supposed to wake. They're mine! Mine alone! They must not change! Subaru saw it. The fear. The true fear. Regulus wasn't afraid for them. He was afraid of them changing. Because if they changed, his perfect domains fractured. And his authority would collapse. Subaru rose shakily, Amelia holding him upright. Regulus, Subaru whispered. You don't love them. You're terrified of them. Regulus's attention snapped violently towards Subaru. If they change, Subaru said, voice trembling, your perfect world breaks because you can't handle anyone having a will you don't control. Regulus shrieked with hysterical rage. I will kill you and shove your body into an eternal moment until you break forever, he charged. His authority distorted wildly. The chamber walls ruptured. Water surged. Amelia grabbed Subaru. Garfield staggered to his feet. Julius bled out on the floor. The wives screamed, and Regulus became a storm. The cavern quaked as Regulus hurled himself forward, not with grace, but with a wild, spiraling fury that destabilized everything around him. His authority, once a precise and surgical distortion of reality, now erupted in erratic bursts, jagged waves of annihilation that carved the floors, the water, and even the air into impossible shapes. Stone twisted into coils. Water hovered in globes that never fell. Shadows detached themselves from their hosts and bent in unnatural directions. His domain was no longer a clean, inviolable space. It was a hurricane of contradictions, tearing itself apart. Amelia shoved Subaru behind one of the cracked pillars, frost leaping from her fingertips to reinforce the stone. Stay behind me! No, Amelia! Subaru tried to pull her back, but her eyes flashed with fierce determination. "You can't fight him," he shouted. But Amelia was already stepping forward. She raised both hands. Ice erupted from the ground in spiraling columns, swirling like a blizzard made solid. Shards sharp enough to carve steel spun around her, then shot toward Regulus in a barrage that filled the chamber with whistling air. None of them touched him. Regulus's authority flickered, and the ice simply ceased to exist the instant it neared him, evaporating into white dust. He didn't pause, didn't flinch, didn't even raise a hand. He was focused on one thing only. Subaru. You destroyed my world. Regulus's voice cracked into several overlapping tones, some high, some deep, some distorted, as if screamed through broken mirrors. You touched what was mine. You dirtied perfection. He swung his arm forward, and an expanding arc of annihilation ripped through the chamber. Amelia formed a dome of ice around herself and Subaru. It shattered instantly. Subaru felt himself thrown backward as Amelia grabbed him and rolled, saving him from being sliced in half by the expanding sphere. Garfield roared, forcing himself upright again despite his ribs cracking audibly. He transformed halfway, muscles bulging, fur sprouting, claws glowing with mana. "I'll tear you to pieces, you arrogant trash!" He lunged. Regulus didn't even look. A pinpoint pulse struck Garfield in the chest like a hammer of infinite weight. Garfield flew across the chamber, smashing into a massive gear-like structure that snapped from the impact. The water beneath him swallowed him halfway, but somehow he forced himself to stand again, growling through blood and broken bones. "Garfield, stop! You'll die!" Subaru screamed. "Already! Halfway there!" Garfield spat blood, but didn't collapse. Regulus's attention returned to Subaru. He walked on the water, each step erasing a perfect circle of liquid around him. "You broke one domain," Regulus hissed. "One perfect moment. I will break you in return." Amelia shoved Subaru farther back. "Subaru, listen to me. We have to break another domain. It's the only way." Subaru's breath hitched. I don't even know where the others are." Julius coughed violently from behind. "Subaru." Subaru whipped around. Julius was still alive barely. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His eyes struggled to focus, but he forced himself upright by bracing against the wall. "Subaru, the domains. Listen." Subaru crawled toward him. "Julius, don't move. Don't." Julius grabbed Subaru's hand with surprising strength. "You must find the convergences. The domains overlap at resonance points, where Regulus's mana threads intersect." Subaru's eyes widened as he looked toward the ice mirror's shattered remnants, still flickering with traces of mana. "The threads, like the ones we saw, connected to the wives." Julius nodded weakly. "The strongest threads point the way." Then he collapsed again. Subaru gritted his teeth. He had to find the next domain. But Regulus wasn't giving him time. The Archbishop vaulted forward, faster than Subaru could follow. The air around him warped violently. Shards of reality cracked in spiderwebs. Subaru felt his eardrums scream as pressure distorted unnaturally. Amelia formed a barrier of swirling frost. Regulus shattered it with a scream. "I told you to move!" he shrieked, sweeping his arm. Subaru shoved Amelia aside just as the annihilation wave cleaved the ground where they'd stood. The stone under his feet dissolved instantly, leaving only a smooth white plain. The cavern's ceiling broke. Chunks of stone rained down. Water flooded from newly opened fissures, swirling wildly with debris. The wives inside the chamber screamed as the collapse accelerated their awakening, minds unable to comprehend the chaos unfolding. "This is your fault," Regulus screamed, face twisted. "You destroyed my family. You broke my order. You made everything unreasonable." He swung both arms, now waves of destruction tearing the walls. Subaru stumbled backward, nearly slipping into the raging water. Amelia grabbed him, pulling him up. "Subaru, please, look." She pointed toward the right wall. A faint glow. Small, like fireflies. Mana threads shimmering pale blue converged behind a broken section of ancient machinery. Another domain. Another stasis. Another group of wives. Subaru's breath hitched. There! Amelia! There's another one! Regulus froze mid-attack. His head snapped toward them. No! He lunged. Garfield roared and tackled him, claws digging into the stone under the water to hold him back. Not so fast, bastard! Regulus flared his authority instinctively, blasting Garfield away, but not before Garfield slowed him for a heartbeat. A heartbeat was enough. Amelia thrust out her arms. Ice exploded from her palms, forming a massive ramp that launched Subaru toward the alcove on the right. The world blurred into dizzying motion as Subaru slid across the icy path, dodging falling debris and waves of water. The machinery around him sparked with old magic, humming loudly as if awakened after centuries. Behind him, Regulus screamed, Subaru! Subaru reached the alcove. A door stood half buried in rubble, similar in design to the first domain. The air around it shimmered faintly, like heat haze mixed with frozen air. Subaru threw himself at the door. It pulsed violently. His hand burned, but he pushed. He pushed harder. Behind him, Amelia cried out, Subaru, hurry! Garfield roared in pain as Regulus struck him again and again. Julius slumped to the floor, reaching weakly toward Subaru. The wives in the chamber cried for help, their voices rising as their consciousness returned. And Regulus! Regulus's steps thundered closer. Do not touch them, he roared, voice cracking into hysteria. They are mine! Mine! You have no right! Subaru slammed his hand onto the mana seal, and the door snapped open. Light flooded the alcove, and the frozen wives inside gasped awake. Time cracked again. Regulus's authority ruptured like a broken engine. He staggered backward, clutching his chest, suffocating on his own power as the suspended time domain collapsed inside him. His scream pierced the entire cavern. No! 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 Stop breaking it. Stop breaking my perfect world. Subaru's lungs burned as he collapsed to his knees, watching cracks spread along Regulus's perfect suit. His authority destabilized further. The annihilation field flickered. Regulus staggered. For the first time ever, he looked small, human, terrified. Amelia rushed to Subaru, pulling him into her arms. Subaru, are you hurt? He shook his head, panting. No, no, I'm fine. Amelia, we did it. We broke another domain. Julius whispered hoarsely. His power is collapsing. If we break one more. Garfield spat blood, fangs bared. We end him. Regulus's unstable domain pulsed violently, shaking the entire cavern. You, worthless, filth. Subaru forced himself to stand. His legs shook. His breath trembled. But he stared back defiantly. You're not a god, Regulus. You're just a man terrified of losing control. Regulus shrieked, lunging again as the cavern's ceiling began to collapse in full. The final confrontation approached its peak. The cavern's ceiling began to crack in earnest, huge slabs of stone breaking away and crashing into the reservoir with thunderous booms. Water surged, dragging debris, broken machinery, and the bodies of the awakening wives into chaotic spirals. Amelia threw sheets of ice over the most unstable areas, shaping hasty platforms and barriers. But her mana was stretched thin. Even so, she forced her trembling arms to move, knowing that 1 second of hesitation meant death for someone she loved. Subaru steadied himself against a groaning pillar, every bone in his body vibrating from the tension. His breath came in ragged bursts, half from exertion, half from terror, but beneath it all burned something stronger. Determination, anger, a rising resolve that refused to let Regulus win. Regulus staggered backward, clutching at his chest as though trying to physically trap his collapsing authority inside his body. The white suit he wore flickered again, patches of it glitching into black static before snapping back. His perfect hair lay disheveled across his face. His eyes were wild, no longer aloof or controlled, but frantic, desperate, terrified. He looked less like a god and more like a man watching his entire world crumble. "You," Regulus croaked, voice strained beyond recognition. "You, you ruined everything." A burst of annihilation shot from his outstretched hand, but it wavered chaotically, ripping apart the ceiling instead of aiming directly for Subaru. A boulder weighing tons fell toward them. Amelia threw her hands upward with a gasp, freezing the rock midair just long enough for Garfield to leap up and punch it aside, shattering it into harmless chunks. "Move!" Garfield roared, falling back down with a wince. "The whole damn cavern's about to crush us." Subaru scanned the area frantically. The faint blue mana threads, the only hints toward the last suspended time domain, flickered in and out like dying fireflies. The destruction Regulus unleashed threatened to erase the traces entirely. "Where? Where's the final domain?" Subaru gasped, feeling panic clamp around his throat. Another wave of the collapsing ceiling crashed around them, and Julius, barely conscious, pushed himself up using the broken remains of his sword as a crutch. "Subaru," Julius rasped, blood dripping from his mouth. "The domains are arranged symmetrically around Regulus's original point of entry." Subaru blinked, struggling to piece it together. Original point of entry. Amelia caught on faster, her eyes widening. Subaru, the wives who were preserved the longest, must be closest to where he anchored himself when he came underground. Subaru looked around wildly. "But which direction?" Another explosion from Regulus answered him, violently. "You won't touch another one." Annihilation ripped through a row of machinery, exposing a deeper passage beyond a narrow tunnel that curved downward into an older, even more ancient chamber, untouched by their battle until now. A faint blue glow shimmered within. Subaru felt something tug in his chest. A certainty. Instinct. "That's it," he whispered. "The last domain is down there." Garfield hissed, eyes narrowing. "And guess who's blocking the way?" Regulus had already placed himself between Subaru and the newly revealed tunnel. His unstable form radiated violent waves of authority, warping everything around him in jagged pulses. He had become unpredictable, but immeasurably more dangerous. His face twisted into an expression not even hatred could describe. Pure obsession. Pure possessiveness. "You won't go near them," he hissed. "You won't go near my wives, my perfection, my peace. You have no right to interfere with my world." Subaru stepped forward despite the trembling in his legs. "I have every right, because they're not objects, they're not decorations, they're people, and you've stolen their lives." Regulus screamed, his voice cracking. "They are mine! They owe me their existence!" Amelia shouted, "Love isn't ownership." Regulus whipped his gaze to her, eyes blazing with frenzied malice. "Then what is it?" Amelia didn't flinch. Her voice shook but held firm. "Love is when both people choose it, when both hearts grow and change together." Her hand tightened around Subaru's. "Not when one person freezes the other into a perfect doll." Regulus's face twisted. "Unreasonable, unreasonable, unreasonable." His authority burst outward like a collapsing star, tearing apart every stable structure left in the cavern. Water exploded from ruptured channels. Crystals cracked. The wives screamed and tried to shield themselves. Subaru yelled, "Amelia, now!" Amelia threw a surge of ice forward, not as an attack but as a wall, a jagged moving glacier that pushed the unstable waves of Regulus's authority upward. The distortion scraped across the top of the ice and exploded against the ceiling instead of vaporizing them. Garfield leapt in front, claws glowing with mana, smashing aside debris falling towards Subaru. Julius forced his battered body forward. "I will create an opening." Regulus turned toward him instantly. "You'll do no such thing." He raised his hand. Subaru's heart collapsed in terror. Julius was too weak, he couldn't dodge, couldn't block. "Don't!" Subaru screamed. The annihilation sphere shot forward. Julius closed his eyes. And then, another figure moved. A familiar blur. A body threw itself between them. Subaru's scream echoed through the cavern. No! Garfield! The sphere slammed into Garfield's back. He roared in agony, a raw, tearing sound as the force struck him, distorting the space around his body. His claws dug into the ground, carving furrows as he resisted the impossible gravity crushing him. Garfield! Julius shouted in disbelief. Amelia froze, eyes wide with horror. Subaru ran toward him, tears blurring his vision. Garfield! Garfield spit blood onto the stone and managed a crooked grin through the pain. Hey, boss, always gotta save your sorry ass, huh? Regulus growled in frustration. Out of my way, beast! He sent another pulse. Garfield couldn't defend himself this time, but Julius shoved himself in front of Garfield, swordless but defiant. Regulus's eyes widened. You again? The pulse struck Julius instead, and this time the knight collapsed for good, his body crumpling near Garfield's. Julius! Subaru screamed. No, please, no! Amelia whispered, voice cracking. But Julius, barely conscious, lifted his head weakly. Go. Subaru. Finish this. The tunnel to the final domain shimmered faintly. The last wives, the final anchor, the key to breaking Regulus completely. Subaru wiped his eyes with shaking hands. Amelia, Garfield, we end this, now. Regulus spun, authority flaring violently. You won't touch them. But Subaru wasn't running alone. Amelia grabbed his hand, her eyes blazing with purpose. Garfield staggered up again, half dead but smiling through blood. Even Julius, half conscious, lifted his head in silent support. The wives' awakening murmured behind them like a prayer. Subaru stepped toward Regulus. Try and stop me. Regulus lunged and the cavern screamed as the entire final battle shifted into motion. Subaru's legs felt like they were made of splintered glass, but he forced them to move. He could scarcely breathe, his ribs aching from earlier impacts, his head pounding from the mana pressure crushing the air. Still, he pushed forward, Amelia at his side and Garfield stumbling just behind him, leaking blood with every step. The floor shook violently under them, cracks spider-webbing across stone and frozen surfaces alike. Every inch of the collapsing cavern screamed that they were seconds from burial beneath millions of gallons of water and ancient stone. Regulus's shrieks echoed like thunder in a bottle. His authority, now fully unstable, lashed out in uncontrolled pulses that distorted the very shape of the cavern. Stone melted into glass. Water folded itself into impossible angles. Air vibrated with static and screamed with pressure changes. The wives behind them cried in terror, some fully conscious, some still groggy from the collapse of long-held stasis. They huddled together, their fear amplifying the already overwhelming chaos. Regulus himself looked half human, half monster now. His perfectly clean suit rippled with patches of distorted color. His skin fluctuated between pale flesh and glinting emptiness, as if his body flickered out of reality with every unstable pulse. His hair stood on end, glowing faintly blue at the tips as the unstable authority radiated from his core. He was breaking. And that meant he was more dangerous than ever. Subaru! Regulus roared, voice fracturing into multiple distorted tones that layered painfully atop each other. If you take one more step, one more, I swear I will rip the flesh from every living body in this city. Garfield snarled. Try it, you friggin' fossil. He leapt, claws blazing in golden fury, aiming to distract Regulus even briefly. But Regulus's unstable authority burst outward like a shockwave. Garfield was thrown backward, tumbling across the stone before smashing into a pillar that nearly collapsed on top of him. He coughed blood, but somehow, impossibly, still pushed himself up again. Garfield! Amelia cried. I ain't done yet, he wheezed, swaying on his feet. Regulus turned towards Subaru again, foam at the edges of his lips. You destroy my wives, my domains, my perfection, my order, my rights. Subaru gasped for breath. They weren't yours to begin with. You stole their lives, locked them away, trapped them so they couldn't say no to you. Regulus screamed with raw hatred. The very air vibrated. They are mine! He prepared a killing blow. But Amelia's ice surged forward instantly, aiming both to interrupt and to shield Subaru. The freezing air crackled as pillars of frost shot up from the flooded stone, forming jagged domes and barriers that trembled under the weight of Regulus's pressure. Amelia stood tall, tears streaming, but her face hardened with iron determination. Subaru is not yours, and neither are those women. You don't get to decide their lives. Not anymore. Regulus's eye twitched. His authority rippled uncontrollably. You are unreasonable. An annihilation wave tore through the cavern toward them. Subaru screamed her name, but Amelia didn't flinch. She threw up another barrier of ice, and just as it began to fracture, Garfield appeared from behind, using his body to reinforce the shield. His claws dug into the stone beneath them, anchoring them against the crushing pressure. The wave broke, the shield shattered. Garfield flew backward again. Garfield! He hit the wall violently, this time not getting up right away. Subaru's heart seized at the thought he might not rise again, but his chest moved, and a weak growl slipped from his throat. Subaru forced himself onward, because now the tunnel was open. Now he could see the faint glow. Now the path toward the final domain was in sight. Amelia took his hand and whispered, I'm right here. Don't hesitate. He squeezed her hand back. I won't. They sprinted into the newly revealed passage, water swirling around their ankles. The tunnel curved sharply downward, illuminated by deep blue mana veins throbbing faintly along the walls. The deeper they ran, the colder the air became, unnaturally so. Frost formed on the walls despite the raging heat and distortion behind them. And then they emerged into the final chamber. A round room, perfectly symmetrical, its walls etched with ancient water magic designs. Pipes, runes, and crystalline conduits fed into a central pedestal, atop which hovered a sphere of suspended time. Pure, shimmering stasis, holding dozens more wives in frozen tranquility. This was the heart of Regulus's power, the core domain. Subaru nearly collapsed under the weight of realization. So many. He trapped so many. Amelia's eyes filled with tears. He stole their time, their freedom. Before Subaru could step forward, the chamber shook violently. Regulus arrived, not by walking, not by teleporting, but by ripping through the air like an angry god breaking the sky. He landed in the chamber entrance, panting, twitching, his authority rippling outward in jagged bursts. His entire form flickered as if reality rejected him. No, 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 he screamed, voice warping pitch every syllable. You can't be here. You can't be here. This is mine, my heart, my world, my wives. He lunged. Subaru froze. Amelia threw herself in front of him. Amelia! Regulus's annihilation sphere collided with her, but instead of hitting her directly, Amelia's ice exploded outward in a dome so thick it briefly resisted the force. She screamed, legs buckling, frost cracking beneath the pressure, threatening to erase her existence. Subaru caught her as she collapsed, her breast trembling, mana flickering dangerously low. I'm okay, she gasped. Keep going, Subaru, you must! Regulus shrieked again, his voice almost inhuman. I will not let you touch them! He prepared another strike, but Julius's voice echoed faintly from the previous chamber. Subaru, the wives, break the stasis, acknowledge them. Force him to acknowledge them, and he'll fall apart. Subaru's breath trembled. He knew what he had to do. He turned toward the central pedestal, toward the shimmering sphere of suspended time, holding dozens of women captive. Regulus's scream tore into his ears. If you touch them, you break my time, you break my heart, you break everything, and I will break you 10,000 times over. Subaru stepped forward. Regulus lunged, authority howling. Garfield burst from the tunnel behind him, grabbing Regulus's arm. Regulus howled, You again! Die! The pulse hit Garfield point blank. For a moment, Garfield's body seemed to flicker out of existence. Subaru screamed. Garfield, no! Amelia's sobbing voice echoed the same fear. Regulus tore Garfield aside like a rag doll, but the delay was enough. Subaru reached the pedestal. The shimmering sphere pulsed violently, warning him away. The wives inside floated like unreal ghosts, their eyes shut in an eternal moment. Subaru whispered, "You're not his property." He extended his hand. Regulus screamed, "No!" Subaru touched the sphere. It shattered like a mirror struck by a hammer. Time unraveled. The wives gasped awake. Regulus's authority ruptured. His body convulsed. His scream filled the chamber, a scream of a world collapsing inside a man. The instant Subaru's fingers brushed the glowing sphere, the world cracked open like fragile glass. Time, which had been held prisoner for decades inside that suspended domain, broke free in a tidal wave of motion. Light surged outward in a blinding cascade. The wives trapped inside stared blankly for a heartbeat, then gasped violently as their lungs remembered what it meant to breathe. Their limbs convulsed as sensation flooded back into their nerves, and tears burst down cheeks that had been frozen still for years. The explosion of release time hit Regulus like a physical blow. His body snapped backward, limbs jerking unnaturally. The smooth, impenetrable shell of his authority broke into jagged fragments around him, like armor made of invisible memory, each piece shattering in violent pulses. His pristine white suit flickered into black, then into raw patches of floating static, then into a rotting version of itself before snapping back again. His hair stood fully on end, frayed, his eyes wide with existential terror. No! 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 His scream was not human. It was an entire world collapsing inside a single throat every suspended moment, every stolen breath, every domain he controlled, imploding into chaos as his perfect system failed. The cavern responded instantly. Water surged uncontrollably, losing all magical regulation. Stone cracked. The runes along the walls sparked and died. The ancient machinery groaned and buckled under the catastrophic imbalance. Amelia clung to Subaru as the floor lurched violently beneath them. Subaru's own lungs burned as he stared at the unraveling Archbishop. Regulus staggered, clutching his head with both hands, shaking violently. "You broke my time! You broke my order! Everything I built! Everything I owned! Everything that was mine!" His body snapped back upright. Power flared around him, not in clean spheres, but jagged crescents, like shards of broken mirrors slicing the air. The wives, newly awakened, scrambled in terror, some falling into the shallow water, some clinging to each other, confusion and fear overwhelming them. A few stared at Regulus with recognition and horror deep in their eyes. "You," one whispered, trembling, "you kept us caged." Regulus's whole body convulsed with rage. "Silence! You were perfect. I preserved you. You should thank me," one of the women sobbed. "We never asked for that." Her voice ripped something inside Regulus beyond repair. His scream tore the chamber apart. A wave of fractured authority blasted outward. Subaru grabbed Amelia and ducked behind the pedestal as the wave ripped apart the upper wall, annihilating dozens of ancient mechanisms and creating a deadly vacuum that sucked cold water upward in a spiraling column. Garfield, barely conscious, pushed himself upright again, blood dripping down his chin. "Son of a... This bastard ain't quittin'!" Amelia conjured ice sheets and barriers desperately, even as her mana faltered, the frost flickering with cracks. "We have to stop him, before he kills everyone!" Julius, half conscious but alive, forced himself to crawl toward them. Subaru, his authority, is collapsing inward. It is now unstable, self-destructive. But he still has enough power left to kill us all. Subaru's heart hammered. "So how do we end this?" Julius's fingers clenched around the broken hilt of his sword. "You must hit him while his domains are rupturing, when he is forced to acknowledge the external world. That will expose him fully. And then," his eyes darkened, "he will break." Subaru swallowed hard. "But I can't fight him. I don't have magic or a weapon? Julius gave a thin, pained smile. Subaru, do you not realize? You already dealt more damage than any blade. Amelia took Subaru's hand, her voice trembling with fierce gentleness. You broke the stasis. You freed those women. You destabilized his authority. You can do it again. Just by touching him. Yom. Regulus heard this. His head snapped toward them. No! His unstable domain flickered violently, distorting the chamber with crushing pressure. Don't come near me! You are filth! You will not touch me! Subaru stepped forward. Regulus screamed and hurled a crescent of annihilation. Amelia froze the floor beneath Subaru to throw him sideways. The crescent carved a perfect slice through the stone where Subaru had stood, erasing it cleanly. Garfield pounced, slamming into Regulus's side. His claws cracked against the fragmenting authority, sending a shower of unstable mana into the cavern. Regulus shrieked, Get off me! A pulse threw Garfield into the wall. His body slid down limply. Garfield! Subaru yelled, his voice cracking. Amelia's eyes filled with tears, but she forced herself to keep fighting. She summoned a massive spear of ice, her entire body shaking as she channeled what little mana remained. The spear flew toward Regulus. He tried to reject it. His authority flickered. The spear shattered into shards, but a few shards nicked his arm. Regulus gasped. He felt it. He looked at his arm in horror. Subaru moved. He didn't know where the strength came from. He didn't feel his legs. He didn't feel his lungs. He felt only the pounding of his heart and the weight of every life depending on him. Regulus lunged in panic, screaming, Stay back! Subaru threw himself forward, dodging a spray of annihilation that erased part of his sleeve. He dove. Regulus swung. Subaru slid under his arm. He reached out, his trembling hand grabbed Regulus's wrist. And for the first time, Regulus felt the world. The real world. His authority could not isolate him fast enough. He was exposed. His breath caught. His eyes widened with primal animal terror. Oh, no, 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 no! Untouchable, I'm untouchable, I'm perfect. I'm... Subaru screamed back. You're not untouchable anymore. Regulus convulsed violently as every broken domain collapsed inward, crushing his authority like a collapsing star. Light burst from his skin. His form shattered into fragments, not of flesh, but of frozen time, fractured worlds, suspended moments, all breaking simultaneously. His scream echoed like a death rattle through the collapsing cavern. Unreasonable! His body dissolved into dust. His authority extinguished. Silence followed, but only for a moment. Because the cavern, now without Regulus's stabilizing distortions, began to collapse in full. Amelia grabbed Subaru. Run! Run! Garfield staggered to his feet, grabbing Julius's arm. The wives followed desperately, wading through the rising water. The ceiling caved. The ancient machinery shattered. Water surged into the chamber, rushing toward them like a living wall. Subaru turned to run, but his foot slipped on the shattered remnants of Regulus's domain. He fell. Amelia screamed his name, and the floods swallowed everything. The world became water. Cold, crushing water that swallowed Subaru whole the instant his foot slipped. He didn't even have time to gasp. The pressure consumed him, forcing him downward into the collapsing labyrinth beneath Priestella. His limbs flailed uselessly as the flood tumbled him end over end. His lungs screamed for air. The darkness pressed in on all sides, broken only by flashes of falling debris, shattered domain fragments, and flickers of Amelia's magic far above the surface. He reached upward, hands clawing against nothing, as if somehow he could grab her through the currents. Amelia! The name echoed in his mind as water filled his ears. Above the surface, Amelia screamed with all the desperation of someone on the edge of losing the person she treasured most. Subaru! Her voice broke. She dove instantly. ignoring the collapsing ceiling, ignoring the rising torrents, ignoring the wives calling her name in panic. Frothing water pounded against her body, threatening to sweep her away as well, but she forced herself downward. Her silver hair streamed behind her like moonlit ribbons. Her lungs burned, her arms stretched through the swirling turbulence. But Subaru was nowhere. The water was too chaotic, the currents too strong. Every second she remained submerged, the cavern groaned around her. Another slab of stone fell, crushing a section of ice she'd created earlier. Garfield, bleeding heavily, staggered toward the water's edge and roared, "Emilia, get back here! You can't save him if you die too!" She did not hear him, or she refused to. She forced herself deeper into the churning black. Subaru, tumbling further downward, fought with everything he had left. He pressed his hands against falling debris, used the force of the current to roll his body, anything to keep himself from being dragged into one of the deeper tunnels that would sweep him into Priestella's lower aqueducts a certain death. His mind flickered in and out. Emilia, Beatrice, Rem, everyone, he couldn't die here. Not after everything. A beam of light, soft, faint, flickering, pierced the dark. Subaru stretched toward it. Then the current slammed him into an ancient metal grate. The impact stole the last remaining air from his lungs. He coughed water, instinct screaming at him to breathe but knowing it would kill him. He shoved at the grate, but his fingers slipped. His consciousness wavered. The world dimmed. But then a hand wrapped around his wrist. Warm, trembling. Emilia. Her magic surged like a chilling pulse through the water, freezing the current just enough to give her leverage. She pulled him upward, kicking desperately with burning lungs and shaking legs. Subaru's vision flickered. Cold numbness crept into his fingers. But then air. They broke the surface with a violent splash. Subaru gasped, coughing water from his lungs. Emilia held him tightly, pressing her forehead to his, sobbing with relief and terror. Subaru, don't you ever scare me like that again." He tried to speak, but only a rasp came out. "Emilia, you saved me." She hugged him so fiercely, it hurt. "I'll always save you, always." The cavern shook violently. A massive section of the ceiling collapsed behind them, water exploding upward in a towering spray. Garfield roared Emilia's name, reaching toward them with a bloody claw, trying to anchor himself and Julius against the flood about to overtake them. "Emilia, Subaru, this whole place is coming down. Move!" Emilia nodded, lifting Subaru partially onto the remains of an old broken platform. It rocked dangerously under their combined weight, but it kept them afloat. Subaru forced his hand to grip the splintered metal, pulling himself upright. The awakened wives clung to nearby debris, terrified and confused, some crying, some calling for help. Julius, half conscious, breathed shallowly against the wall. Garfield dragged him across collapsing stone, snarling through pain, but refusing to stop. The cavern's main supports groaned above them, like a dying beast. Emilia looked around wide-eyed. We have to get out! Everyone!" Subaru coughed violently, but nodded. "There should be an exit. Upstream. If we follow the current, backward." Garfield spat blood and grinned. "Then let's swim like hell." A violent rumble shook the chamber, almost knocking Subaru off the platform. A massive plume of water surged from behind the last remnants of the broken domain, exploding from the collapse of Regulus's authority. Without his forced separation stabilizing the underground layers, the entire layout was in freefall. Subaru's eyes widened. "We have seconds! Go, go, go!" Emilia screamed, pushing the platform while swimming with her free arm. Garfield kicked off the wall, grabbing onto the platform's edge with one hand and Julius with the other. The wives followed desperately, clinging to floating debris or being guided by those still strong enough to help. The tunnel ahead narrowed into a slanted chute, a water regulator channel designed to redirect pressure in emergencies. Emilia froze the edges to make a slippery ramp for them to slide upward rather than be dragged down. Garfield slammed a fist into the ice to reinforce it. Move! The entire group slid into the ramp as water crashed behind them, growing louder, wilder. Subaru gritted his teeth. Amelia, hold on! I am, she yelled back, eyes shining with fierce determination. The ramp carried them upward, water rushing beneath like a living beast trying to pull them under. Stone whizzed past. Broken machinery tumbled beside them. Wives screamed as cracks spread across the ramp ahead. Garfield roared, "Jump!" The ramp collapsed. They leapt. Subaru felt Amelia's hand tighten around his. And then they burst into open air. A waterfall blasted them upwards through a narrow exit shaft, hurling them into a larger reservoir above the underground collapse. Subaru splashed down into a calmer pool, coughing and gasping as light flickered above. Amelia surfaced next to him, panting, eyes wide. We made it! Garfield broke the surface behind them, dragging Julius and several wives with him. More wives emerged, crying, screaming, or sobbing in relief. The air above was calmer, one of the maintenance reservoirs closer to the surface, lit faintly by daylight filtering through vents. Subaru felt tears well in his eyes. But Amelia grabbed his face gently. Subaru, we're safe. We're finally. A tremor shook the pool, and from the deep, half-buried beneath rubble and broken machinery, a faint voice echoed. Unreasonable. Subaru froze. His breath hitched. Regulus's broken voice seeped through the cracks in reality, like a dying echo. Unreasonable! Unreasonable! The final remnant of his authority surged upward, a last desperate attempt to kill Subaru. Amelia screamed his name. Garfield lunged to block it, and Subaru turned just in time to face the dying Archbishop one last time. The water trembled with a sickening vibration, and every hair on Subaru's body stood on end. The sound wasn't loud, it was thin, ragged, like the last wheezing breath of a dying animal, but it carried enough malice to freeze the blood in anyone who heard it. Unreasonable. The single word rippled across the surface of the reservoir, turning the gentle water into a shuddering mess of concentric waves. Subaru's eyes widened. He couldn't see Regulus, not fully, only a twisted silhouette half buried under collapsed machinery and fractured stone. But the air around the silhouette pulsed in jagged distortions, like heat waves mixed with screams. Garfield reacted instantly, placing himself between Subaru and bubbling surface. That bastard ain't dead yet? Amelia's voice cracked, raw with exhaustion and terror. Subaru, stay behind us! His authority, it's still! The rubble exploded. A spasm of broken reality tore upward like a lance of distorted light, blasting chunks of stone in every direction. Garfield shielded Subaru with his body as debris rained around them. Several wives shrieked. Julius, barely conscious, flinched as a fragment sliced across his shoulder. Amelia threw up a dome of ice, but it cracked the moment that distortion brushed it. Regulus's form appeared in the breach, no longer human in any recognizable way. His body flickered between shapes, as if several versions of him existed at once, each frozen in a different moment of fury. One flickered with a twisted grin, another with tears of rage, another with black voids where eyes should be. His suit rippled like a broken machine trying to redraw itself. And yet his voice was unmistakable. You won't get to live after ruining everything. He staggered closer, walking on water, but each step caused the surface to distort, ripple, recoil. His authority wasn't a sphere anymore. It was a series of jagged spikes, unpredictable bursts that erased whatever they touched. A wife screamed as a wave of distortion scraped the platform she clung to. Amelia darted forward, freezing the water beneath the woman to halt the collapse. Subaru forced himself to stand, despite Garfield's hand trying to keep him down. No! I have to finish this. If I don't, he'll kill everyone. Boss, Garfield snarled, grabbing his arm. That ain't a man anymore. You go near him, you're gonna die. Subaru's chest ached with fear, but he pulled free. He's dying, Garfield, but dying things are the most dangerous. Amelia caught up to Subaru, grabbing his trembling hand. Her voice was soft, not fearful, but resolute. "We face him together." Subaru met her eyes. He saw terror there, but also unshakable resolve. He nodded weakly. "Together." A final pulse erupted from Regulus's chest, blasting apart the water around him. The surface flattened unnaturally, forming a mirror-like sphere that obeyed Regulus's collapsing reality rather than physics. He raised a shaking arm toward Subaru. "You will not survive." Subaru braced himself. But Regulus wasn't aiming at Subaru. He was aiming behind him. "At the wives!" Subaru's heart dropped. "No!" Regulus screamed. "If I can't have them, no one can!" A massive crescent of annihilation tore forward. The wives cried in terror, and Amelia threw herself in front of them, ice forming a massive barrier that cracked immediately. The crescent split her ice like paper. Subaru sprinted. Garfield roared and leapt. Julius, barely conscious, raised his broken blade. But none of them would reach in time. The crescent hit Amelia's barrier cracks. It shattered it and rushed forward straight toward Amelia's unprotected back. Subaru screamed her name. Time slowed. Every fiber of Subaru's being screamed to move faster, to reach her, to protect her. Something in him snapped. Not physically, emotionally, psychologically. A scream tore from his throat as he lunged. He didn't think. He didn't calculate. He simply moved. His body slammed into Amelia just as the crescent reached her. They rolled across the platform, Subaru's entire world turning into a blur of ice shards and rushing water. The annihilation crescent passed inches above their heads, erasing the wall behind them into nothingness. Amelia gasped, staring at Subaru with wide, trembling eyes. "Subaru, you!" He breathed hard, clutching her shoulders. "I'm not losing you. Not again. Not here." Behind them, Garfield slammed into the crescent's aftershock, redirecting the remaining force upward. His claws sparked as the distorted energy sliced across his arm. He howled but held firm. Julius collapsed fully after deflecting another stray distortion. The wives huddled together, crying, terrified. Regulus stumbled. Why do you keep interfering? Why can't you just die like you're supposed to?" His authority spasmed violently, causing fractures in midair. Subaru stood again, pulling Amelia up with him. "Because you're wrong, Regulus. About love, about control, about everything." Regulus twitched. "Love is possession. Love is dominance. Love is making someone yours forever." "No!" Subaru shouted. His voice echoed across the chamber. "Love is letting people choose, letting them grow, letting them be themselves even if it scares you." Regulus shrieked. "Unreasonable!" He lunged one last time, claws of distortion erupting from his hands. Subaru stepped forward and touched him again. Just a fingertip. That was all it took. Regulus's authority cracked like an eggshell. His scream became a distorted, echoing whisper. No, 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 no. I am perfecte immortorium, unreason, able." His form shattered into light. Not a clean explosion. A collapse, a folding inward. His entire being compressed into a single point, then snapped out of existence. Silence followed. A deep, heavy silence broken only by the dripping water and the wives' shaken sobs. Regulus Corneus, Archbishop of Greed, was gone. Subaru collapsed to his knees, the tension finally breaking out of him in sobs he couldn't contain. Amelia knelt with him, pulling his head against her shoulder, both of them shaking with relief and exhaustion. Garfield fell backward onto the stone, panting with a weak grin. "Ha, damn. You did it, boss." Julius, pale but conscious again, whispered, "The threat is ended." But the cavern groaned ominously. Amelia looked up in horror. "The underground! It's collapsing!" Subaru gasped. "We need to get everyone out, now!" Because while Regulus was gone, Priestella's entire foundation was about to come down. The cavern's silence lasted no more than a heartbeat. Then the world let out a low, guttural groan, the sound of stone under impossible pressure, and the entire underground reservoir trembled. Water sloshed violently, swirling into spirals, as the structural supports Regulus's authority, once held in place, finally gave way. The ancient aqueduct walls cracked like eggshells. Dust fell in thick clouds. A distant rumble echoed overhead, like thunder shaking through miles of stone. Amelia's grip on Subaru tightened. Her voice shook. We have to move. Now. Subaru nodded, swallowing hard. His legs felt like rubber, but the adrenaline kept them upright. The taste of water and dust filled his mouth. His ears rang from Regulus's final scream. But none of it mattered. Lives depended on him moving. Garfield staggered towards Subaru and Amelia, bleeding heavily but still holding a fierce grin. "Boss, we ain't got long. This whole place is bout to bury us." Subaru looked around quickly. The wives, dozens of them, clung to debris or to one another, some crying, some shaking, most too weak to even stand. They had been frozen in time for years. Their bodies were frail, their senses overwhelmed. They couldn't run, they couldn't fight, they could barely move. Julius, still clutching the broken hilt of his sword, pushed himself into a sitting position with a trembling breath. "We must protect them. They cannot survive another collapse." Subaru breathed out shakily. "Amelia, Garfield, we need to get these women out. All of them." Amelia nodded, her eyes filling with determination. "I'll help them walk. I'll create ice paths to keep them steady." Garfield cracked his knuckles, despite the blood dripping from them. "And I'll carry anyone who can't stand." The cavern shook violently again, a thunderous crack splitting the ceiling. A slab of stone the size of a wagon crashed into the reservoir, sending a wave of water tumbling toward the wives. "Look out!" Subaru shouted. Amelia thrust both hands toward the wave. Ice erupted, freezing part of the water mid-surge, diverting the force around them. The crash of frozen water splintering echoed painfully, but the wives remained unharmed. Subaru ran to the nearest group of women, helping them onto an elevated platform of stone. "Come on, this way! We're going to get you out!" The women trembled but obeyed, some too weak to speak. Garfield hoisted two onto his back and one under each arm like they weighed nothing. "Where's the exit?" Subaru scanned the reservoir desperately. "Up there! That tunnel we came through the water regulator chute. It leads back to the higher channels." Amelia formed a staircase of ice along the wall leading toward the tunnel's entrance. The structure groaned but held. "Everyone, this way! Don't look down, just follow my voice." Julius, teeth gritted, pushed himself up. "I can support the rear. I still have enough mana to guide wind beneath those who stumble." Garfield barked a laugh, even as he coughed blood. "Still acting like a knight, huh?" Julius gave a faint smile. "It is what I am." One by one, the wives began moving up the ice path. Subaru took Amelia's hand, steadying her as she used the last of her mana to maintain the structure. Her face was pale, sweat dripping down her chin. "Amelia, don't overdo it," Subaru said gently. "I'm fine," she said through a strained smile. "I just need to keep going a little longer." Another quake shook the cavern. The water level rose rapidly as a new fissure opened in the walls, pouring torrents down into the reservoir. "Faster!" Subaru yelled. Garfield charged ahead, clearing falling rocks and debris with brute force, while Julia steadied those who stumbled. Amelia reinforced any cracks in the path with thin layers of frost, though each spell made her sway dangerously. The wives cried out as another tremor sent them to their knees. Subaru ran back toward them, grabbing their arms, pulling them upright. "Come on! Don't stop! You're almost safe! Please, keep moving!" The tunnel entrance finally came to reach a low, tilted opening halfway up the cavern wall. Water poured from it, cascading downward like a waterfall, but the flow was manageable. Garfield boosted Julius up first. "Take point, Night Boy!" Julius, despite shaky legs, nodded and used the wall to guide himself into the tunnel. Subaru and Amelia helped the wives inside one by one. The tunnel ahead glowed faintly, leading upward toward the city. But the cavern behind them finally reached its breaking point. No, a deafening crack split the chamber. Subaru whipped around just in time to see a massive pillar shatter and fall directly toward the remaining wives. No! He sprinted. Garfield roared. Julius cried out in warning. Amelia screamed Subaru's name. But Subaru didn't stop. He pushed toward the falling debris because someone had to move. Someone had to protect them. Someone had to make sure Regulus's victims didn't die in the escape from their prison. And right before the pillar could crush them, Garfield slammed into Subaru from behind, throwing him forward and out of the collapse zone. Garfield took the hit. The stone crashed onto Garfield's back. The impact shook the entire chamber. No, Garfield! Subaru screamed, scrambling back toward him. The wives huddled together, screaming in horror. Amelia covered her mouth, tears streaming. Garfield's claws dug into the ground, the weight of the stone crushing him downward. He coughed violently, blood splattering onto the ground, but he forced a grin. Oi, boss, I ain't dying, not yet. Subaru grabbed a piece of debris and tried desperately to lift the stone. Garfield, hang on, hang on! Amelia rushed to help, freezing the stone's edges. Julius crawled forward, pushing with what strength he had. Together, the three of them heaved. The pillar shifted. Garfield roared with pain and forced himself out from under it, collapsing onto the ground, breathing in sharp gasps. Subaru clutched him. Garfield, Garfield, are you? Garfield wheezed, grinning faintly. I said, I ain't dying yet. Amelia wiped her tears with her sleeve. Let's get out of here, all of us. With the last of their strength, they lifted Garfield and the remaining wives into the tunnel. Behind them, the entire cavern began to collapse. Subaru grabbed Amelia's hand. Garfield leaned on Subaru. Julius led the remaining wives upward. And together, they ran through the tunnel as the world crumbled behind them. The tunnel shuddered like a living creature in its death throes. Water rushed behind them in violent surges, the impact of falling stone and collapsing subterranean structures, pushing the flood forward with terrifying force. The roar grew louder with each heartbeat, echoing through the narrow passage like an angry ocean held at bay by sheer desperation. Every footstep Subaru made felt slower than the last, his muscles burning, lungs screaming. But the fear of letting anyone fall pushed him onward. Amelia held his hand tightly as they ran, her breath shallow, her body trembling from mana exhaustion. She had used too much, far more than she ever should have, but there was no time to rest. Not while dozens of women relied on her. Not while Subaru needed her. Garfield limped ahead of them, dragging two wives under his arms, his beast-like claws still extended for leverage. His breath came out in growls, each step a battle against the pain from his earlier injuries. Julius followed slightly behind, desperately steadying the panicked wives, murmuring reassurances between pain coughs. Almost there, Subaru gasped, though he wasn't sure if he said it for the wives or for himself. A faint light appeared at the end of the tunnel, the dim blue glow of emergency mana lamps that still flickered in parts of Priestella's infrastructure. It wasn't sunlight, but it was hope, and it pulled them forward with renewed energy. The wives began crying harder, but now it was from relief rather than fear. The tunnel angled upward. The walls widened. They reached a grate that had been half blown open by the earlier tremors. Amelia froze the edges, forming makeshift footholds. Garfield used his claws to pry it open the rest of the way, letting the flood-lash group spill into the open corridor beyond. And then they were out. The underground cavern collapsed behind them with a thunderous roar that vibrated through their bones. The force of it knocked several of the wives off their feet, and Subaru shielded Amelia instinctively as dust clouds blew through the corridor. When the dust settled, the group found themselves standing in a half-flooded aqueduct passage high above the city's lower level. Cracks lined the walls, but the structure held just enough for them to stand safely. Subaru leaned heavily against the wall, his legs refusing to support him anymore. Amelia collapsed beside him, still clutching his hand. Garfield slumped to the ground, chest heaving, furious but alive. Julius slid down the opposite wall, his chest rising shallowly, but his eyes soft with the knowledge that they had done something impossible. One by one, the wives sank to the floor, weeping, shaking, overwhelmed by their first free breaths in years. The tunnel fell quiet. For the first time since the battle began, there was silence. A fragile, aching silence. Footsteps echoed. Subaru stiffened, ready for another threat, but instead a familiar voice called out, "Lady Amelia! Subaru! Julius! Answer me! Ace! Ferris!" A moment later, Ferris skidded around the waterlogged corner, soaking wet, fur matted, eyes wide with shock. "Thank the gods! You're alive!" Ferris exclaimed, rushing forward to examine Amelia and Subaru. "You're drenched, mana-shaken, bruised. Subaru, why are you covered in so much someone else's blood? And Garfield, what did you let them do to you?" Garfield managed to smirk through his split lip. "Heh, you should see the other guy." Ferris blinked. "I literally can't, because the other guy is probably dust." Julius gave a weak chuckle. Subaru tried to smile, but the shaking wouldn't stop. His entire body felt like jelly. The adrenaline that kept him moving finally drained away, leaving only exhaustion. Amelia touched his cheek gently, her fingers cold but tender. "Subaru, you're shaking." He swallowed. "I'm okay. I'm just tired." Ferris knelt beside him. "No kidding. You look like you wrestled a dragon underwater after jumping off a collapsing tower into a flooded battlefield. Did you?" "Did he, Lady Amelia?" Amelia nodded timidly. Actually, yes." Ferris's tail puffed in shock. "Subaru," Amelia whispered again, her voice trembling in a way that had nothing to do with exhaustion. "I thought I lost you down there. When the water took you, I thought, her voice cracked. Then Amelia broke. She buried her face in Subaru's shoulder, sobbing with a rawness she had suppressed the entire battle. All the fear she endured, the water, the collapsing caverns, Regulus's screams. Seeing Subaru nearly erased everything poured out at once. Subaru wrapped his arms around her, his own eyes stinging. Hey, I'm here.
This guy is a new college student, and
I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere." She clutched him tighter, trembling violently. "You scared me so much. Don't ever do that again. Please." Ferris stepped back, giving them space. Even the exhausted wives averted their eyes respectfully. Garfield wiped blood from his jaw and muttered, "Damn lovebird's gonna make me cry." Julius managed a faint smile. "It's good to see them safe." But the moment of relief was short-lived. More footsteps echoed through the aqueduct. Heavy ones. Multiple. Subaru stiffened again. But then a stern, familiar voice rang out. "Subaru! Amelia!" It was Reinhard. And beside him Krush, Ricardo, Mimi, Anastasia's messengers, and several of Priestella's defenders. They splashed through the shallow waters, rushing to the wounded group. Ricardo barked, "We saw half the city shake. What in the name of 10,000 teeth happened to you all?" Ferris gestured dramatically. "What didn't happen? They fought wrath, greed, an artificial dragon, a collapsing city, and the whole dang underground water system." Mimi hopped in place. "Whoa! Subaru was in a water dragon fight? That's so cool." Subaru looked at her weakly. "Cool is not the word." Reinhard approached him with gentle urgency. "Subaru, is the Archbishop of Greed?" "Gone," Subaru whispered. "For good." Reinhard bowed his head respectfully. "Then your courage saved countless lives." Subaru felt something in his chest break, a fragile, trembling sense of everything finally being over and all his strength drained out of him. He crumpled. Reinhard caught him before he hit the ground, laying him down gently. "Rest," Reinhard said softly. "The city stands because of you." Amelia crawled to Subaru's side, still crying softly, though relief warmed her voice. "Subaru, you can sleep now. You did everything. You saved them." Subaru's eyelids flickered. His breathing slowed. And as the last remnants of adrenaline faded, he finally let himself go weak. His last thought before unconsciousness was Amelia's warm hand in his. The wives wept openly. Garfield laughed weakly. Heh, you earned that nap, boss. Julius leaned back against the wall, exhaling in tired triumph. And above them, the distant sound of breaking dawn filtered down through the aqueduct vents. Priestella was alive. Regulus was gone. But the aftermath had only just begun. Subaru drifted in and out of consciousness as the rescuers guided the survivors through the aqueduct corridors. He felt weightless, as if he were floating through a half-dream. Voices blurred together, Amelia's soft sobs, Garfield's exhausted curses, Ferris barking medical orders, Reinhardt's calm commands all melding into a haze of distant sound. Every so often, Subaru briefly awoke to feel hands lifting him or to sense the cold night air brushing against his skin, only to sink back under again, his mind too drained to hold on to awareness. The moment his group surfaced into the open streets of Priestella, it was as if an entirely different battlefield unfolded around them. Houses half-flooded, streets cracked and lined with debris, bridges twisted, some broken completely, water channels overflowing into plazas, people huddled in corners or atop rooftops, rescue teams racing across makeshift pathways. And yet amidst the devastation, there was movement, life, survivors, hopeful voices calling for loved ones, healers tending to the wounded, soldiers guiding civilians toward safe zones. The attack had ravaged the city, but it had not taken it. As dawn spread soft gold across Priestella's shattered skyline, Subaru's group reached a safe interior courtyard that had been converted into a temporary triage center. Ferris immediately ordered Subaru, Emilia, Julius, and Garfield laid on blankets alongside the rescue wives. Emilia knelt beside Subaru before anyone else, her hands trembling as she touched his face. Subaru, you're safe now. Please wake up. Ferris placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Let him rest, Lady Emilia. If anybody's earned a few hours unconscious, it's him. Emilia looked torn, wanting to scold Ferris for speaking so casually, but unable to deny the truth. She wiped her cheeks and stayed right where she was, lifting Subaru's head into her lap. Garfield collapsed beside Julius, grunting. Ferris, patch me up before I pass out, will you? Ferris sighed dramatically. Why does everyone always give me the hardest jobs? But the healer's tone softened immediately. Hold still, you big idiot. Julius, pale as moonlight, whispered weakly. Emilia. Subaru. They're safe? Yes, that's enough. Ricardo arrived next, booming orders to search for additional survivors while checking on the rescued wives. Some remained too weak to stand, others sobbing with relief. None had yet found the emotional strength to speak of the years stolen from them, but many reached out to Emilia and Subaru, as if silently acknowledging the two who had freed them. The morning light warmed the courtyard little by little, and Subaru finally stirred. His eyelashes fluttered. He groaned softly. Emilia gasped. Subaru, Subaru, can you hear me? He forced his eyes open. The world swam into view, Emilia's tear-filled violet eyes, her silver hair tangled and wet, her expression a mixture of overwhelming relief and deep worry. Emilia, he whispered hoarsely. Tears rolled down her cheeks at the sound of his voice. She pulled him into a gentle embrace, shaking. You're alive. You're alive. Thank goodness. Subaru smiled faintly, lifting a weak hand to her cheek. I told you. I'm not leaving you. Her breath hitched. Please don't ever come that close again. I thought I was going to lose you. He squeezed her hand feebly. Sorry. I'm here. Ferris approached, ears twitching. Good. You're awake. That means you're not dying yet, which is convenient because I already filled out your not dying paperwork. Subaru blinked slowly. Huh? Emilia sniffled mid-laugh. He's just being Ferris. Ferris smirked. Yep, and you, Subaru, are banned from near-death experiences for at least a week. Doctor's orders. Garfield pushed himself onto one elbow. If he's banned from those, he ain't allowed to leave his bed. Ricardo barked a laugh. Kids should be proud. Most people don't survive a monster like greed. Subaru frowned slightly. Regulus, is he really gone? Reinhard stepped forward, his expression solemn but respectful. Yes, his authority was completely unraveled. There is no doubt, you ended the Archbishop of Greed. Subaru closed his eyes for a moment, not in triumph, but in sheer exhaustion, in the weight of everything crashing down on him. Ferris moved to begin tending his wounds, but Amelia stopped them gently. Let me stay with him, just a little longer. Ferris's expression softened, and they nodded. Of course. As Amelia brushed Subaru's hair away from his forehead, Subaru managed to glance around the courtyard. Survivors, rescuers, friends. Julius leaned against the wall, eyes closed but breathing steadily. Garfield had finally collapsed fully, but wore a smug expression as Ferris fussed at him. The wives sat wrapped in blankets, staring at the broken morning sky with wonder, fear, and confusion. Some whispered prayers of thanks for their freedom. Others simply stared ahead, uncertain what life meant now. Subaru's chest tightened. They're free now. They can live again. Amelia nodded, wiping her eyes again. Because of you. Subaru tried to shake his head. Because of all of us. Her smile trembled. But you were the one who touched the domains. You were the one who broke Regulus's hold. Subaru, you saved them. He stared at her, overwhelmed, unable to respond. For a moment, the world felt still. But only for a moment. An urgent shout came from the courtyard entrance. Reinhard! Ricardo! Report from the Western District, more witch cult remnants spotted. The floodgates are unstable. We need immediate assistance. The courtyard snapped back into motion. Reinhard stood instantly, sword gleaming. Understood. Ricardo, take your forces and secure the survivors. Ricardo nodded. Got it. He glanced at Subaru. Rest, kid. You've done enough for 10 men. Reinhard's gaze softened as he looked at Subaru. We will handle the rest. You've earned your peace. Subaru nodded weakly. As the warriors raced off, Amelia turned back to Subaru, brushing his cheek. Please sleep more. I'm not leaving your side. He smiled, eyes fluttering closed once more. And as exhaustion claimed him again, he felt Amelia's warm hand intertwined with his. The sun rose fully over Priestella, a wounded city, trembling from the devastation, but still alive. And for the first time since the witch cult's assault began, hope felt real. The hours following Subaru's collapse passed in a slow, surreal blur. The morning sun crept higher, turning broken windows into glimmering patches of light across the courtyard. Workers and soldiers streamed through the streets, shouting orders, reinforcing barriers, guiding civilians to safer districts. Water gates creaked open or shut, depending on where pressure needed relief. Even with Regulus gone, the destruction he caused continued to echo physically through the city's damaged systems. But amidst all that movement, the space around Subaru and Amelia remained oddly still. Amelia sat with Subaru's head resting gently on her lap, brushing strands of hair from his forehead with tender, trembling fingers. Every few minutes she checked his breathing, the warmth of his skin, the rise and fall of his chest. Even as chaotic shouts echoed across the courtyard, even as debris fell in distant streets, even as volunteers hurried past with stretchers and supplies, she remained anchored to his side. Ferris tended to Julius and Garfield nearby, their voices low but reassuring. "Ya two are stubborn idiots," Ferris muttered, though their gentle touch belied their harsh words. "Trying to die on me 5 times each is not part of a treatment plan." Garfield grunted. "We didn't die, did we?" Ferris rolled their eyes. "Not from lack of trying." Julius, though pale and weak, managed a soft smile. "Ferris, thank you." Ferris sighed heavily. "Just don't make me work this hard again." Meanwhile, the rescued wives sat in small groups downstream in the courtyard, blankets draped over their shoulders, warm tea steaming in trembling hands. Some stared at the rising sun with wide, disbelieving eyes. Others sobbed softly, overwhelmed by a freedom they weren't prepared to feel. A few whispered prayers of gratitude for the strangers who risked everything to break their bounds. One wife older, calm despite her trembling fingers, approached Amelia shyly and bowed deeply. "Thank you for saving us. Your companion. He saved us all." Amelia smiled through tears. "He'll wake soon," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "He always does." It was nearly midday when Subaru stirred again. His eyelids fluttered first. His hand twitched. Then a soft groan slipped from his throat. Amelia immediately leaned over him. "Subaru? Subaru, are you awake?" His eyes opened slowly, adjusting to the sunlight. He blinked, dazed, his gaze wandering until it found her face. "Amelia," he whispered. Relief washed over her like a wave. She exhaled shakily. "You're all right. You're really awake this time." He smiled faintly. "Feels like I slept for a year." "You slept for not very long," she admitted, brushing a thumb across his cheek. "But I was so scared." Subaru's expression softened. He reached up weakly and cupped her hand. "Sorry for worrying you." Her lips trembled. "Don't apologize for being alive." Ferris slid over with healer's kit in hand. "Hey, sleepyhead. Let me examine you before you start crying all over everybody." Subaru chuckled weakly. "I wasn't crying." "Then you're about to," Ferris quipped, poking lightly at his injured ribs. Subaru yelped in pain. "See? Crying. Ferris." Amelia giggled softly. It was the first genuine laugh she'd managed since the battle started. Ferris's expression softened. "You're gonna be okay, Barusu. Rest and you'll be back to annoying me in no time." Subaru finally sat up with Amelia's help. His whole body protested, but the world no longer spun. He looked around the courtyard, then toward the wives gathered in blankets. "Are they?" he asked breathlessly. "All safe," Amelia said warmly. "No more domains, no more time frozen." Subaru exhaled fully, the breath shaking as it left him. "Good," Garfield lumbered over, one arm in a sling. "Boss, you did good. Real good." Subaru shook his head, smiling tiredly. "We all did. I'm just glad you're alive." Garfield smirked. Took more than one Regulus to kill me." Julius approached more slowly, leaning on a borrowed cane. His violet eyes softened as they rested on Subaru. "Subaru, you accomplished what no knight, no warrior, no mage ever has. You defeated an archbishop through will and heart alone." Subaru flushed. "I didn't do it alone." "Precisely," Julius said. "That is what makes it extraordinary." Subaru's throat tightened. He looked at Amelia, and she squeezed his hand again. News of Regulus's defeat spread quickly through the city. Within hours, the leaders of Priestella, both official and volunteer, established a recovery network. Knights and mercenaries stationed near the Triwater Plaza reported victory in multiple districts, although threats remained. Sirius's effects lingered emotionally in some survivors, and pockets of Gluttony's remnants still caused sporadic terror. The city was battered and bruised, but not broken. Krush, though weakened, arrived to assess damages. "We must stabilize the water networks immediately," she said, her voice strained but focused. "The people depend on them." Ricardo saluted. "My team's already working on reinforcements." Mimi added cheerfully, even through tears. "We'll save everyone. Just watch." Reinhardt spent most of the afternoon battling lingering threats and rerouting flood channels that still collapsed periodically. But he returned periodically to the courtyard to check on Subaru. With each visit, his expression softened. "You saved lives today, Subaru," he said quietly. "More than you know." Subaru looked away shyly. "I just didn't want anyone to die. That's what makes you special." Night began to fall again. Lanterns lit the courtyard. The wives, though shaken, grew calmer as hours passed. Some spoke quietly of their memories, the ones that still existed. Others sat in silence, still processing their liberation. Amelia rested with Subaru, leaning her head gently against his shoulder. He leaned back into her warmth gratefully. "Amelia," he whispered. She murmured, half asleep. "You were incredible." She blushed softly. You were even more incredible. He laughed quietly. Guess we're both incredible then. Her fingers curled around his. As long as we're together, we'll get through anything. Subaru's chest tightened with emotion. Yeah, we will. The courtyard was peaceful, but the wounds to the city echoed in every distant groan of shifted stone, every faint cry of survivors, every torch-lit silhouette passing in the streets. Regulus was gone. But the war for Priestella was far from over. Still, for this one fragile moment, they could breathe. Together. Night deepened across Priestella, but the city did not sleep. Lanterns flickered in windows still half flooded. Cranes creaked as they lifted rubble from channels. Rescue teams shouted instructions along the mangled waterways. The scent of dust and wet stone drifted through the streets, carried by soft breezes from the remaining water towers. Even now, hours after Regulus's collapse, the echoes of destruction lingered like aftershocks. Yet in the courtyard where Subaru rested, the air felt still. Tired, heavy, yes, but peaceful in a way only survivors could understand. Amelia remained beside Subaru, her fingers interlaced tightly with his. She had not let go once, not even when Ferris lectured her for pushing herself too far earlier. Subaru's head rested gently against her shoulder, his breathing slow and even, warmed by her presence and by the relief of knowing everyone he fought for had lived. Nearby, Garfield dozed in a half-sitting position, his head lolling forward every few seconds before snapping back upright in a stubborn refusal to appear weak. Julius, pale but stable, rested with his back against the courtyard wall. Occasionally, he opened his eyes to check on everyone, then closed them again with a soft exhale and exhausted sentinel. Ferris moved between them, patching wounds, checking pulses, muttering insults disguised as affection. Honestly, it's like babysitting a pack of wolves who take pride in getting themselves mauled. Subaru giggled weakly. Amelia hushed him softly. The rescued wives sat under blankets near the courtyard's sheltered corner. Their faces were ghostly pale in the lantern light, many still disoriented from being torn out of suspended time. Some sobbed quietly. Others stared at the sky as though rediscovering it. One or two clung to another for comfort, their trembling hands gripping fabric as though it anchored them in this unfamiliar present. Amelia eventually rose and approached them. Subaru watched her go, his chest tightening with admiration. Even exhausted, bruised, and shaken, Amelia was drawn to the people who needed her. She knelt among the wives, her gentle voice barely audible as she soothed them, asked their names, assured them repeatedly that they were free now, that no one would ever put them back into stasis. One woman took Amelia's hands and kissed them, tears streaming down her cheeks. Thank you. Thank you. Please tell your companion. Thank you for us. Amelia smiled softly. I will. He'd blush if he were awake for this. Subaru hid his face behind his blanket. Garfield snorted from where he sat. He'd blush even without hearing it. Julius cracked a faint smile. He'll deny it too. Subaru sighed dramatically. I am sitting right here. Amelia turned back toward him, and the expression on her face, warm, relieved, proud, struck Subaru harder than any injury could. News from the city grew more encouraging as the night continued. Reinhard returned twice more, reporting, Sirius has retreated. The remaining cult members are in hiding, but reinforcements are sweeping every district. Priestella will hold. Each time, Subaru felt a little of the weight lift from his chest. The witch cult's coordinated assault had failed. Thousands had survived because they fought because they refused to yield, despite impossible odds. Ricardo arrived near midnight with food and blankets. Eat, kid. You'll keel over again if you don't. His tone was gruff, but his eyes were soft. Subaru tried to sit up and winced. I'm fine. Amelia pressed him down firmly. No, you're not. Ferris nodded vigorously. Listen to her, Barusu. Subaru muttered. Everyone gangs up on me when I'm weak. You're adorable when you're helpless, Amelia whispered. Hey, she giggled. See? Still blushing. As the lanterns dimmed and torches replaced them, the emotional weight of the wives' liberation settled over the courtyard. Several began recounting fragments of memories families they hadn't seen, festivals they had missed, grief for years stolen from them, confusion at the way their world had changed. One wife broke down, shaking violently. We, we don't even know what year it is. Amelia sat beside her, wrapping an arm gently around her shoulders. You're not alone. We will help you, bit by bit, one day at a time. Another whispered, will the man, the one who did this, ever hurt anyone again? Subaru answered before Amelia could. No, he said softly. He'll never hurt anyone again. There was no pride in his voice, no triumph, only relief and a deep sorrow for everything those women endured before they could even understand his name. Later in the night, when things calmed enough for rescue teams to reorganize, Crush herself visited the courtyard, walking slowly with the support of her aides. She surveyed the wives, the wounded, the exhausted with a solemn expression. Then she approached Subaru and bowed low. You accomplished something extraordinary. Because of you, an archbishop who devastated this city has fallen. Subaru blinked in surprise. I couldn't let him hurt anyone else. That, Crush said, is the heart of a true hero. Subaru choked on his breath. Amelia stroked his back to steady him. Crush then bowed to Amelia. And you stood by him in every moment. I am honored to know such courage. Amelia's cheeks reddened. I was only doing what I had to. Crush smiled gently. Then that makes both of you remarkable. Subaru wanted to disappear under his blanket. Garfield laughed so hard he reopened one of his wounds. Eventually, exhaustion claimed the courtyard. Wives drifted into uneasy sleep. Workers rotated shifts. Even Ferris nodded off sitting upright while leaning against a crate of bandages. Amelia, however, remained awake. She watched Subaru as he slept again. In his peaceful expression, she saw the weight of everything he had endured, the fear, the pain, the desperation, and the unyielding determination that had saved so many. Then her expression softened into something raw, unguarded, vulnerable. She whispered, Subaru, thank you for coming back to me. She leaned down and kissed his forehead, a soft, trembling kiss of gratitude and affection she had held back all day. Subaru stirred slightly but did not wake. Amelia sat beside him, brushing a thumb across his brow. I'll protect you too, she whispered. Next time, I want to be strong enough to protect you completely. The night grew quiet. Priestella was damaged, but alive. And Amelia and Subaru, battered, scarred, yet still side by side, welcomed a fragile peace in the wake of catastrophe. By the time dawn returned to Priestella the next morning, the city had begun transforming from battlefield to recovery zone. The water levels were stabilizing thanks to the tireless work of engineers and mages. Broken bridges had been replaced with makeshift planks and ropes. The wounded were being relocated to safer buildings. And everywhere Subaru looked, once he awoke again, he saw signs of life where just a day earlier he had felt certain death approaching. Subaru blinked awake mid-morning to the sound of distant hammering and the smell of warm bread. Amelia's soft humming greeted him before anything else, and as he opened his eyes, she appeared above him with a bright, fragile smile. Good morning, Subaru, she whispered, or as good as a morning can be after everything. Subaru stretched, wincing, as the soreness in his limbs protested. I feel like a rag that got wrung out, stepped on, and used to mop a floor. Garfield snorted from where he lay. That's 'cause you basically were. Ferris approached with a bowl of restorative soup. Eat. You look like you could faint from thinking too hard. Subaru groaned. Ferris, you're too mean to patience. That's how I show affection. What kind of affection is that? Amelia giggled quietly, her voice soft and soothing. He's right, though. You should eat. Subaru glanced at the courtyard. The rescued wives were seated in circles, being given fresh clothes, food, and magical blankets. Many looked calmer today, though still overwhelmed. Some spoke softly about lives they once lived. Some cried in silence. A few sat with blank expressions, their minds struggling to reacclimate after years lost. Nearby, Crush sat with several aides, coordinating relief efforts. Ricardo paced through lines of soldiers, organizing search teams. Julius, though injured, gave tactical guidance to knights. Reinhard, the one who always shone brightest, stood calmly near a map, speaking with city planners about how to reinforce the damaged aqueducts. Subaru, stirring the soup Ferris gave him, gazed at the scene with a mixture of pride and exhaustion. It's quiet, finally. Amelia sat beside him and leaned gently against his shoulder. We made it through the worst. Yeah, he whispered, but the city still needs help. It does, Amelia agreed, but right now, you need rest. Subaru looked at her. You do too. Amelia's expression softened, but she shook her head stubbornly. Not yet. I still have things to do. She looked toward the wives, the ones who had lost years to Regulus's distorted love. I want to be here when they wake. I want them to see someone smiling at them. Someone who isn't him. Subaru reached out, brushing her hand. Amelia, you're amazing. Her cheeks turned pink. Subaru. Before she could finish, Reinhard approached, offering a gentle nod. Subaru, Amelia, I'm glad you're both awake. Subaru groaned playfully. Reinhard, please don't tell me another Sin Archbishop is hiding under a rock somewhere. Reinhard smiled wryly. Not today. I simply came to thank you. Subaru blinked. Thank me? Yes, Reinhard said, kneeling so he could speak eye to eye. You faced one of the most dangerous enemies in existence and survived. No, you did more than survive. You freed people. You disrupted an authority normally considered impossible to fight. You accomplished what even I could not. Subaru's throat tightened. I just did what anyone should. Reinhard shook his head lightly. Not anyone could. Only you did. Amelia's fingers squeezed Subaru's hand, warm and encouraging. Before Subaru could respond, Julius approached slowly, leaning on his cane, his face tired but composed. He bowed deeply to Subaru. After everything, I simply want to say thank you, Julius said, not only for defeating Regulus, but for showing us that courage comes in many shapes. Subaru blinked rapidly, flustered. Julius, don't bow to me. Julius straightened with a faint smile. I bow to those I respect, and today, I respect you greatly. Garfield scoffed. You better respect him. Boss jumped headfirst at the crazy bastard and punched the world back into shape. Subaru blushed violently. Garfield, I did not punch the world. Ferris giggled. It's accurate enough. Amelia laughed softly at Subaru's embarrassment, her eyes warm. For a brief moment, the weight of war seemed to lift completely. Later that afternoon, a small council gathered near the city square. Krusch, Reinhard, Ricardo, and others stood before the freed wives to make an announcement. Krusch raised her voice despite still being physically weakened. To those who suffered under Regulus Corneas, I promise you this. You will not be abandoned. Priestella, the kingdom of Lugunica, and our allied camps will support your recovery. Your names, your stories, your futures, they belong to you again. Tears spread through the crowd. Amelia stepped forward gently. You're free now, truly free. Whatever you choose to do, wherever you want to go, you have the right to decide. A young wife began to cry loudly, overwhelmed. Amelia caught her in a gentle embrace. It's okay. You've been strong for so long. It's okay to cry now. Subaru watched with awe. Amelia handled each woman with an empathy and steadiness that made his chest ache. The city might have been shaken, its structures broken, its people traumatized, but Amelia's presence was like morning light cutting through the fog. She didn't save the city alone, but she carried its heart. As evening approached, Subaru and Amelia found themselves alone for the first time in almost 20 hours. They walked slowly along a repaired walkway, overlooking a calmer canal. Lanterns reflected in the water, painting the night in soft gold. Subaru leaned on the railing. Feels surreal that it's over. Amelia nodded quietly. We survived another night that should have killed us. He chuckled. We're getting good at doing impossible things. She bumped her shoulder gently against his. You're not allowed to make a habit of it. Subaru laughed, then winced, then laughed again. I'll try. Amelia looked at him, her expression tender and complicated. Subaru, I was terrified. Every moment you were fighting him, every time I saw you thrown or drowned or almost erased, I thought my heart would stop. Subaru swallowed. Amelia, she looked away, tears gathering. I know you want to protect everyone. I know that's who you are, but please remember, you're someone I want to protect too. His breath caught. He reached for her hand. She intertwined her fingers with his without hesitation. Thank you, Subaru whispered. Amelia leaned her head against his shoulder, her voice barely above a whisper. Let's go home when this is all over. Back to the mansion. Back to everyone waiting for us. Subaru nodded. Yeah, let's go home. The lanterns flickered, the water glimmered, and for the first time since the witch cult appeared, the night felt gentle. Priestella was wounded, but alive. Amelia was trembling, but hopeful. Subaru was exhausted, but smiling, and their journey together scarred yet unbroken, prepared to continue.